Okay, good afternoon. I would like to call to order this joint special meeting of the Encinitas City Council and the Planning Commission on Wednesday, June 21st at 3:04 p.m. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Sherrod is present. Commissioner Ryan is absent. Commissioner Prendergast is absent. Vice Chair Dalton
Here.
and Chair Doyle.
Here.
Councilmember Hinsey,
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers,
Here.
Councilmember Blackwell,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons,
Here.
and Mayor Kranz.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we are here for one item, and it's a joint study session we are conducting today with both the council and the planning commission to discuss new housing legislation, Assembly Bill 2011, which is commonly referred to as the Affordable Housing High Road Jobs Act. And we're also considering Senate Bill 6, which doesn't have a fancy name, but is somewhat similar to the Affordable Housing High Road Jobs Act. So with that, I will kick it over to the Assistant City Attorney, Scott.
Good afternoon, council members and Planning Commission. As indicated, I'm Scott Porter. I'm the Assistant City Attorney, and I will be talking about SB 6 and AB 2011, a couple of new housing bills that that are currently effective but will not have legal impact until July 1st of this year, so in just a few weeks. Here's a quick overview of what we'll be covering. AB 2011 will have summary, and then we'll talk about some options that we can consider in the future. SB 6 will talk about a summary and some options. And I should indicate that these bills are extremely long and extremely complicated. In small 10-point font, they take up a total of 39 pages collectively between the two. There's a lot to cover, so this is necessarily an overview. As questions come up, certainly this is your first bite at the apple. If there are general discussion points, things that we want to take into account, we'll certainly be willing to consider an ordinance if that is the direction that we receive today. And then you can give us general guidance as far as what you think might be useful to include in an ordinance, or if there are specific questions, we can certainly incorporate those concerns into future presentations. So with further ado, let's talk about AB 2011, the Affordable Housing High Roads Jobs Act. It is effective July 1st, just a few weeks. Government Code Section 65912, and then 65912 all the way through point 140. The quick overview: the city must approve by right certain high-density affordable housing projects of either 5 or more units if one of two things happens. It's either a 100% affordable project in what I'm calling a commercial zone. We'll get to what I mean by a commercial zone in a minute. Or it's a mixed income housing project in what I'm calling a commercial zone along a commercial corridor. So to be clear, when I say commercial, what I really mean is that it is a primary available use is either parking, retail, or office. So when I say commercial, that's what I'm referring to, one of those three things. So if it's one of those three things, then it would apply here. So again, it's either 100% affordable or it has at least some affordability and it's on a commercial corridor. This applies, and then rental projects have to be affordable for 55 years, ownership for 45 years. This is the standard affordability requirements.
Excuse me, Scott.
Yes.
Because it's such an important part of this conversation, I would like to hit a couple quick questions about that commercial. We have an El Camino Real corridor that has a lot of medical office. Does that qualify as commercial?
So office counts as if the actual statute refers to office. So if it is office, and it sounds like those portions would qualify. Now, there are some exceptions that we'll get to if you are in a specific plan. So we may be able to preserve the commercial that's within our specific plan. But if for areas that are not in a specific plan zone, we will not be able to preserve those unless there are options. There's ways to what I'll refer to upzoning and downzoning. That's a separate issue. But yes, that could potentially qualify.
Okay, and I was thinking specifically of the El Camino Real corridor, which on the east side has quite a few medical office complex. It's the doctor's office, so maybe we can, that's the word that's going to be operative here, but there is no specific plan for that, so.
Okay, so
thank
then,
you.
yes, there is potential that would be subject to these requirements. So the project, if it meets the requirements, it must comply with objective zoning, subdivision, and design review standards. The developer must comply with labor standards such as the payment of prevailing wages. Stated differently, they have to pay union rates. That's not technically what it means, but in reality, that's what this means. So that will increase the price to build projects. Projects which meet all requirements are exempt from CEQA. That is a significant inducement to developers to use this particular form of development, as opposed to SB 6, which is not necessarily subject to, is not necessarily exempt from CEQA. So I wouldn't say all projects, but I'll say that's a possibility. There are short timeframes for city staff to review. I'm not going to get into the details because this is more of a staff function, but essentially staff needs to complete its review within either 90 days for projects. For most projects, for larger projects, it might be as much as 180 days. As I mentioned, prevailing wages, and I do have a lot of slides, and I'm trying to keep the presentation short, so we can certainly come back to slides if we need to, but I'm just trying to get through it, and we can do a deep dive if we want. You have to pay prevailing wages, and then the larger projects, those of 50+ units, must also comply with labor standards for craft employees, have state-approved apprenticeship programs, provide health insurance for employees and dependents, provide monthly compliance reports to the city. In other words, you have to hire a union. Not only do you have to pay higher wages, but you have to hire a union, because usually unions are the only people that can meet all these requirements. Not always, but that's usually how that works. So I mentioned that for AB 2011, there are two types of projects. Either it's 100% affordable, which can go in any, what I'm calling commercial, office, retail, parking. So it can go in any of those places. So that's what we're talking about right now. Is it 100% affordable? If it is, then there are lower requirements. So they have to meet these requirements in addition. So these are universal site requirements. These will apply to all projects, regardless of whether it's 100% affordable or if it's only somewhat affordable. So if it's 100% affordable or somewhat affordable, then they have to, then the project must be at least 30 dwelling units per acre, which is our housing element standard. It's in an urbanized area. That's all of Encinitas. It's zoned, again, what I'm referring to as commercial. Technically, it's located in a zone where office, retail, or parking are a principally permitted use. That's a quote from state law. Principally permitted use means that the use can cover 1/3 of the usable area without a conditional use permit. So it can't be for mobile homes, so it's not zoned for mobile homes, RVs, or special occupancy parks, because in some cities you have mobile home parks that are zoned commercial, but let's be honest, that's not really commercial. Universal site requirements. Also, so it's not only what zone you're in, it's also what is your lot. So the lot itself needs to meet certain requirements. So is that lot 75% surrounded by, quote, urban uses? And that's defined as any current or former residential, commercial, public institutional transit or transportational passenger facility or retail use or any combination of those uses. Most things in town will meet this standard. Also, the lot itself must not be industrial. The site and the adjacent site cannot have 1/3 or more of the square footage, quote, designated to industrial use. This includes existing or previous industrial use. The general plan from 2021 or before designates it as industrial. And then what is industrial? It includes utilities, manufacturing, transportation, storage, and maintenance facilities, and warehousing uses. Those are not subject to these requirements. But that makes sense because that's probably not office, that's probably not retail, and that's probably not parking. The site itself is not 1 to 4 dwelling units on the site. Additionally, it's not a prohibited site. Now, one of the requirements that is not included is coastal zone. In other words, this applies in the coastal zone. So the lot itself is not prime farmland, it's not wetlands, it's not in a high fire hazard severity zone, possibly accepting lots with mitigation measures. hazardous waste, fault zone, flood hazard areas, flood zones identified for conservation, habitat for protected species, or under a conservation easement. In other words, most lots will meet these requirements unless there's something really special about that particular lot. Last, that a neighborhood plan can control. So a neighborhood plan would include a specific plan, an area plan, urban village plan, master plan. So if the neighborhood plan existed in 2021 or before, or essentially we're in the middle of approving it and that's done, then if that plan was already in existence, then the city may have the ability to preserve the commercial uses, again, the parking, the office, the retail. But if we had lots that were zoned for high-density residential, then we still have to allow the residential. So if we have a specific plan that essentially from the state's perspective, they're thinking, well, if this city is already a, air quotes, good city, they've already figured out how to do mixed use. That's the long-term thing that the state wants us to do. So if they've already got mixed use, we'll let them keep their commercial. We're just going to make sure that they have more housing. Also, for their special rules for vacant sites, that it doesn't contain an unmitigatable impacts on tribal resources. It cannot be in a very high fire severity zone, not within 500 feet of a freeway, and not within 3,200 feet of oil or gas extraction well or refinery. So those apply across the board for all AB 2011 projects. Questions so far? I'm sure there are plenty, but I will stop for now.
Just a couple questions. We have the El Camino Real specific plan underway. Would that count as us already being in the process of having a neighborhood plan, or would it need to be approved in order for us to keep that?
So I believe that the EIR we could go back to the slide right here. So by January 2021, CEQA document was issued. So the EIR has not been issued? It has not been issued, so we would not qualify.
Okay. About the urban uses of 75%, so am I to understand that if they're looking at a site to develop housing and there's vacant lots around that, those don't count? So it needs to be developed on 75% of sites to be able to be a housing project?
Current or former uses. So if it has been developed with an urban use previously, that would also qualify. But if it is truly raw land, never seen the site of anything urban, then that would be correct.
Okay, and so I'm maybe I haven't thought this the whole way through, but help me think through this. So as this time goes on and we start seeing some of these affordable housing projects come online, say on El Camino Real, what if there's other housing now on some of the edges of it, and you're trying to put another one next to it? Could you not, if it's
It would
less than?
still be surrounded by urban uses. So housing is an urban use.
Oh, that
so
would
if
be
it's
that would
surrounded
qualify.
by those units, then there are multiple requirements. This is one of the requirements, is that it be essentially 75% surrounded by urban uses. So if to meet this requirement, yes. If it was surrounded by housing, then potentially it would still qualify.
Okay. Last question. What is mixed income? Does that mean just include some level of affordability?
So we'll get to that in the next set of slides,
Okay.
but yes, essentially it's going to meet our, we'll call it density bonus standards. That's not precisely accurate, but that's roughly what it means.
Got it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to ask a couple questions about prohibited sites. And you had mentioned that habitat for protected species would be considered a prohibited site. Could you clarify by whose definition and what is the mechanism, the instrument that calls that up as a prohibited site?
So this is the standard language they incorporate 6591 3.4, which is the standard language that is used for a number of different statutes. So it would be dependent on what exactly that statute has. Every statutory scheme has its own definition and their own ways of determining. But typically, when you say habitat for protected species, that might be environmentally sensitive habitat area, ESHA. It might be some other designated habitat.
Okay, I think it'd be important for me to get some clarification on that. And you're saying if I go to the ordinance that's been identified, there's some clarity there?
I would not say that there's clarity
Okay.
there. However,
Maybe there should be, but.
the state, so that is state statute.
Okay.
But it doesn't, so unless there's a court case that tells us what that means, we don't know for sure what that means, and we're left to talk about, I'm a lawyer and I have my own guesses as far as what that means, but we're guessing unless there's a court case that tells us so.
I see. So this is probably maybe going to be answered the same way, but how do we define high fire severity?
So those are delineated by, is it the state fire marshal? At any rate, we have standard maps that tells us where in the city is a high fire severity zone. I can never say that. So there are maps, and typically, so there's mitigation measures that cities incorporate into their building standards. So that seems, so there
Yeah.
seems like a big exception, but it's really not.
So that's kind of where I'm going. I'm trying to tease that out because I know our maps are changing. We're getting new updated maps from the state.
Yes.
And I've been looking at what that might be, and it seems to impact more of my district than it did, and so I'm trying to get a handle on this.
Yes. So I don't want to talk about this too much publicly, but suffice it to say there's differences of opinion about exactly what this means. If you would like more analysis, I'd be happy to write you a memo. We've got analysis of this, and I could go into more depth.
Okay, thanks.
So I did appreciate the sense of humor that staff had with the report that they provided for this meeting. There was the matrix of 4 pages or so, and then there were the 88 pages of this bill. And yes, it is long, it is detailed, it is not something that I read. So what I'm wondering is if the legislation defines 500 feet from the freeway, because obviously with a freeway running through our city, that will come into play on some parcels that might otherwise qualify. So for example, is it from
Understood.
the edge of the transportation corridor as defined where the commercial property is adjacent to the freeway corridor?
So the statute does not indicate exactly how that is defined. What most attorneys publicly, or I should say city attorneys, are saying the definition is where's the Caltrans right of way, and then it's essentially from that line, it's 500 feet.
And so if a shopping center is not adjacent to the freeway, and so therefore part of that parcel, that land would be more than 500 feet away, does it become disqualified the minute a square foot of the parcel is within 500 feet?
That is a good question.
Or
I
does
apologize that I don't.
You
I'm
measure
trying
to
pull up
500 feet as
the
a crow
exact
flies,
language.
and then everything beyond that at 501 feet could be developed.
I thought it was related to the distance to the structure. Do we know? It is the distance to the structure. My guess is correct. So it's not the fact that the lot, if the lot is immediately next to the freeway, but the lot itself is a mile long, if you put your structures at least 500 feet away from the freeway, it would still qualify.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so these are the quick sum up. These rules will apply to all projects that are AB 2011, okay? So that is for, and if it is a 100% affordable project, those are the only requirements that it needs to meet. And then they would be able to build their project. Now, if you do not have as much affordability, what I will call a mixed income project, then you must provide, then there's going to be a bunch of additional standards that you have to meet. So this is what we're talking about now. This is where it gets much more complicated. Yes.
Bruce, did you want to ask a question?
He can get through this.
Okay.
I'll ask him.
Okay. So for mixed income projects, so it requires levels of housing. So either for rental projects, it must provide either 8% low and 5% extremely low, or 15% lower income. And then for ownership projects, they must provide either 30% moderate or 15% lower. Now, this is state law. But we have our own inclusionary zoning ordinance. They also have to meet our requirements. So to the extent that our requirements are more robust than this, they must meet our requirements as well. Inclusionary, for cities with inclusionary, then they have to meet our standards. The same as market rate units. The units must have the same bedroom and bathroom count ratio as the market rate units. You can't be tricky and build really bad affordable units. They have to be the same as every other unit. Essentially, that's what this is getting at. They have to be equitably distributed within the project, and they have to have the same type or quality of appliances, fixtures, and finishes. Additional site requirements for mixed income projects. So not only does it need to be in a zone that allows as a principal use parking, retail, or office, it also has to be on a street that is at least between 70 feet and 150 feet, which is technically what we're going to refer to as a commercial corridor. Staff can probably speak more eloquently than me about examples of most streets. Most of our larger streets will meet this requirement. Any that don't? Any big ones? I think it's all of them, right? El Camino Real does qualify. It's
The width, right?
it's the width of the street. I think it's the right. I think it's technically the right of way, not what's physically built. I think is the. I don't recall. I can find out if it matters. I'm sure we'll look into it if it does matter. Okay, so we've got a list. Staff can provide that later on. So number one, it needs to be on a commercial corridor. The lot has at least 50 feet of frontage on a commercial corridor. So not only what is the zone, but what does the lot actually look like? Now, my way of thinking about this is, what does a high-density mixed-use zone look like? You don't have big street frontages, the buildings are close in, you don't have parking at the front. That's essentially what's being mandated. So it can't be, so it has to be at least 50 feet of frontage on a commercial corridor, and it's not on a site of greater than 20 acres. It can't be on a site with an affordability covenant, with a unit subject to rent control. Can't be on a site that currently has housing rented to a tenant in the last 10 years, or previously had housing on a site which tenants used, and that housing was demolished in the last 10 years. Additional site requirements. The lot does not have any of these. It doesn't require demolition of a historic structure that has been registered. It does not contain 1 to 4 dwelling units. It does not, let's see, the property is vacant and zoned for housing, but not multi-family residential use. So in other words, R1. So if we say you can either have commercial or R1, well, that wouldn't qualify. We don't have to have high-density residential in that instance. I can't imagine very many instances when this would kick in. Also, if it's a mobile home or an RV park. So here, there's minimum density requirements and then maximum height density requirements. The one in the lower right does not apply to us. We'll get to this. So you can see the pictures of the height. The height is maximum either 35 feet or 45 feet, and that depends on the width of the street. So if the width of the street is 100 feet or more, then the height is 45 feet. If it's less than that, then the height is 35 feet. So you can see that just looking at the height of the buildings in the graphics. Then this also shows you the density of what is permitted. So if it's in a commercial corridor, so it's either going to be 30 dwelling units per acre or 40 or 60. It's not 80 because we are not in a city that has 100,000 people or more. So our maximum density is 60. And the density also increases depending on the width of the street. So if the right-of-way is 70 to 150 feet, it's 30 dwelling units per acre. If it's less than 100, then it's 40 dwelling units per acre. And then depending on the site acreage, so it's sites less than 1 acre, it'd be 30 dwelling units per acre. Sites that are greater would be 40 dwelling units per acre. And then sites greater than 1 acre and less than 20 acres would be 60 dwelling units per acre. So here's everything I guess I skipped that slide. Okay. I thought I had another slide. All right, at any rate, here are the different development standards. Remember we said that there's a low bar for 100% affordable and a higher bar for mixed income properties. This is mixed use, it should be mixed income. 100% affordable projects. So the density needs to meet or exceeds the housing element density, which is 30 dwelling units per acre. Compared that to the mixed income property, the density will depend on the size of the property, the width of the commercial corridor, and the proximity to major transit stop. Thus, in Encinitas, the density can be anywhere from 30 to 60 dwelling units per acre. Density bonus for 100% affordable projects. They can ask for waivers, they can ask for concessions, they can ask for incentives. The density bonus, essentially the same for mixed income properties, except that the developer cannot avoid a city requirement if we require them to provide at least 50% ground floor retail. So that is one of the options, and we'll get to this. If the city opts to, if we want to require a development to say at least 50% of your ground floor must be retail, we can require that. 100% affordable projects need to meet objective zoning, development, and design review standards. That's the same for mixed income properties. Multifamily residential standards would apply to 100% affordable projects. So if multifamily is allowed in the zone, then it would be that applicable zone. Otherwise, the zoning for the closest parcel, which allows the housing density, oh, what do you know? It's the exact same thing. 30 dwelling units per acre will be the standards. So for mixed income projects, then this goes back to the pictures that we were showing you before. The height will be not necessarily what our multifamily dwelling structures would be. The height would be factor in the width of the commercial corridor, the proximity to a major transit stop, setbacks, and the other standards. Parking, in both instances, we will probably not be able to mandate parking. That's just the reality. So technically, for the 100% affordable projects, they would be per the density bonus law, and density bonus law has a number of standards. Essentially, most of the time, you can't require any parking. And then for mixed-use projects, we cannot require automobile parking, except for, well, we can require it for bicycles. We can require bicycle parking. We can require EV parking spaces when the equipment is installed, and we can require accessible parking. But nothing prohibits enforcing parking for any commercial component. So if we're going to be mandating mixed use, we can say, well, since you have mixed use, you need to meet our parking standards for the retail, for example. Setbacks, oh, here's the slide I was thinking about. So here are the setback rules for mixed income property. So you see that there are 3 different slides. The slide on the left is if you are fronting a commercial corridor. So that's what you see from the main street. And then there's a different rule if you're fronting a side street. And then, again, there are different rules if you're abutting a residential property. So if you're fronting the commercial corridor, you must be close to the street line. The percentage of the building, so you have to have at least 80% of the building needs to be within 10 feet of the property line. Also, the parking has to be at least 25 feet away from the street. Again, the idea is that this is a walkable environment, that you have the retail on the bottom, you have the housing above. So if it's fronting a side street, at least 60% of it needs to be within 10 feet of the street, of the property line, excuse me. And then if it's abutting residential, so this might be the side property. So if it's, so the side setback is, if it's in the picture to the right, there's no street, right? So if you are next to a commercial property, you don't have to have any setbacks. But if you are immediately next to, correction. If you're abutting residential, here are the requirements. Bottom floor has to be at least 10 feet, and then each additional floor, you need to be set back an additional 7 feet. If it is abutting a commercial property, it needs to, it would be 15 feet, but that's period. So regardless of the number of stories, it would be that distance. We can shrink that number if we want to. So if you want to have an ordinance to shrink those setbacks, that is an option. Along commercial corridors, the city cannot require buildings to be set back. Here's the slide that I was thinking about. This spells out everything I just said. Parking must be set back at least 25 feet. Ground floor, the buildings must be within 10 feet of the property line. Along the side streets, it's 60% for frontage. Along the side property, which abuts the same commercial corridor, That's the issue. If it's on, then there's no setback required unless the nearby property is a residential property that existed before AB 2011, in which case then these rules will apply. If it abuts a residential use, then you've got a 10-foot setback for the ground floor, and then each additional floor would be an additional 7-foot setback. And if it abuts a non-residential use, then the default would be 15 feet. I'll pause there. Questions?
Now I got a question, if I can. Let's go back to the density bonus. You partially answered my question, so it can be combined with density bonus.
Yes.
Does that mean the 30 to 60 dwelling units an acre with 50% bonus go up to 90 dwelling units per acre?
I don't want to, that
Could,
would be my
potentially.
guess. I will look into that and confirm, but I suspect that that is correct.
Okay, and then since you almost automatically qualify for density bonus, given the income levels that would be built here, waivers if it was 60 units an acre or 90 units an acre, the need to go well above, what was it? You showed the height here, 45. In our worst case, I'll call it, there's really, at 90 units an acre, they'd be going well above that, probably multiple stories in most occurrences. You agree?
I do.
Okay. Let's see, other questions?
And again, we'll confirm, but I think that that's correct.
Let's take El Camino Real corridor as an example. How does one decide where the commercial corridor starts and ends? And in the case of El Camino, we have mobile homes in the middle. And in other commercial districts, such as Encinitas Boulevard, we have residential single-family occasionally. How do you decide?
So, yes.
It's not the entire corridor, correct?
Correct. So, well, no. So the answer is the question is, what is the width of the street? That is the answer to the question. So if the width of the street is between 70 and 150 feet, then it's a, quote, commercial corridor.
Even if it's single-family residential on both sides?
Correct. So I think that this is a misleading term. But if you combine this term, what maybe we can change this term to say a wide street. Okay.
Yeah.
So if the wide street is zoned to allow where a principal use is either parking or office or retail, let's be honest, most of the time that is going to be commercial. So I think that is where the word commercial corridor came from, because on a major street, often a lot of those uses will end up being commercial.
Okay. So I think I envision someday planning coming back with a map that would show which parcels qualify under each one of these different ones, so we could see, and it wouldn't be because of the adjacency of single family to each of the individual parcels along the residential sections of this wide street. That would not be necessarily subject to AB 211 as long as it's built up as residential today. But where I have multiple commercial buildings with a sufficient lot width and whatnot, and apparently enough buffer room behind it that they're not immediately adjacent to certain types, that they could be built there. So it'll be interesting to see the map eventually.
So the staff has already started working on maps. And as you can imagine, this is a very heavy lift because all the rules are not, it's not just simply what is the zoning. That's the easy part. The more difficult part is how far are you, what are the site characteristics, et cetera.
Okay. And then last question is, I'm trying to think what the other law is where there are minimum lot sizes. There's a maximum lot size that said 20 acres, but if you had a 25-acre parcel, you could subdivide it, assuming the current zoning supports it, into something that could be developed. Are there any restrictions against using this AB 211 on adjacent parcels? Much like SB 9, there's supposedly a prohibition against a single developer going and using it repeatedly down the street.
There is some language that talks about exactly that issue. I don't recall exactly how it works, but there is some language that talks about successive AB 2011 projects and that can't be the hook to qualify a similar project.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Bruce, the question you asked about housing in Encinitas Boulevard, for example, I assume that because it has to be parking
Office or retail.
or retail, there will be big stretches of Encinitas Boulevard, for example, where this can't happen. But was that what you were concerned about? Was that
Well, I was trying to get a understanding if it had to be a minimum length segment or if, and so let's take Encinitas Boulevard. Encinitas Boulevard is a good example. Yeah, the big section of New Encinitas, it's not a worry. It's the edge conditions, whether you get down by Rite Aid, hey, suddenly there may be enough parcels there to qualify that they could be redeveloped. And then obviously once you hit the new storage place or Ralph's, you know, that's going to be, I was just trying to understand on the prime examples, where does this apply, where it doesn't. Very quickly, I think it devolves into, it's going to take very detailed analysis by planning to map it.
Yes, and you know, one of the things that would be good to know before we adjourn this meeting is whether El Camino Real is greater than 100-foot right-of-way and Encinitas Boulevard. Those are important questions because that picture you have with 4 graphics with one X'd out, it would be interesting to know if we actually can X out that other one.
Can I jump in with one more question that goes right along with yours? And as I know with all our right-of-ways, they're very rarely, if ever, consistent. So if I have 105, 95, 105, 95, what's that do to the corridor? And I know you probably don't have the answer tonight, but that's going to be a question.
So
Or
if
did
it's
you wanna-
within, so if it's within the 70 and 150, so there's a lot of range there. So that's going to encompass most of our boulevards, for example.
Yes, but I'm more concerned about the number of dwelling units per acre. So are we talking about 40 if it's, you know, less than 100, or are we at the 60?
No,
And
those
Roy
are,
looks
those are
like
very
he's
good
about to
points
answer
because
that
if it's
question.
immediately in front of that particular parcel, which set of rules apply and how does that apply? And we'll certainly look into that, I'm sure, once we get into the weeds.
Yeah, just the El Camino Real corridor, the minimum right-of-way width is 126 feet. Actually, there's a range between 126 feet and 140 feet.
Oh, so it is a
Real.
60 dwelling unit per acre on El
That's
Camino
correct.
Real.
That's correct.
And do we know on Encinitas Boulevard?
Encinitas Boulevard ranges from 92 feet to 126 feet.
Thank you. I see no other questions.
Okay. So, so the last couple, I'm just going to touch on this. There are rules relating to relocation assistance. So there's no, if it's an 100% affordable project, there is no relocation assistance for commercial tenants. For mixed income projects, there are requirements for relocation payments to qualified small businesses of 6 to 18 months to rent. To qualify, a commercial tenant must be headquartered in the county. The lease needs to expire within 3 years of the application being submitted, under 20 employees, gross receipts of under $1 million, and is operating on site. Not very often that this will kick in. So, options to consider for action in the future. Adopt an ordinance implementing AB 2011. The ordinance itself would be exempt from CEQA. You always have the option to be more liberal in allowing more development than the minimums of state law. You have the option to expressly require ground floor retail for up to 50%. Mixed-use projects cannot entirely avoid this requirement. I should say mixed income projects. For mixed income projects, you have the option to decrease the certain minimum setbacks. This goes along the same lines of we can allow more development than the minimum that the state law is requiring. We have the option to require EV parking spaces where equipment is installed. We have the option to require bike parking spaces. We have the option to require accessible parking spaces. We may pre-exempt parcels. There are some legal issues if we do this, but the city may exempt a parcel from the mandatory approval requirements before the application is submitted. It requires written findings establishing that identifying alternative sites that can be developed by right, that there would be no overall loss in the number of units or affordable units, and new sites must affirmatively further fair housing. The ordinance, if you have an ordinance, we have the option to clarify versus certain labor requirements, The city could, for example, establish a fee to offset the city's enforcement costs. So if an applicant desires to build something, then we could have a fee mandating that they pay us to hire the inspector to make sure that they're actually complying with the labor requirements. We could figure out rules relating to the enforcement of relocation requirements. We could spell out a little bit more about which rules apply to which parcels. We can look into that, but I think the answer is going to be always that it's 30 dwelling units per acre, but there may be some instances where that's not always true. We have the option to reduce the amount of mandatory setbacks. We could increase or decrease the number of structures on the local historic register. So if we're concerned about one or two or any number of different historic properties that might be affected by this, then you could certainly make sure that they're on the register. For vacant sites currently zoned commercial, when I say commercial, I mean one of those three things. Adding single-family zoning as an allowed use would exempt the parcel, but that's only for vacant sites. For high fire hazard severity zones, we hinted at this. There's different interpretations of exactly what that means. Vacant sites are clearly exempt if they're in a fire zone. The city always has the option to exempt rent control because mixed-use projects cannot demolish rent-controlled units. So that is it as far as AB 2011. Okay, we can breathe. Questions on that before I move to SB 6, which is easier to understand?
Yes, so I'm assuming that projects that are proposed under these and will still be required to pay development impact fees
Yes.
per our standard process. And if a property owner is proposing a residential structure on a commercial parcel that is currently parked for retail to our standards, and their proposed residential unit reduces that parking, is that something that we can nix that project because of our parking standards?
Well, we can certainly look into that.
Yeah, so any proposed project would not be able to violate the requirements of the retail parking that's associated with that shopping center.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
Okay, Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So along the lines of development impact fees, would developers also be required to build the improvements in the right-of-way as the city, if the city has plans for those, like where we have sidewalks and things? Roy's nodding yes, so that's good. So
Yes, that's correct.
okay,
Just for the record, yes, that's correct.
great, thank you. So I'll just offer some thoughts on the options that you provided us. I do think we should require ground floor retail. That seems like a healthy part of a specific plan that we see in our commercial areas, with some limits on office space, like the real estate offices that we are seeing more of in downtown. I don't think that that's exactly healthy for our thriving economy. I do think it's a great idea to mandate bike storage and bike parking on site, because we're seeing that's the most popular mode for the future going forward. EV parking seems like a good idea. Obviously, ADA and accessible parking spots would be needed. I do think it's a good idea to have the retail parking, and I'm happy to hear that it's needing to be 25 feet away from the frontage. And so whatever we can do to keep it, if there's ways to tuck it or hide it or just not have it so prominent on the facade, I think that's best. Are we allowed to have tree planting standards and vegetation requirements?
The state law does not expressly talk about that. They do need to meet our objective design standards. So if those are not included, we may wish to include them. I believe we do require that.
we
for
did
a
require
number of
that.
things.
Yeah, I think thinking of trees, vegetation, and shade would all be good elements to include in our ordinance if that's possible. And then I'm just curious to know, why would we lessen setbacks? That doesn't seem like something we would want to do. It's not really consistent with our character. There's not really a good reason. Okay. And then last question, and this might be for staff, but this option of the pre-exempted parcels. So I know we have some really precious buildings to our own history that are not designated historic, like the La Paloma, and there's a few more. So are you suggesting that we identify those now, and can you think of some other ones that we should be thinking of in advance?
we don't have any other sites that we think may qualify. I would definitely would like to caution the council or give you a heads up in terms of the implications of the exemption. The law requires you that if you exempt a property, you have to identify an alternative or to rezone a different parcel to make up for that loss in housing, which potentially could raise a Prop A issue. Because now we would have to rezone another property to make up for the loss of housing that we're losing as a result of that exemption.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And that made me think about some of the other uses we have on El Camino Real, which are not urban uses, like the senior living, the schools, faith-based institutions. Those are not included in the commercial definition. Is that correct? Okay.
If I could clarify, it's the law doesn't talk about existing uses. The law talks about what the three uses that are permitted by right in a zone. So if a zone, for instance, along our El Camino Real corridor is commercial, some of the uses on the site might not be a commercial use, but the zoning allows retail, office, and parking. Therefore, AB 2011 is allowed on that property. So if there's a residential use or if there's a senior living facility, but if the underlying zoning allows for retail, office, and parking, then they're qualified to invoke AB 2011.
Okay, that's important. Thanks for saying so. Okay. Those are all of my questions and my opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. So the use matrix is going to come into play here? Yes. I don't know if you noticed, but my deputy mayor just hit me with the elbow to remind me that this is in fact a joint meeting and that I've been looking at this display for requests to speak, and that has left our esteemed planning commission. So I don't know if anybody over there's got any questions. In the future, if you just wave your hands if you want to ask a question, please do. Yes, Commissioner Sherratt.
I had two brief questions. Inclusionary housing would still apply?
Yes.
And then the other thing is, could these be shared housing projects, any of them, for AB 682?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by a shared housing project.
Well, we have a new category of density from the state called shared housing for co-living buildings, where there's a shared kitchen, but individual units.
So the state standards.
I would think it could be, but
Right, we could certainly look into that. So the statute itself talks about required income levels. It doesn't talk about shared housing necessarily qualifying, but I think it's going to be more on whether they meet the income standards, but we can certainly look into that.
thank you.
Any other planning commissioner questions?
Could I, if I could just make a comment, and this is one, Roy, I think you can answer this pretty easy. Our objective design standards apply to all mixed-use projects, is that correct? And will our objective design standards, because I remember we rolled them out not for everybody, will they apply to these developments?
You are correct. We do have objective standards applicable for mixed-use development.
So when I look at this, I mean, our new objective design standards have a lot of requirements for landscaping. There's a matrix that has to be met. Open space, there's another matrix, there's amenities. It seems to me, I don't know, I'm having a hard time picturing this happening in such an urban environment as how they're being developed. But it's going to be an obstacle for any developer. But I do like the idea of, as Councilmember Hinsey mentioned, it's like I want to see trees incorporated in this thing. I'm a little bit concerned that they want us to build within, or insist that we build within 10 feet of the frontage of the property line. I think that's a little too much to, it's gonna make for a looming presence, especially if these buildings could be 4 or 5 or 6 stories tall. But I definitely agree we need retail on the ground floor. If this is the way it's gonna be, otherwise it's gonna be a wall. We'll make it less pedestrian friendly. Bicycle requirements, EV requirements, I think are all really critical in this one. is we're gonna be making a corridor that hopefully people won't be driving on. Right now, it's El Camino Real is where mostly people are talking about this. It's the least walkable section of our city. And I've hoofed it now several times as part of our ECR study. I don't have any more specific comments. I'm going to let somebody else go for this. I think staff is got this. I'm desperate for that map. I really want to see that map. And I think that's going to be a really critical function for us. El Camino Real, 90 units per acre, possibly.
Great. Thank you. Deputy, Steve? Commissioner Dalton?
I would lend my support to the idea of mandating the retail. I think that's really important, and the bike parking. Those are my two issues.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
I want to play off of something Chair Doyle was just saying, and that's about our objective standards. When we put our objective standards together, we were thinking of the types of developments that would be conforming with it. I would like to just make sure we can tie this, kind of test this back against the objective standards to make sure there's reasonable ways to move forward and still achieve the objectives we have identified in our objective standards. And the reason I say that is these kinds of new policies are very focused on density and housing, of course, but they really don't take into consideration some of those things that are so important to us, and that's our permeable surface, our mature trees, and our landscape and our open space. And this, I know this council anyway, and I believe the Planning Commission too, we really look at our development and our quality of life through that lens of making sure these other very important elements of construction are achieved at the highest level possible. So, I don't want there to be some unintended consequences. So I would like to look at our objective standards, knowing that this new requirement will then abide by them and just make sure we've still got everything the way we want it. So things don't happen that we didn't expect. So that's one comment. The other is about historic properties, and our historic properties are near and dear to my heart, and I think they are also seen as an asset and a value to our community when we talk about our culture and our history. In the past, we haven't necessarily thought we need to put things in place to protect them, but as we move forward and we look at all the properties available and what might conform with this and looking what's out there, we may want to intentionally look at what we need to do to preserve more of our historic properties. And now I don't know, that would be a side thing for the city to look into. And I know even though we don't have much more than La Paloma on the National Historic Register, we've got the Bowman Ranch now, but which apparently is the only thing that you're saying would then qualify that for not being included in this. I think that it warrants us really looking at the value of those assets in our community and the best way for us to preserve them. A bit of a side topic there, but there wouldn't be any. I mean, we can continue with looking, Scott, I think you were implying if we want those to not be included, then we move forward with looking at preserving them through putting them on the National Historic Register if they're eligible.
I don't even think it has to be the National Historic Register, but they could be locally declared to be historic.
Okay.
We can look in the exact mechanisms, but I think that would be sufficient.
I think that'd be important. Thank you. That's it.
Doesn't this, if this is going into effect on July 1st, does that mean we no longer have to upzone for our housing element? I mean, this is affordable housing writ large on our community. And so it would seem to me that this idea of site selection and other things is no longer
Well,
operative.
while you bring that up, I will point out a slide that I was going to save for later, but I'll share it now. Hopefully it made it in here. Relating to the housing element, so AB 2011 and SB 6 allow residential in areas previously not allowed. And there's additional affordable units from AB 2011, SB 6 that will count towards meeting our RENA. Approved housing element site. So as you may be aware, we recently approved a housing element site. Turns out that they're all, under their practices, that we're able to count an additional 49 non-deed restricted units at low income that count towards meeting the RENA. So, and then this plus any number of additional sites may suggest that we will not need to update our housing element for fear that we wouldn't have enough units. So I think to your point, will this end up yielding more affordable units? I think that is undeniably the case. The question is when.
And so that second bullet, additional affordable units from AB 2011 and SB 6 will count toward meeting our RENA. So if the issue is the RENA, Roy appears to be getting ready to speak up.
Yes, unfortunately, we can't automatically default the zoning. So, for instance, if it's 30 or 60 or 90, however many, whatever the DU is per acre, HCD will not recognize those as sites yet to meet our RENA obligation because it was not part of our housing element. But if sites are developed through AB 2011 or SB 6, the affordable units that are coming out of those development will qualify to meet our RENA obligations. So it's unfortunately we can't count it now. We can't count it until development is in and are in place and the units are in place.
Yeah, that's going to need a little bit more explanation from the attorney because, I mean, you know, the notion that we're going to upzone current, you know, parcels throughout the city in order to meet the no net loss provisions, for example, and yet we're going to have this, you know, specter of 2011 hanging over our heads is just, you know, that's not something that is good for our community. So
yes, and that is something that we're discussing with our special housing attorney, and we're strategizing on how to approach HCD with that issue in terms of how can we take advantage of AB 2011 and SB 6 to meet our RENA obligations.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Ehlers.
Let's see, a lot of my questions got answered, but I want to go back to the objective design standards. And in particular, I was looking at the landscape one here, and it's a point system, so I think it would still apply just fine. And I'm talking about the standard, objective standard, not the guidelines. So it would still do the same encouraging, although I have to admit they're trying to plant a building right where we would have planted trees. So, you know, so it's a little awkward. The historic designation, I agree with your comments there. And it sounds like we might be able to have a local designation that maybe is not as, what's the word I'm looking for, arduous to go through to attain. In the case of the federal, I believe it requires the owner's cooperation. Would this historic designation or district or whatever we want to call it, would it require the owner's cooperation? And are there examples out there of qualifying historic designations that you have encountered?
So I did just confirm, I looked at the statute, it does, so I'll just read it to you. The development would require, so it's not allowed if the development would require the demolition of historic structure that was placed on a national, state, or local historic register. So if it's on our local historic register, then these rules would not apply.
Okay. And my question about to get on those registers, is there any requirement that the owner
That's going to be a creature of the municipal code, and I don't know
Okay.
what our municipal code requires offhand.
Well, but presumably we can craft that, but
Yes.
I guess I'm asking relative to AB 2011, is there any option there?
AB 2011 does not dictate how it gets onto the local register.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Chairman Doyle.
Thank you, and I'm glad this is related to the same point. So if we pre-exempt a property, say La Paloma, a commercial property, and we say, and it has to be replaced, does it need to be replaced with something that's housing or something that's more commercial? I mean, if we needed to upzone something and turn it into residential, that would potentially trigger a Prop A vote. Whereas if we just had to say this area over here, which was God knows what, is now commercial, what would we have to replace it with? What kind of property would we have to replace it with?
So there's two things going on here. Number one, let me back up a little bit. So I indicated that if it's on the local historic register, that it wouldn't be exempt. I should say for mixed income projects. So that exemption does not apply if it's 100% affordable project. So to your point, so if you end up designating, so if you are pre-selecting a site and you make those findings, then essentially you're saying then, well, even though we're reducing the amount of housing that would go here, we're increasing the amount of housing that we're putting on a different site. So that's what
Okay.
you would have to end up doing.
So, I mean, I work best with concrete examples. Here's La Paloma. Everyone loves it. Big old commercial building. If we were to pre-exempt that, I think it probably sits on, the whole structure is maybe like 3 acres. Would we then have to say some other commercial area and pick one and say, you get an additional 30 or 60 units? Is that what this law seems to imply?
Exactly.
Yowza.
Or you could say, we've made it up somewhere else. You could say, well, we're going to upzone maybe not even a commercial property, maybe this other area where we think housing is perfect, let's increase more housing somewhere else. So it doesn't have to be only on an AB 2011 project. You can put it somewhere in the city and we're upzoning it somewhere else.
And, well, something now to be discussed here, I don't really know the answer for this, but Prop A is always looming behind me. I'm wondering, it's like eventually we're gonna step over that line, we're gonna have a Prop A vote. And I hope it's going to be something that the public will accept and support. But honestly, if we say, oh, this area here that could have 90 units now has an extra 60, or probably only 30 because of La Paloma's next to 2 narrow streets, yeah, I don't really know. The Prop A thing, I think that's gonna be one for Roy and his people to sort out. But we need to know, or actually, Scott, Prop A is gonna happen eventually. We're gonna do something, and this one sounds like it could trigger it. It's kind of hard to see how it could not. So the idea that protecting La Paloma could endanger some other site, I don't know. It's just a major consideration to have. We would be basically telling one section that's now going to be even denser than it ever could have been.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely a little puzzle that we'll need to work through, but I think that there are enough historic sites in Encinitas that we should look at those and make sure that they're protected adequately. Deputy Mayor Lyons just indicated to me that we do have a local registry, and so I think whatever motion that we put together to give you the direction should include direction to really review the historic properties that we have and any that might be missing, and then I guess what we are looking towards is a no net loss need to upzone, which would put some upzones to the voters, and so at that time, I think we need to add any exempt trades to be prepared for that, because it is really important that we keep those historic properties intact. Okay, my next question is just about timing. So July 1st, this becomes law. We're going to need to develop an ordinance, which is going to take time, and I suppose a little bit of public input to the extent that's possible. So how early are we thinking that we would be able to have an ordinance in place? And then between the July 1st and that time, I assume we just have to accept applications that come in.
The last question there, yes, we have to accept applications. The law doesn't require us to adopt an ordinance in order for us to implement it, state law. As far as timing goes, it depends on, we have to really evaluate the ordinance. we're thinking 6 months to a year, depending if if we have to do an environmental review document, whether it's a M&D or an EIR.
Madam Clerk, how many public speakers do we have?
None.
None. Okay, so Commissioner Pendergrast.
Thank you. Two questions. So when we were seeing some by right density bonus projects come through on the planning commissions, one of the optionalities was the impact of the project, if it was going to be exempt from CEQA, safety. So that was one of the few things that the density bonus laws allowed for the local authority to review the project and be concerned and issue an opinion based on the safety. Does that apply? Does that issue apply to AB, these two?
Yes, indirectly, because each one of these projects has the potential to be a density bonus project. So they don't have to request a density bonus per se, but I would imagine a number of them would request density bonuses. And as you indicated, anytime that a project is a density bonus project, if it is a public health safety concern based on any number of circumstances, quantifiable, direct impacts, et cetera, then we do have that discretion to deny the project. Those are very high bars to establish to be able to deny a density bonus project, but that is a possibility.
Okay, so it's possible if it's a density bonus, but under these two bills,
The-
it's not a specific carve-out.
Yes, but, so you're absolutely correct that there's not a carve-out for that exact carve-out. However, there is this carve-out which we mentioned. It's essentially the upzoning, downzoning issue. There is a finding in here. You are able to make specified findings. I don't recall. Somebody can tell me where that is in the presentation.
Lost track which
Yeah,
direction we're going.
right. There is some language in here. I apologize that I can't find it, but there is language in here that essentially says, if we find that this project, for whatever reason, would not be a good project, if we upzone it somewhere else, that there will be sufficient availability of housing on other locations, so we don't need this to meet our housing requirements.
All right, trying to digest that.
Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you. So moving forward, I know it's a long time frame, but one of the things I'd be interested in knowing moving forward is more information about private property rights as it relates to sites that we might want to make historic sites, and whether or not the property owner would have to agree or not. So that's just something I think we should think about moving forward.
One last one. Under the current density bonus laws, my understanding is there are certain sites that are not applicable for density bonus if they are close to a freeway, within a certain distance of a freeway. There are a few sites along Encinitas Boulevard that are close to freeways, but at the same time, they are close to the train station, close to the beach. They are transit-oriented development opportunities, but they are not allowed to be used under the density bonus laws. First of all, is that correct?
So, Tarquin, I don't know if you recall, but as far as the density bonus rules, but
Yeah.
as far as this requirement, and maybe staff can jump in as well. So this says it cannot be, you can't use AB 2011 if it's within 500 feet of a freeway. You cannot, here's the slide that's up, it's not within 3,200 feet of an oil or gas extraction well or refinery.
All right, so that's consistent with the existing law. So AB
So
2011 and SB 6 are continuing those.
If I could clarify, unfortunately, the density bonus law does not have a provision that prohibits projects to be adjacent to a freeway. So there's no provision that restrict projects from being next to a freeway. So that's not in the density bonus law. As Scott was mentioning, AB 2011 is the only state law that has this new provision in terms of proximity of projects to a freeway.
So someone could come under the density bonus laws on a site that's within 500 feet of the freeway.
If it's 501 feet away, if where they're building it is at least, let's say, 600 feet away, if they're building a project 600 feet away from the freeway, then they could potentially comply with AB 2011.
But for density bonus, they can be 10 feet from the freeway.
Got it.
Obviously, there are other provisions in terms of noise standards, CEQA, that they're subject to that could dictate how far they can be from the freeway. But in terms of the by right, they are allowed to be adjacent to a freeway.
So in the case of, say, can we talk about, oh, you haven't voted on that one that's coming up yet on your calendar tonight, so we can't use that as an example.
So a good example
Got
is
it. All right.
the good example is the Union Clark
Okay.
project.
Let's use that one for example. So that qualified under density bonus law. It was with, we'll just call it 350 feet or whatever the measurement point is. Is it to the unit or to the property line or to from where it is measured? But let's just say it's 50 feet, doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter how
Yeah,
close.
it doesn't matter. And plus, they wouldn't qualify for AB 2011.
It wouldn't qualify for AB 21, but it could qualify under the density bonus laws.
That's correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
So it's either or a combination of the two, but
Yeah, density bonus law is existing law that's separate. This is a separate housing law, and all this is saying is that someone who invokes AB 2011, they also have the same rights to the density bonus law, which is a separate law.
all right, so I apologize. If they have the same rights under the density bonus laws, can be within 50 feet of the freeway, then how is that consistent with AB 2011, which says?
If they conflict,
Yes.
the more restrictive law applies, which is the 500 feet.
Thank you.
Roy, have there been any inquiries of the Development Services Department about AB 2011?
Yes, we've had several meetings with several developers inquiring about some of the sites throughout town.
Yikes. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, can you go back to the slide that had the exempt or the, where you can pre-select? And I would just want to clarify, is historic the same thing, or is historic exemption a different?
They're different issues.
Okay,
So
that's what I thought.
Yes.
And I think we were talking about it here and intermixing the two, and
Correct.
I got confused, so.
Thank you.
So the exempt is the one you have to replace. Historic, do you have to replace the capacity?
No,
Okay,
because it
thank you.
doesn't even qualify.
Great, perfect.
And to to Commissioner Prendergast, this is the slide that I was looking for. You can exempt parcels. There are certain findings that you're able to make, and you can see at the top there.
And then I think we clarified this earlier, but just to verify, the El Camino Real specific plan that is in process, that because we haven't done the EIR yet, it's too late. So how will that interplay? It wouldn't be able to preempt anything in AB 211, I think is what you're saying.
Correct. So that will simply need to say, well, you can follow these rules, or you can apply AB 2011.
And then as far as we talked about, like in the case of density bonus and inclusionary, the developer gets to double count, right? They get to count the same base lower income units to qualify for both.
Correct.
Are we now saying they get to triple count? They are the same units for AB 211, qualifying them for density bonus and also qualifying them for their inclusionary. So their
Yes.
first unit is literally triple counted.
Yes.
So we get no additional this just seems crazy, but I'll leave it at that. So, thank you. Last question. Can we
Yes.
get the slides? Because
Yes.
there's a lot in those slides that flew by, and I'm sure we'll all be looking at them in detail. So I'd love to get a copy.
Would be
And
happy to share.
how many SB6 slides do you have?
Not too many. I'm looking at the clock just as you are.
Because
We
have a
will
couple
be able to
more
get through this.
Folks with questions, do you want to wait until SB6 presentation, or do you want to get the questions in now? Okay, why don't you go ahead and go through that presentation?
Perfect. So we were just talking about AB 2011 and SB 6. This is a much more straightforward statute. Similarly, it's effective July 1st, 2023, and it adds these code sections. How is it similar? Well, number one, conforming housing is an allowed use in zones which allow office, retail, or parking as a principal use. You, again, may obtain a density bonus and concessions or incentives similar to 100% affordable. required relocation assistance for small businesses. We must send notices to all the businesses. Prevailing wages must be paid. The project needs to be 30 dwelling units per acre. Additionally, so now what is different? It does not automatically require affordable housing. They can just build a high-density project. However, we have an inclusionary requirement, so they'll probably end up qualifying for a density bonus. It's allowed in commercial zones, not only in commercial corridors. When I say commercial zones, again, I mean one of those areas that's either office, retail, or parking. So it's not dependent on the width of the street. It's not automatically exempt from CEQA, unlike projects which are 100% affordable. Prevailing wages must be paid, plus they have to pay skilled and trained workforce with monthly reports. So you're paying union dollars, plus you're hiring union workers, is what that means. Now, technically, they don't say union, but a trained workforce is pretty much another way of saying union almost every time. The lot requirements are similar to AB 2011. A lot needs to be 20 acres or less, and it needs to be in an urban area and not just an urban cluster. It doesn't matter for our purposes, it qualifies, or Encinitas is urban. No more than 1/3 of the square footage can be industrial on the site or adjacent. Sounds very familiar. The development standards, they need to meet the inclusionary requirements. It's also similar to 2011. Density must meet or exceed the housing element density. Essentially, they need to build it at least 30 dwelling units per acre. They must comply with the current zoning if it meets the housing density bonus. So if not, then it's what is the nearest zone? Translation, it's going to be our R30 requirements. They need to meet our zoning standards for R30. The design, they also need to meet housing development needs to be consistent with any approved sustainable community strategies prepared by the Metropolitan Planning Agency, i.e. SANDAG. Procedural requirements, they have to comply with all the public noticing rules applicable to housing developments. They have to pay the applicable fees. They cannot use streamlined ministerial approval of 65913.4, which is SB 35. If the lot was previously developed under SB 35 with 1 to 10 units, or in concert with a party previously proposing 1 to 10 units. This is what I was remembering, that if you use the benefit one time, you can't get it a second time. CEQA might apply as normal. Exemptions. A city may exempt parcels if it makes one of two written findings. If the lost residential density is reallocated to other suitable lots with housing allowed by right, or the lost residential density from each parcel can be accommodated on site, allowing densities above specified densities in excess of the acreage required to accommodate lower income regional housing needs assessment allocation. In other words, if we upzone somewhere, then we can prevent housing, or we can reduce the amount of housing on a particular site. Or we can say, well, we already have enough somewhere else because we already have padded into our numbers enough numbers to meet the RENA requirements. Options: adopt an ordinance and or exempt certain parcels. As I indicated, it's only 9 pages, so it's much shorter and much easier to understand. Questions?
Yes, we have questions from Deputy Mayor Lyons first.
A comment and a question. My comment has to do with both of these, and it has to do with what you've said, Scott, when you kind of teed it up. What can we do from here? And one of the things you said is we can decide whether we want to charge fees, whether we want to have the developer come forward with the cost to us. And after getting my head around this a little bit better, I'm a big thumbs up on that. Right now, we're just kind of concluding our budget season here at the city, and we continue to take on a lot of things that we're either mandated or we decide that it's in the best interest of the community, and for staff to continue to take on these heavy burdens of this additional work without passing that cost off to the developers seems unreasonable to me. So that's my thought on that, and my comment on that. And the other question I have is in that last part on SB 6 that you just mentioned as far as the exemption. We can reduce housing elsewhere. Could you go into that a little bit more? I'm kind of lost on that one entirely.
So if somebody applies to the city and says, I would like to develop this particular parcel, so we can exempt parcels. We can even pre-exempt the parcels if we can make one of two findings. So one finding we would make is the lost residential density is reallocated to other suitable lots with housing rights allowed by right. In other words, if we're going to decrease the number of housing units available here, we're increasing them somewhere else, and that's by right. The somewhere else is by right. So we can't later on say, haha, just kidding, we're going to deny the project. We actually have to approve it if somebody else in the future will apply. So that's the first option. The second option is lost residential density from each parcel can be accommodated on site, on one or more sites, allowing densities above specified densities and in excess of the acreage required to accommodate lower income RENA allocations. Some cities, that's a long way of saying, some cities sometimes will end up building a cushion. We say, well, we only had to hit 1,000 RENA numbers, but we're built up, we've identified sites for 1,500. See, we have a 500 cushion, so if we, on this particular lot, we say, well, we're gonna decrease that by 30, so that goes against the 500. See, we've got plenty of available, now we only have 470 cushion. That's the other finding.
Does that imply we're counting RENA before the projects come in?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay. Well, I'll continue to listen.
I think what Deputy Mayor Lyons means is that how are you calculating those numbers? Is it by the projects we have in and looking at what's already in the housing element? And I actually think Director Sapa might be able to answer that.
If you're referring to the second exemption, my reading of that is that the newly identified site could either be already one of the housing element sites, and we're upzoning it even more to accommodate more housing on that site. Because the reading of it is allowed density above specified density, which is to count towards your RENA, which that's saying that you would have to upzone one of our R30 sites to allow more than the 30 DU per acre to offset the loss of housing from the site that the council will exempt. So I think that's what the second bullet is saying. To my point earlier, we still can't count any of the AB 2011 or SB 6 sites towards our RENA right now, just by default, by the zoning, we would have to build the units, and the resulting affordable units then would be counted towards our RENA. Unless we go through a housing element update, then we include all, we can talk to HC and say, okay, as part of our housing element update, we're going to include all of the sites in the city that where AB 2011 is allowed by right. And then it's a negotiation between the city and HCD on whether or not, or on what they would accept through the housing element update process.
This is a kind of weird slide because it seems to be suggesting that city staff could decide to exempt some properties unless, I guess, the council pre-exempts, but I don't know how this would play because I can't see city staff saying, no, that site's not going to fly.
And that's part of our recommendation to the city council to bring forward an ordinance where the council will prescribe through that ordinance how that process plays out. Right.
What will determine whether a parcel is exempted or not?
That's correct.
Okay.
Consistent with the law.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Okay, one refinement question and then one big question. The scenario that you just described, Roy, where we would transfer the upzone to an R30, that would need to go to a vote of the people, right, under Prop A. We couldn't just make that more dense without doing so.
That's correct.
Okay, so the big question, and maybe this isn't the right time, it will come back to us as a policy discussion, but it just makes me wonder why we would continue on with the effort of the El Camino Real specific plan if this is accomplishing more than what that plan was set out to do in the first place. So will you come back to us with a recommendation to either end that endeavor or reconcile these two processes?
Thank you for that. One of the things that we've been tossing around is let's have this conversation about AB 2011 and SB 6, and then leverage these two bills as much as we can to meet the objectives or achieve the objectives of providing more housing along our El Camino Real corridor. So this can achieve that. However, we still would like to, we will bring something forward to the City Council to have the conversation about continuing with that effort to solidify or to make sure that we have objective standards in place so that when somebody along the El Camino Real specific plan area comes forward with an SB 6 or AB 2011 project, that we will have objective standards in place for those development. Otherwise, it would be a challenge for us to impose standards when our existing zoning for commercial was anticipated commercial development and never anticipated residential development along the El Camino Real corridor. So that would be our recommendation. We'll bring that forward, but we wanted to have this conversation first and see the direction where the council wants to go with AB 2011 and SB 6, and then we will try to leverage both bills as much as we can to benefit our El Camino Real specific plan.
And when you bring back the recommendations, I hope that you will consider pivoting from specific planning to maybe streetscape planning, because it would be good to have a CIP project on the books that we could theoretically get fair share contributions from any projects that are developed to address some of the walkability, bikeability issues that are prevalent on Highway 101. The other question that I was going to ask is what the width of Highway 101 is, because at least in theory, some of the land along Highway 101 could qualify, and whether it's 60 dwelling units per acre or 40 would be an important question. Councilmember Ehlers.
Oh, you got me halfway through a drink. I thought you were going to ask a whole question. Back on the RENA, and probably a question to Roy as much as anybody. The RENA is a two-step process where we go through a housing element update, and we have to qualify, and we have to show we have capacity for that and have a buffer. When you talk about the SB or AB 11 or SB 6 units having to be built, that brings to mind like ADU counts, and the ADU counts are. We go through the cycle we're in now, we build whatever we build, and we use that number to qualify and reduce the next cycle's required RENA numbers that get subtracted off. What I think you're saying here is that to date, the way it's currently constructed, we would only get to count the actual builds, not today, but in our next housing element update qualification in 2029. Am I getting that correct?
As far as the AB 2011,
Yeah.
no, I'm actually talking about actual built units. The difference between the ADU is that we have a history of building ADUs, so we were able to show HCD that we produce X number of ADUs per year, and then we factor in a percentage of those ADUs to be restricted to low income. That's how they were able to accept a certain number of ADUs to be counted towards our RENA obligation. This
So
is the
during,
case where,
okay, so during this cycle, if we were to permit 100, let's say 150 lower income AB 2011 units, and they are built during this cycle, we could then, we would be able to satisfy no net loss and be able to include that in our buffer, basically build the buffer during the cycle.
it count towards our RENA. So
Directly.
directly.
So it is different than
We don't have to worry about a
ADUs.
buffer. It just goes directly to our 838 units, low income
Okay.
units.
So it is a good mechanism for Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification.
And you would think that if we have projects in the pipeline, it's kind of strikes me as odd that they would say, oh, but those haven't been built yet. You think there might be a chance we could say, hey, you know, these are working their way through, or?
That's the conversation that we have to have with HCD through the housing element update process.
Okay.
Because we didn't make that argument during the housing element, it's not built into our housing element, we can't use the default zoning. If I could respond to the mayor's questions about the width of 101. 101 width is 90 feet north 101 and 100 feet in south 101.
So North 101 theoretically would be a 40 dwelling unit per acre 2011 project, and south would be possibly a 60 unit.
60 DUs. And then as far as the El Camino Real specific plan, your comment about potentially transitioning to a CIP on El Camino Real plan versus a specific plan, I would encourage the council to stay the course with the specific plan, given that the specific plan is a higher level policy document that defines not only the landscaping requirements, streetscape requirements, and then the CIP folks can bring forward a project that is consistent with that plan. So but I would encourage the councilors to stay that course, and because then those standards, we talked about earlier about objective standards, and the only way we can codify objective standards is through a specific plan document.
So where previously the specific planning process caused some anxiety in the community, 2011 will now do that, and we can maybe lower that anxiety by actually putting in place some provisions, some design standards, whatever the tools might be.
One approach that we would recommend is to remove the zoning for residential from the specific plan, because we included an R30 overlay as part of the specific plan. Now that we have AB 2011 and SB 6, that will take the place of that overlay. Therefore, our specific plan will not have an upzone component for residential.
Thank you. Commissioner Dalton.
Yeah, I think just to be clear, the prevailing wage requirements of 2011 is a significant impediment to some development. So I don't think it's a straight swap. If the El Camino Camino Real specific plan, I think, puts in place a vision for what we'd like to see as a city, as a mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented district. And more property owners will do that if they can do it under the specific plan guidelines. There seems to be some worry, depending on what side of the issue you are here, whether like the floodgates are opening up here. But I think the prevailing wage will actually prevent quite a number of property owners from pursuing anything with 2011.
That'll be interesting to see. Chairman Doyle.
Thank you. As I've learned from a couple of my mentors, I always try and look at where the problems are going to come from in the future. Now, I believe you mentioned, Scott, the lost residential density from a parcel. If we're going to do an exemption, I'm looking at this slide in front of me. Now, if we have, you said we could take that from our buffer. Someone could say, this building is just 50 units too big, and if we have a buffer of 800, we say, well, we've got it covered. I mean, it's probably an argument that would be contested by the applicant, but I'm picturing that argument coming up at almost every one of these cases.
So, yeah, so I did, actually, I've got it right here in front of you. I will show you, and I can read it to the rest of the group, but essentially, yes, if there's a buffer, then we can say, look, we already have enough, but for it to qualify for the buffer, those we'll need to make sure that we have lots that actually qualify. They need to be, quote, site suitable for residential development and have the same meaning as this. Essentially, they need to be by right what I'm going to call housing element sites, that we need, if we have enough of those that qualify, if we have enough buffer of those, then we would be able to meet those requirements.
And even though we know, like, we have 800 units in our buffer, but we don't really, since vast majority of those will be built as market rate units. So, I mean, no net loss is coming, but an argument could still be made that a project should be stopped because we have those units in our buffer. I mean, it would have to be a pretty damn compelling argument.
Right, so it'll very much depend on the facts, but that's certainly a possibility.
Okay, I'm just picturing that one. I'll probably, by the time that comes, I'll be off the planning commission and that'll be someone else's problem, but like to think.
Councilmember Ehlers.
I forgot my question. Go ahead.
I have a question about, and just to kind of put a bow on this question of Prop A. How does that play into all of this? Tell us again. We don't have the opportunity to decide whether we want to implement any of these by going to the voters and saying 2011 SB 6, do you like it or not?
So that is an extremely complicated question. I've already written a memo on that. I would be happy to share it with the rest of the council.
Okay. And
When I say the rest of the council, I've not shared it with the council, I've shared it with staff. So let me be clear.
okay. So we have no public speakers. We have no requests to speak from the council.
I'm happy to make a motion if you're ready for that.
Pardon me?
I'm happy to make a motion if you're ready for that.
Councilmember Blackwell would like to speak.
I did want to just clarify a couple things. So you can see me here absorbing a lot of this information. I did the homework, but it's still a lot to absorb. So could you go back to the local historic register sites? And I think it was something Councilmember Ehlers was pointing out that got me turned sideways on this. But if we increase that and label a site as a local historic register site, or national or state, whatever historic register is in place, then we still have to find the alternative site, right?
No.
No, we don't at all.
So one of the requirements for it to qualify under AB 2011 is that we're not demolishing a historic structure, period, end of story.
Okay.
But if for another reason we say, hey, actually that's not a good site, non-historic reasons, then we would need to do the upzoning, downzoning issue.
Yeah, okay, I understand. And then we got you to jump ahead to the punchline slide, I think, with some of the options and where you address the no net loss. Would you go back to that slide? Please.
I will try to find that slide. Okay, yes. Oops. I hit a wrong button and now I don't know where the mouse is. Here we are.
I think this is an important slide, and we went really quickly through it, but maybe you could just talk about particularly the third and fourth bullet.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Blackwell. As you recall, when we came to the City Council, we brought forward a contract for a consultant to prepare our housing element update. We came to the council that we were anticipating that we would trigger no net loss because of the number of our housing element sites that were in-house for development. That we were anticipating our no net loss to be triggered sometime in the fall of this year. I'm going to use Councilmember Hinsey's words, the Encinitas miracle. We were fortunate to, the Greek church, as you recall, is one of our housing element sites. It was a 61 total unit development. 12 of those units were restricted to affordable units, de-restricted affordable units. We were fortunate about 2 months ago or so that the Greek church reached out to us and shared that even though the other 49 units are not deed restricted units, but those units will be rented at affordable levels, which would still be counted towards our RENA obligations. As you recall, our RENA numbers that we projected or anticipated in our housing element, we projected that those are all going to be 100% affordable, which in essence, this project, once built and rented, it will be 100% affordable project, which is exciting for us. The last presentation we came to the council that based on our calculations, we're anticipating about a 55 unit short, or we're going to short 55 units. So with the 49 units plus some additional non-housing element site projects that are in the works, that we're confident that we will not be triggering no net loss, hopefully within the next year or two.
Thank you very much for providing that explanation in more detail, because I think that's really significant, given where we were a few months ago about no net loss, so thanks.
Planning commissioners, any questions? This item, I don't think necessarily needs a motion, but we could.
I was going to put one together just to add some direction about incorporating and perhaps adding to our local registrar of historic sites, as well as, I don't know if you need direction about the El Camino Real specific plan, but some direction to stay the course but remove any zoning. And then just ask the question if you feel the need to treat this as an urgency ordinance, considering that we have some interest from developers, and doing so without those standards in place might create projects we don't want to see. What do you think? Would we recommend an urgency ordinance in this case?
I would recommend an urgency ordinance. I would recommend that we establish fees to offset city enforcement costs. I would recommend requiring the EV parking, bike parking, and ADA parking. And I also recommend that we review with the appropriate local agency the historic properties that could be increased or even decreased depending on their guidance. I think that I would recommend upzoning some of the El Camino Real corridor areas that we are sure would be appropriate based on staff recommendation. And I would take off some of the down zones, some of the current R30 that were upzoned from R2 and other areas that are more agricultural, because now we have this opportunity with 2011 and 6 to upzone commercial. And I would do it expediently. I would give a timeline for that of having it done within about 7 days and bringing it back to council for your approval. That would be my recommendations, because you need to do this fairly quickly. If you could have gotten off the dime with the El Camino Real corridor specific plan sooner, it would have been better. But here you are. You have another opportunity. Let's not blow it. Let's move on it.
So I think that my preference would be to go back to the option slides. And I know you said option 1 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 3. I figured out that that is actually options and then options continued and then options continued. So all 3 of these slides of options, I think I didn't see anything in there that I didn't want to do, right? And I don't know whether we want to go through these point by point again and make sure that everything that you want is in there. But that, to me, seems like the approach that I would like to see us take. With regard to Commissioner Sherrod's preference, it seems like, did you say 7 days? Did you say 7 days? Yeah. I'm not
Yep.
sure that that's, maybe Roy could speak to her preferences.
Yeah, before I address Commissioner Sherrod's comments and recommendations, if I could advise the council. The code requires us to come forward, so today is just a joint study session. If the consensus from the council is for staff to initiate an ordinance, that we will bring forward a resolution to the city council sometime in August to initiate the ordinance, and then through that, during that public hearing, the council can provide detailed, specific direction on what to include in the ordinance. So we can move forward with the options that's presented here tonight, but the more appropriate place to have a more detailed discussion in terms of what specific details you want to include in that ordinance, we can have that discussion when we bring forward the resolution request in August. As far as the urgency ordinance, we'll have the conversation with our legal folks to determine whether or not this rise to the level of needing an urgency ordinance. And if we do need one, we will bring forward something expediently for the council to consider.
Okay, then. I would move staff's recommendation to bring back a ordinance resolution in August.
I'll second.
The
And,
motion does carry unanimously from the city council.
pardon me? And do we have the planning commission vote, or?
Per the attorney, no, just the city council does.
The planning commission make a recommendation if they wish to the city council, but only the city council can issue binding directives to staff on this.
Sorry.
We'll get a bite at the apple, I think.
Yeah.
Really?
All right. Then, if there are no other questions, comments, or
10 minutes to spare.
That's it?
That was as clear as mud.
Oh, yeah. I
So,
definitely-
state law, it's easy, right? You got it.
Good mud, yeah, I know. It's like, and honestly, were these guys in offices next to each other or at opposite corners of the building? Because, you know,
Water District Board meeting of June 21st, 2023 to order. Thank you all for coming. May we start with a roll call, please?
Yes. Board Member Blackwell?
Here.
Board Member Ehlers?
Here.
Board Member Hensy is not here at the moment. Vice President Kranz?
Here.
And President Lyons.
Here.
Record will reflect that all members are present with the exception of Board Member Hensy. And please note that San Diego Water District Board members receive an independent stipend of $100 for convening Water District meetings pursuant to San Diego Water District Resolution number 89-07.
Thank you very much. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to start out this meeting with a special presentation. And I'm going to hand it to Augustine Hahn, who will kick it off. It is the Water Smart Landscape Contest presentation.
Thank you, Director Lyons. So introducing the Water Smart Landscape Contest. A little bit about the contest. Water Smart stands for Sustain and Manage America's Resources for Tomorrow. This is a greater program that rewards water-efficient landscapes created by water agency customers. This is designed to complement our educational and rebate and incentive outreach. And you can see how we package that all together in a sample social media post on the bottom left of the PowerPoint slide. There are 12 participating agencies that are listed in the top right. And you can see how we went about advertising for this contest in our newsletter in the bottom right hand. And at this point, I'll turn it over to President Lyons to announce our winners.
All right, well, thank you. What we're going to do is I'm going to go a remote over here in the middle and get a microphone if there's one over there. I think there is, and call up the award winners, starting with the third prize, and I'll do it from over there. And please come up when I call your name, and Augustine will give recognition. And I think, London, should we wait for everyone to come up and then, okay. So thank you for creating wonderful landscapes and for putting your beautiful work forward and for presenting it for consideration for this award. I'm not sure if everyone's going to be here today, but I look forward to meeting you and having you come up and acknowledging your landscape. So for the third prize winner, we have Rebecca Armstrong. Is she here? Okay. Oh, okay, good. We'll see some photos. Thank you. Did I read it wrong? I'm sorry, we got that incorrectly listed. Let me see if we can get a clarification.
Yeah.
And so, would you please come up? Could you please clarify your last name, just your names? Sean, Rebecca Stromberg, and your family. And who you are? Well, thank you. Come on up here. And do we have any other pictures?
No, this is the little collage that we put together.
Well, very well done. We have 3 separate pictures there, and on the left was the before picture. So you can see all the great work that you did. Well, we have some information and some cups and some prizes in here. Thank you very much. And would you stay up here with me? Okay. Thank you. And for our second place, we have Brad Olander. And is Brad here? Hi, Brad, come on up. And if you'd like to bring your friends and family up, you're welcome to. And for second place, we have these wonderful pictures, the prior condition on the left and the same format as the other. Come on up. Thank you. Good work. And good work. Thank you. And for our first place is Melanie Cullen. Michael may be here and may be accepting. I don't see Michael. So unfortunately, both Melanie and Michael were not able to be here, but we have the opportunity to see their beautiful landscape and the before and the after. So we appreciate these images and their hard work as well. So let's give a round of applause, please. And so moving on to item 5, oral communications.
We have none.
We have none, thank you. Item 6, report from closed session. We did not hold a closed session, so we don't have a report. Item number 7, changes to the agenda. Do we have any changes to
There are no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving to the consent calendar, no items have been removed by the public.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously.
And so moving on to our item 10, item 10A. And so Finance Manager Kazunga will tee this up and set this up for us today.
Thank you, President Lyons and members of the board. The item before you is the adoption of the proposed FY 23-24 budget. On April 26, staff held a workshop to inform the board of all the issues that would be impacting the 23-24 budget. After hearing the issues, the board directed staff to introduce 2 scenarios of the budget in the following month. So on May 15th, staff introduced a FY 23-24 budget that reflected the joint facilities spend rate for FY 23-24, remaining at the current levels, and another scenario with reduced joint facilities appropriations, but with the goal of restoring appropriations to the full amount over the next 2 to 3 years. Both scenarios assumed that the district would receive at least 500 acre-feet of local water, would dip into the rate stabilization reserve in order to eliminate the remaining shortfall. The board then directed staff to prepare a budget that assumed a minimal amount of local water, a reduced spend on the joint facilities CIP, use of reserves for the shortfall. The board also expressed the need to see the rate stabilization reserve quickly restored. This brings us to the budget that is being presented for adoption today. As presented at both the April 26 workshop and the May 15 budget introduction, the district proposed revenues were developed using an average of the immediate past 3 years in order to provide a better projection for FY 23-24. The proposed revenues of $21.1 million incorporate customer conservation efforts as well as the final rate increase of 6.5% scheduled for January 1, 2024, from the 2021 water rate study. On the expenditure side, the district-wide expenditures of $24.4 million in FY 23-24 are projected. Because the loss of local water will impact both the Santa Fe Irrigation District and the San Dieguito Water District with higher water purchase costs, staff from both districts worked together to come up with ways to reduce expenditures in other areas. The result was to evaluate appropriations already committed to joint facilities projects and assess how quickly those projects could be accomplished. Staff from both districts determined that approximately $1.1 million of CIP spending could realistically be accomplished in FY 23-24. Of this amount, $500,000 would be the district's share. Additionally, the spend rate on joint facilities projects is expected to remain lower over the next couple of years, but staff would look at restoring appropriations to the full amount by addressing the issue in the next cost of service study. Other expenditures proposed for FY 23-24 and included in the CIP are the annual joint facilities contribution, reduced from $1.5 million to $500,000, $150,000 for joint facilities capital expenditures, $200,000 for a new project to assess the condition of this water system, $700,000 for the Cambridge Bellevue Avenue pipeline replacement, the normal $500,000 set aside for the long-term repairs to Lake Hodges, and $100,000 contribution to the meter replacement automation set aside, as well as $100,000 for the next water rate study. Debt service expenditures for both the principal and interest payments on the district's debt issuances will be made as well. The 2014 bond will be paid off in FY 23-24, leaving a final payment in 24-25 for the 2007 bond issue. And lastly, in the fleet fund, 5 units are scheduled to be replaced. These include 3 pieces of large equipment, a bobcat, an excavator, and a vacuum trailer, as well as 2 vehicles. District staff will continue to update the board regarding vehicle replacement in light of the continuing supply chain issues. Staff is tasked with preparing a balanced budget each year and per the policy approved by the board in October of 2017, funding the 3 reserves as shown. In order of priority, the operating reserve is to be funded first, followed by the capital reserve, and lastly, the rate stabilization reserve. This table shows the projected reserve status with 500 acre-feet of local water and a reduced CIP spend. The operating reserve would be fully funded, and the capital reserve would be funded at the minimum level. The effect on the rate stabilization reserve would still be significant, but would hold the reserve at slightly over $1 million. As previously mentioned, restoring reserves to higher levels would be addressed in the cost of service study, which will be initiated shortly after this budget adoption. Of course, all this could change depending on what the County Water Authority adopts tomorrow at their board meeting and how the fiscal year 22-23 concludes, as well as customer behavior in terms of water demand. In conclusion, staff is recommending that the board approve the resolutions adopting the operating and CIP budgets, as well as the titles and pay ranges for fiscal year 23-24. And staff is available to answer any questions.
And then I'm just going to interject that council did receive an updated Exhibit 2 to Resolution 2023-11 that was provided to the City Council and posted on the website yesterday.
Thank you. And thank you, Manager Kazunga, for that overview. In some ways, this budget is no surprise because you've laid it out here as we asked you to at our meeting last month. but because of a few unique things happening this year that impact the budget, I wanted to bring it as an agenda item in case there's any additional discussion. So does anyone have any questions? Bear with me, please. On the floor, thanks. I'm not used to speakers. Vice President Kranz.
Thank you. It is a scary time to be in the water business. And I know there is a big vote tomorrow, and I was hoping perhaps President Lyons, who represents the Water District at CWA, could give us some insight into what you're thinking in terms of the vote and which option. I know there is quite a discussion about the options. I know this report was prepared per page 6 with the 13.7% increase. And depending on what happens with that vote and the options, there may be some revisions to what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
So can you provide us with any of your thoughts or any sense what you expect to see?
I don't want to speak out of turn in regards to how the board will move, being only one member. I will say, though, that we've had a lot of good dialogue over the last couple months that have resulted in a lot of difficult discussions, but also a lot of transparency and a lot of good answers to questions that the board and the public have, really trying to evaluate operational and CIP costs and the way forward in the best way to serve the public's interest. Having said that, I think that the process that's being used by the Water Authority this year, being that this is my first year, I don't have that basis of comparison, but from what I've understood, that it's been a lot more revealing and a lot more time given to assessing the pros and cons of different ways forward so that we can keep our rate adjustments as modest as possible. I do anticipate we're going to be coming in under this proposed amount.
Yeah.
So I think that's where you were going with that.
That's exactly where I was going.
And I hope I'm not surprised by that tomorrow.
Yeah, and I respect the fact that you can't, you don't know, I assume, but I did want to get a sense of have you made your mind up where you're going, or are you going to wait until the meeting tomorrow to make a final decision? Is there some guidelines that you are working from?
Well, I would like to answer that by saying I don't have a set way forward that I'll discuss at this point, because I'm always informed by what my other board members, the other colleagues I have on the board say, and also with what staff brings forward. And I do feel confident that we will keep the adjustments as modest as we possibly can. And I may just also say that we're going through new leadership with our general manager has retired. And not only that, but this is the biggest freshman class into the Water Authority board ever. So we have a large number of board members who are new to the Water Authority and bring in fresh and different ideas. And we will have new leadership at the Water Authority. And I think that might help to move some things in a different direction just by the very nature of all that. So I hope that's been informative, and I'll have more to report after the meeting.
Yes, thank you. So with that, I'd like to move that we adopt Resolution 2023-7, titled "A Resolution of the Board of Directors of San Diego Water District adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 San Diego Water District operating and capital budget," and 2, adopt Resolution number 2023-11, titled "A Resolution of the Board of Directors of the San Diego Water District approving position titles and pay ranges for fiscal year 2023-2024.
Thank you. And I see that Board Member Blackwell has seconded.
I did, and I had a question just building off of what Vice President Kranz was asking. So there were 3 options, I think, that are coming forward tomorrow. Do they, I haven't seen those options, but do they all represent a rate that's significantly less than that original 13.7% proposed increase, or is it a wide variance?
I would say they all represent, yes, they all represent a number less than what was originally put forward.
Significantly less or just somewhat less?
I would say less.
Okay. We'll stop there. Okay. So yes, I'll move forward with seconding that motion.
All right. Seeing no one speaking, we'll vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. Item number 11 is an informational item, annual water supply demand assessment, and Water Resources Specialist Han will present.
Thank you, President Lyons. Yes, the annual water supply demand assessment. To give you a little overview of the presentation today, we'll be covering the background of the annual water supply demand assessment, a little bit about the assessment and report itself, and then how we've gone about projecting our demands, how we've gone about projecting our supplies, and then the resulting equation, if you will, of the annual water supply demand assessment. So just a little bit of background. Suppliers are responsible for providing a reliable supply of water for their customers, evaluating their water supply status on a regular basis, and in the case of anticipated water shortages, preparing mitigation actions. You can see on the graphic on the right-hand side, the water supply demand assessment is in the top left, and you could see what other functions of the water district that this fits into. This fits into our water shortage contingency plan, which is part of the urban water management plan. And this annual water supply demand assessment can also trigger our water shortage contingency plan. So this is a very useful tool for water agencies. We're required to prepare this and submit it to DWR every year. And DWR in turn takes this information and collects this information statewide and produces a document to assess supply and demand throughout the state. You can see that this is a regulatory compliance exercise for us, and these are the policies that that basically require us to do this: the California Water Code and the San Diego Water District Admin Code. So a little bit about it. We're required to assess our water supply reliability for the current year and also project for the next year in a one dry year scenario. At its most basic, this annual water supply demand assessment is an equation. It's the demand minus the supply, which results in a shortage or surplus. If a shortage is found, we activate a water shortage contingency plan level that's on par with the shortage, or on par with the shortage. Scenarios used to assess are unconstrained demands. These are demands in the absence of weather, growth, policies, and other constraints, like a declared drought, which we are still currently in, and then the single dry year scenario, which guidelines were given for in our urban water management plan. The graphic on the right is a little graphic that's contained within the San Diego Water District Admin Code, which kind of lays out a timeline for preparing this report. And so moving on to how we project our demands. And so we'll start at the bottom of the hydrograph here, and that's our fiscal year 23 demands. That's the demands that we've seen in the past year. And how we build on top of that is we include our non-revenue water. This is water that we receive but do not receive revenue for because we don't sell that water. And then on top of that, we add the unconstrained demands. For this year in particular, because of the declared drought and the call for 15% conservation, we've added that 15% back to our demands. And then to project for a single dry year scenario, following the guidelines, we add another 7% on top of the demands to account for a situation in which we are in another drought. And so that's how we've built up our demand. And then moving on to projecting our supply. This one is a little more straightforward for us. We do account for the local water, and we've accounted for the reduced amount of local water, which we've discussed here in this chamber. And basically, the way that we receive water, we have our local water, and the remaining supplies will be covered by the County Water Authority. And so we account for the 500 acre-feet of local water, and then we match up our demands with the County Water Authority's imported supplies. And so this brings us to this shortage surplus. This is straight out of the report that we file with the state. And so on a month-to-month basis, they just assess whether we have a shortage or a surplus. And there are no shortages assessed at this time. We continue to coordinate with the County Water Authority on any supply constraints or disruptions. And then our planned response, there's none required from this assessment, but due to greater need to use water efficiently, we plan on continuing our water use efficiency and conservation outreach as it is. And I will make myself available for any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Specialist Han? All right, then this is a receive the report. Thank you. Item 12, board member reports pursuant to AB 1234. Does anyone have any? I'm seeing Board Member Hinsey.
Yes, this morning, Board Member Ehlers and I had the pleasure of attending Santa Fe Irrigation District's centennial anniversary, and members of our staff were there, and it was such a beautiful morning. It was just perfect, and it's like we got to hang out by the lake for a couple of hours and see the dam, and it's such a remarkable place, and it was a really great celebration, and I think we learned a lot.
Yeah, and you comments right on, and I'd always wanted to go look at the dam, so I had my chance, and I
You
went.
had your chance. Well, thank you for representing us well at that important event earlier today. Vice President?
Nothing to report.
Okay. So item 13, general information. We have a general manager's update and report.
Nothing to report.
Nothing? Okay, with that, we'll adjourn. Thank you.
Woohoo. Now we go for food.
Test, test.
City Council for Wednesday, June 21st, 2023 at 6 p.m. And if the clerk would please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Blackwell?
Here.
Councilmember Ayers?
Here.
Councilmember Hinsey?
Here?
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
And Mayor Krantz.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present.
Okay, very good. If you'd rise and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, tonight we have one special presentation, which is a proclamation, and I am going to present this proclamation to Lisa Nava at Pride at the Beach. And if you'd come up, it is Pride Month, and the city of Encinitas, for I think the 4th year in a row, is flying a pride flag out here. We've got new flag poles, so it's on its own pole. And for me, this particular celebration of pride is something very personal, because as a young child, I grew up here in Encinitas with an older brother who was gay. And I experienced the pain of him making that declaration to my parents and causing great turmoil in our family. And it was the early 80s. And so my mother, who is a devout Catholic, reacted fairly poorly and kicked him out of the house, told him never come back. So I lived through the reconciliation process that she went through to get to the point where she once again treated her oldest son the way he deserved to be treated, as he lived his life the way he felt he should. And so it was very transformational for my family and left a fairly significant mark on the family, but something we were able to overcome, only to find in the 80s that late 80s, he contracted AIDS and ended up dying. And my mother, who at one point rejected him, got to nurse him to his death. And so when it comes to celebrating Pride Month, I do so with a somewhat heavy heart, but I also do that with the knowledge that it's critically important that we acknowledge people have the right to live their lives the way they choose. So Lisa here she reminds me a lot of my mother because she has worked really hard to make this community and the greater community here in the North County a welcoming community for people in the LGBTQ plus community. So we issue this proclamation as we celebrate and declare June as Pride Month in Encinitas. We are reminded that this June we stand with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community in our own city as they declare their own pride in who they are and who they love. Whereas the city of Encinitas has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ community, and it is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for all people in the community. And whereas many of the residents, students, employees, and business owners within the city of Encinitas who contribute greatly to the enrichment of our city are a part of the LGBTQ community, and whereas, though there has been remarkable progress towards equality in recent years, members of the LGBTQ community in the United States and around the world still face an unacceptable level of discrimination and violence. And therefore, it is important for cities such as the city of Encinitas to stand up and show support for those affected. And whereas our nation was founded on the principle of equal rights for all people, but the fulfillment of this promise has been long in coming for many Americans. And whereas some of the most inspiring moments in our history have arisen from civil rights movements that have sought to bring marginalized communities to the mainstream of American society. And whereas the North County LGBTQ Resource Center, whose mission is to serve and empower the diverse LGBTQ community of North San Diego County, has been open for 12 years. And whereas the North County LGBTQ Resource Center, whose mission is to serve and empower the diverse LGBTQ community of North San Diego County, has been open for 12 years. I guess I just read that. And whereas the annual Pride by the Beach Festival was celebrated on June 3rd, 2023, and is recognized as a free community event. And whereas the North County LGBTQ Resource Center was founded in 2008, along with its North County Pride by the Beach, and has been an advocate for equality and inclusiveness while providing valuable support and life-saving services in all the North San Diego County region. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Tony Kranz, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, and the City Council of the City of Encinitas, on behalf of all residents of the City of Encinitas, do hereby proclaim the month of June as LGBTQ Pride Month in the City of Encinitas, and invite everyone to respect, honor, and celebrate our diverse community, and to continue building a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance for the LGBTQ community. Yay! Thank you.
While they're making their way down here, thank you very much, Mayor Kranz. I do want to share, my name is Lisa Nava. I'm the Director of Operations at the North County LGBTQ Resource Center. And I, too, share a history similar to Mayor Kranz. And that is why I stand before you today as a social justice warrior in fighting for equality for our LGBTQ family and siblings. And I want to say that a symbolic act of a proclamation or flying a flag is awesome and welcomed. But I will say that the City of Encinitas and this council is not just doing a symbolic act, they're actually putting the work forward to include our LGBTQI plus siblings and employees and students and visitors here to our city. So thank you very much for not just creating a symbolic act, but for putting the work forward to create the inclusive community that we all deserve. And on behalf of the North County LGBT Center, I'm so proud to stand here in my home city that I've lived in since 1986 and accept this proclamation on behalf of my brother David and your brother as well. Yeah.
Ready? Take a couple. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Next is oral communications.
Yes, Mayor, we do have 7. And just a reminder, oral communications are limited to 3 minutes per each speaker, and these are for items that are not listed on the agenda. First 3 speakers, Mark Wilcox, Vivian Vale, then Mark Maville.
Good evening, Mayor Krantz, City Council. I am Mark Wilcox, a father and grandfather who supports good public policy that improves the health outcomes of youth and others. I came to thank you for the City Council ordinance that updated the municipal code to establish a citywide ban on smoking and vaping of tobacco and marijuana products in public places. There's another public health issue that I would like to address tonight. Because June is Healthy Home Month, I am sharing that Encinitas youth and their families more often live in multi-unit residence than in standalone residence, which means that youth and their families must share walls and ventilation where drifting secondhand smoke and vape seep from one unit into the surrounding units through windows, small cracks in walls, ventilation systems, plumbing, and electrical outlets. Exposure to secondhand smoke and vape can lead to higher rates of cancer, lung infections, asthma attacks, and other life-altering health problems. And I'm concerned some populations can be disproportionately affected by tobacco and marijuana, secondhand smoke, and vape exposure, and are more likely to suffer from disease or death. This year could be the perfect time to protect families with children from the exposure to secondhand smoke and vapor where they live by banning smoking in all multi-unit complexes. There are 77 municipalities in California that have bans on smoking in multi-unit complexes. Supporting policies that favor smoke-free and vape-free environments will improve the quality of life and encourage healthy living. Thank you for your consideration on this relevant and important issue.
Good evening. Vivian Vale, New Encinitas. Originally, I planned to speak last Wednesday, but was unable to do so due to a prior commitment. I'm here to offer some clarifications and insights regarding my email to the mayor and the council. First, I did not request the city council take any action. It was purely informational, as the individual in question has since 2019 sent harassing and threatening emails to the council. I wanted to make the council aware that he was now targeting private citizens with far more serious threats and escalated language. Law enforcement and the council have known about this individual's behavior when it was brought to their attention early 2022 by Councilmember Joe Mosca. Second, I am well aware that my email became a public record the moment I hit the send button. Since City Ordinance 2.20.020, titled Mayor Presiding Officer, does not list public records request processing as one of the duties of the mayor, I had a reasonable expectation that the mayor would be familiar with policy and know that the city clerk manages record requests. I also had a reasonable expectation that had the clerk been given this request, it would have been properly vetted, the email context could have been determined, its release could have been exempt under California Public Records Act Code Section 6254, subparagraph F, which includes records of complaints to or investigations conducted by any local police agency. Mayor, you willfully volunteered information not requested in an attempt to publicize content that should have been handled with caution. After all, you are responsible for public safety. This was no simple lapse in judgment. It could be construed as retribution against two residents who did not vote for you. In other words, malfeasance on your part. I have to wonder why Governor Walsh took precedence over contacting Captain Lawrence and City Manager Antiel. As Walsh is not an elected official nor a city employee, I must assume he is a personal confidant. From there, I must ask, what other sensitive city business must you be sharing with Mr. Walsh? What other residents' emails might you be forwarding to him without the sender's knowledge? Your action in my case alone should be cause for concern for the rest of the city council members, the city manager, and city attorney, particularly when it comes to closed session meetings. It is an even greater concern for voters, many of whom are becoming aware and are troubled by what you did. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Mark Maville, followed by Garvin Walsh, and then Kathleen Lindeman.
Evening, guys. Got a few topics. I was told that I should limit it to maybe 2 or 3 things so you can digest it and then maybe put it on the docket or get some resolution, because it is the people's interest, not anybody else's. That's why you're here. And I'm voicing not so much my opinion, but my observations. First of all, do you have a plan for the immigration onslaught? They're clogging the hospitals. I was there getting blood work here recently. They're in the restaurants, they're in the library, they're everywhere. And it's just a matter of time before they get frustrated They don't have asylum, they're on temporary work visas, and it is a process. So I know some of this stuff, employees and whatnot, but if you have some kind of plan for containment, control, you've got tourism right around the corner, well, actually, it's already here, and that threat and those situations, as time goes on, the crime is going to rise because they're going to be frustrated. It may not work out as quickly or as efficiently for them to be American citizens. I just wanted to bring it to the forefront that maybe we should start looking at this a lot closer. We have the homeless thing situation, and to tighten this up before it becomes an epidemic, or a problem like the fentanyl or whatever hits the city. It's got to be looked at. I know the sheriff will be on top of it, but they have to be either staffed up, can't have two hands tied behind your back, or one. They got to be allowed to contain it. It's just a little bit disconcerting when things are starting to change a little bit with this. I don't want to say an invasion, that's kind of negative, but what is happening at this point. And one last thing, the cannabis huts, they're a joke. I hope you guys I know you can't do anything about it. It's a state-run thing or whatever, but you can't put an injunction in. Legally, you can stop it. They're falling apart anyway. They're not making it. So that is just going to perpetuate the drug problem that's already here. It's not going to just be medicinal marijuana. It'll be all kinds of other things. So that's the other thing that I was going to bring to the forefront. But if you can kindly just consider that and if you're aware of it, knowledge is power. I see it in between whatever I'm doing. So it is going to be a growing concern as time goes on. And you do have tourism right here. You want to keep these people here and, generating tax revenue, I guess. That's what we do, or what the city does during the summer. So hopefully we can get a handle on it.
Good evening. My name is Garvin Walsh. I'm an Encinitas resident. Last week, another resident spoke here about me. Her remarks have been the subject of several hundred comments on social media. She got a lot of attention. I'm here today to offer some additional perspective. To borrow a description from former President Clinton, that woman expressed outrage that her purportedly confidential information was leaked to me, claimed that she'd been exposed with a big target on her back, speculated that a leak potentially interfered with an ongoing police investigation, and asserted that the transaction in question may have been legal, but that it was nonetheless intentionally mishandled. Let's consider these points briefly. The email was not confidential. It was a public record which its author sent to at least 8 individuals. Any reasonable person would know they should have zero expectation of privacy. Certainly, that woman knew that was the case. Moreover, the email contained no request for confidentiality. How can disclosure have been legal, yet also intentionally mishandled? That woman made no effort to resolve the obvious contradiction, yet she feels entitled to characterize this event as a threat from a public official. Outrageous. The notion that that woman and her sidekick were exposed is false. I did not send that email to anyone else and made no public comment about it. Quite the contrary. Any attention this correspondence has received is entirely due to the fact that that woman made a public fuss about it. Lastly, the notion that the sheriff's investigation was interfered with is entirely fanciful and speculative. The accusation is meant to sound like a big deal, but it's a big nothing. That woman stood up here and lied about me. As she has done several times before, she said that I was Tony Kranz's campaign manager. That's a joke and a lie. She also said I made an effort to have her very sensitive information made public. That's another lie. I took no steps to do that and generated no publicity about the matter. All of the attention to this issue is the result of what she did. That woman is someone who thinks it's okay to call out a private citizen who did nothing wrong, me, merely because I don't hate the people she hates. She is not, as she claims, a serious constituent. She is an unrelenting hater, a toxic sourpuss who wants everything done her way, who sows division and disharmony in Encinitas. That's my opinion.
Next speaker is Kathleen Lindeman, followed by Geraldine Kessler, and then Dolores Welty.
Hi, favor, don't start my time yet. I have something really positive that I would like to start with. Tomorrow night's at the La Paloma, the Italian Film Festival. They're showing a movie that's going to be fabulous, whether you like Italian movies or not, if you like music. It's called Ennio Maestro. Most of them, like me, I have no idea who the man is. He's a composer, he's famous, but we all know his music. And one of the iconic songs that we all know is the theme song from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. He did almost all of Sergio Leone's music. So, it's a great date night, too. Now I'll get down to why I actually came. Hi, Kathleen Lindeman, Leucadia. I'm here tonight to bring up low-income housing that is supposed to be sold, not rented out to, but sold to qualified low-income families. I'm bringing this up now as you are hearing an appeal to a Planning Commission decision regarding Piraeus Point tonight, a project that is awaiting approval that is supposed to have 15 units available for purchase by very low-income families. I think everyone should be told now how to get on the list to be approved for purchase as a low-income prospective buyer. We need to know what is the name, email, phone number of the contact person that will be in charge of this, whether it's from Lennar or through the city. We need to know who the supervisor is that will be reviewing and approving these applications and handling this process. I'm asking this because I'm assuming that at least 3 members on the dais are aware of the fact that the 40 low-income housing units at Fox Point that were supposed to be available for purchase by qualified low-income families were all sold to a company. The company that bought the units will lease them for a year at a time to low-income families. Well, most likely not really low-income families because the purchased units were the smallest in the development, 643 square feet, 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Under HUD regulations, that means the units can have up to 3 people living in them. I know this because after going through a runaround myself, trying to find out why someone I know who had signed up with Shea last year to be on the list for purchasing a low-income unit kept getting the runaround this year. I finally called Shea sales office at Fox Point. Lori told me that they had no units for sale. I said, oh. Can I finish? These units had all been sold to a company. She didn't know the name of the company, but said to contact the city because it was the city that approved the sale. I actually think we should be all asking and getting an answer as to what the company was that was approved to buy the low-income units, to rent them out.
Thank you.
And why aren't they being sold?
Thank you.
Next speaker, Geraldine Kessler, followed by Dolores Welty.
I would like to speak about the potential density bonus housing project on Melba Road
that is slated to take down 175 trees, 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo 3 beautiful homes built in 1938, and another beautiful home that was built around the 80s on that property. These existing homes already are providing low-income homes for the community. As I had mentioned before, the developer and owner continues to meet with the neighbors to find common ground. And I would love to report there's some progress, but I cannot. These meetings only bring anxiety along with a sense of helplessness to these longtime tax-paying senior citizens, which has been going on for 3.5 years, along with the added stress of the pandemic. I want to point out again, these seniors simply look out the window and know their tree canopy is going to be taken from them. This is not the way to treat Encinitas' longtime tax-paying senior population, especially when this area has always coexisted peacefully. I told you my expertise is healthcare, and this project is turning into a healthcare crisis for the sadness for the neighborhood. I just want to let you know the same property owner that owns the Melba property owns the land on Wotan. It appears he's planning to develop that property also. In preparation and in defying the new Encinitas tree ordinance, he removed a large number of mature trees from a gorgeous wooded tree lot on Wotan. Absolute carnage has been committed to prepare the property for development, most likely SB 9 or 10. What do you think about this behavior, which is counterintuitive to Encinitas' Climate Action Plan? This is not what the mature tree ordinance was meant to do. Your staff worked so hard on it. I really don't want to hear it's private property, we can't do anything because it's getting old. This action will impact the entire neighborhood on Wotan, along with the wildlife that resided in those beautiful trees. This was a senseless act with no regard for the longtime tax-paying senior residents in that area. Just another example of the owner and developer of the Melba property displaying environmental irresponsibility to our tight-knit community. I can't fix a broken person who did this selfish act to our community, but I need your support for the community with preservation of that Melba property in any way you can. The Melba property is rich in Encinitas history and has been used for agricultural purposes through the years. If you walk the property, you see that this is one of the last remaining open spaces in that area, and it's loaded with mature Torrey pine trees that could be close to 100 years old, which also serves as our neighborhood's unofficial wildlife corridor. It's our linear park for our community. Remember what you said about Crest Road dilemma. We are an extension of that area and deserve the same treatment they received. That is why I'm continuing to ask for your support for the community in acquiring this property with soft green infrastructure funding, community funding, state and federal grants, or a bond for open space. This property is ideal walkable park or an outdoor STEM lab for the area schools or an annex to the botanical gardens, or is similar to San Diego Park in Solana Beach. Thank you for listening.
Dolores Welty, Encinitas, 2076 Sheridan Road. I know that 40 years ago, those of you who were here know we were county. And we became a city because we didn't think the county had the proper land use concern for this area. We became a city, in other words, to care for our land, to say what we wanted here. I also know that it's proper for us to say, well, we're a democracy and a nation of laws. And so I now quote from the Romans. I think this was Cicero, who said, they became so adept at the law, they made stealing from the citizens look justified. And that is what is happening to us here. Now, you can make laws too. You've heard 2 terrible things that are happening, and you can make laws to stop them. You can. Start using your head. I'll help you. We'll hire lawyers who know how to make a city law that keeps this from happening. I have some, first of all, Who buys this house? You can make a law who buys the homes here. You can make a general law about who can buy low-interest homes. They should be residents who work here, period, or who live here, or who have retired here, who need them. You can make laws that they cannot be rentals. They must be purchased by people individually, that they cannot be purchased by a corporation. I've read the book, let's see, Housebreakers, in which, after the 2008 collapse of the housing bubble, all those bad mortgages, so-called, were sold to either Mnuchin or Steve, what's his name, of BlackRock, who then made corporations, rental corporations, and began to rent all those thousands of houses. If you didn't pay your rent, even if you hadn't paid, if you owed $12 of your rent, they kicked you out. You can read the book yourself, Housebreakers. And not only did they get thousands of homes, but if the government said at that time, if they lost any money, the federal government would reimburse. And now we wonder why people are homeless. I'm sure one of those companies is in this area. Okay, so of course we're here tonight for Lennar. I would like you to know that Lennar, according to their own
Dolores, you can come back up on that agenda item, but your oral communication, 3 minutes is up.
well, they make a 27.2% profit
Okay?
on home sales in the western U.S.
I will point out that the housing project at Fox Point Farms has, Shea Homes has a partner in Chelsea Investments, which is an affordable housing developer, and they are going to manage the affordable housing units, and they've been partnered since essentially Shea Homes got involved, and the cities in lieu fees are contributing to the construction of those affordable housing projects. And Shea Homes, Chelsea Investments specializes in bringing tax credits to these projects. So that's their role. They also manage the city's apartments over on Vulcan, the Iris Apartments. So Chelsea Investments is a partner of the city's as well. So that's the company that is partnered with Shea Homes at Fox Point Farms. Are there any other public speakers?
Include oral communications.
Okay, very good. Thank you all very much. And with that, we had no closed session today, so there is not a report from closed session. Could the clerk let us know if there are any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, the only changes to the posted agenda where you did receive some updates for item 10C, some exhibits to the resolutions were just updated. Those were provided to you yesterday, and they were also posted to the website. And then
Okay.
moving to the consent calendar, no items have been removed by members of the public.
All right.
And I'd like to pull 8J. I had a quick question about it.
8J?
J, yeah.
As in Jack. Okay, 8J. So that means 8A through I and 8K.
And I'll move approval.
Okay, I'll second that.
Accepting 8J. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
I think Tony beat you to it.
I beat, yep. Mhm.
Motion carries unanimously, and that takes us to item 8J.
And I do not need a staff report on that one. And I appreciate this, out of the, what is it, six intersections here, 5 of them are in my district. That's great. I was just curious, it mentioned lighting and improvements, and the one on Rancho Santa Fe Road in particular, first of all, they've been improved, I thought. And are there further improvements? And do those improvements, are we contemplating lights? That's the only question I had.
Thank you, Councilmember Ehlers. Abe Bannigan, City Traffic Engineer. No, we are aware of the dark sky policy in Rancho Santa Fe area. Those intersections would not receive lighting specifically. There are other locations in the school area on Parkdale Lane. We'll get additional improved lighting. At those 2 locations, we were able to use some of our quick build funds last year to do some initial improvements. However, we were not able to do equestrian crossing at those intersections. which were really desired by the community, but those were way beyond our available budget last year. So we're trying to utilize Caltrans money for this improvement.
Awesome. And will those designs come back here to council, or will they?
We will bring back for design immunity all of these intersection improvements back to council.
Perfect. So with that, I'll move approval of HA. If I can get a second.
I'll second.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. That takes us to item 10A, which is a public hearing, an appeal, to consider a timely filed appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a density bonus design review permit, condominium tentative map, and coastal development permit for the construction of a 149-unit townhome community. And as a public hearing, I will go through the process that we're going to be following on this appeal. It will start with a staff report, and then we will have council disclosures of any information they have received that is not included in the staff report. There will be a round of preliminary questions from the City Council. We will then open the public hearing. The appellant will go first with a 10-minute presentation, including any representatives of appellant, i.e. attorneys, engineers, et cetera. And then the applicant goes next with 10 minutes and gives their presentation in the same manner with representatives of the applicant, the attorneys, any attorneys, engineers, and the like. We will then have public speakers. The applicant will have 5 minutes to rebut any of the comments that they heard, and there will also be a 5-minute rebuttal period by the appellant. We will then close the public hearing and proceed with council discussion and possible action. So with that, I would pass it over to staff, Katie and Anna.
Thank you, Mayor Krantz. Good evening, Deputy Mayor Lyons and council members. My name's Katie Innes, and I'll be presenting the Piraeus Point appeal to all of you for consideration tonight. There we go. Thank you. So the project is located within the community of Leucadia on the corner of Piraeus Street and Plato Place, as you can see in the aerial map here. The project site was included in the city's 2021 to 2029 housing element update, which was approved and certified in July of 2021. And the site was identified as Site 2, the Cannon property. And the inclusion of this site in the housing element is intended to address the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, for the city. The proposed project includes a proposal to construct 149 residential units on a 6.88 acre site. 134 of those units are proposed to be market rate, with 15 affordable at the very low level. In addition, one incentive concession is proposed to eliminate the city's utility undergrounding requirement, and one waiver is being proposed to allow an approximately 40% encroachment into steep slopes. The project also includes the installation of approximately 1,100 linear feet of sidewalk trail along Piraeus Street and Plato Place, and Class 2 bike lanes currently exist along Piraeus Street. So to give you some background, as the mayor had mentioned, there are 3 discretionary planning applications that are proposed as part of the project, which include a design review permit, a density bonus, condominium tentative map, and coastal development permit. The project also prepared an environmental impact report pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and included a statement of overriding consideration for unmitigable traffic impacts related to vehicle miles traveled. The project went to Planning Commission 2 times, was first heard on May 4th and then again on May 18th, where the Planning Commission approved the project, certified the EIR, adopted the findings of fact, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and the statement of overriding consideration. On May 30th, a timely filed appeal was submitted to the city by the Encinitas Community Collective. So jumping into the appeal, The appellant is indicating that the city should not allow the waiver. There's insufficient evidence to determine that the development standards would physically preclude the development at the density allowed. And the appellant also indicates that the city should not waive the utility undergrounding requirement or allow encroachment into steep slopes because they will have a serious negative impact on public health and safety. And additionally, they indicate the city may not grant any waiver or reduction that would be contrary to state or federal law. Staff is indicating that in order to deny the requested incentive, the city would have to determine that it would not result in an identifiable and actual cost reduction. And the applicant has provided the city with reasonable documentation to show that indeed a cost reduction would occur by not undergrounding the utilities. No evidence has been identified or provided to demonstrate that not undergrounding would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety or upon a historic resource. And if no development occurs, the utility lines will remain. In terms of the waiver, under state density bonus law, the city shall not impose a development standard that would physically preclude development at the density allowed. And if the waiver is not provided, the project unit count would be reduced by 26 units. The city is required to grant the waiver request unless there is a specific adverse impact on public health and safety, a historic resource, or if a waiver would be contrary to state or federal law. No evidence has been identified or provided to demonstrate that the requested slope encroachment would result in a specific adverse impact, and there is no violation of the Coastal Act, because the city's density bonus regulations fall under the municipal code, which is part of the city's local coastal program. So the appellant, in terms of their position on the waiver of the hillside and limb bluff regulations, that they indicate that the granting of the steep slope encroachment would violate the city's ordinances and adversely impact public safety. And they indicate that the project is inconsistent with the hillside and limb bluff regulations, the general plan resource management element, and would result in a safety concern and violation of the protection of sensitive habitat. Additionally, they indicate the project does not comply with the scenic visual corridor overlay requirements. Under the density bonus ordinance, which is part of the city's local coastal program, this ordinance was approved by the Coastal Commission, and the ordinance implements the provisions of the density bonus law. The project is consistent with the hillside and limb bluff overlay and state density bonus law requirements, and the city's discretion on housing projects is limited to only considering objective design standards. And through density bonus law, objective design standards may be waived. The slope encroachment waiver is in line with other development standards that have historically been waived in order to physically allow for development under state law. The project design also proposes a grading design that includes cut slope, and this design is proposed in order to inset the development lower on the project site to further minimize bulk and mass. And should the project not include cut, the development would be at a higher elevation, resulting in a greater visual impact. According to the appellant, burying the existing power lines would provide an aesthetic and public safety benefit. The applicant has provided information regarding the cost of burying the lines, and it is unclear whether the cost would have an impact on the applicant's ability to physically construct the project and affordable housing units. The city can deny the waiver and find the project would have a specific adverse impact upon health and safety, and for which there is no mitigation to avoid that specific adverse impact. So according to staff's response, in order to deny an incentive under state density bonus law, an identifiable and actual cost reduction is required. And the city has the burden of proof to establish that there would not be a cost savings. And there's no such evidence. Moreover, there's evidence establishing the contrary, as granting the incentive concession and not requiring utility undergrounding will save the applicant approximately $1 million. And the applicant has indicated that they will use that cost savings to provide affordable housing. According to the appellant's position on the statement of overriding consideration, The project will have a significant and unavoidable impact on traffic. The project will cause an exponential increase in traffic volume along Piraeus, Normandy, and Urania Avenues. It also indicates that Piraeus is unsafe for pedestrians and cyclists and lacks sufficient sidewalks and bike lanes. They also indicate that there is no factual basis for the project, that it is visually and functionally compatible with the adjacent residential neighborhoods, that it will create a walkable environment, and the project fails to minimize environmental effects due to the excessive grading into slopes and protected inland bluffs which serve as habitat for native plants and animals. The project does not protect surrounding natural and aesthetic resources. And in accordance to staff's response, as of 2020, traffic cannot be considered an environmental impact within the framework of CEQA. The level of service metric and other measurements of roadway capacity and delay are no longer used in the evaluation for CEQA compliance. Instead, project trip generation is evaluated in terms of total vehicle miles traveled, which focuses on reducing vehicle emissions instead of traffic congestion. The project completed a VMT analysis, which considered various measures to reduce automobile trips and emissions. However, even with these measures included in the project, it would still exceed the established threshold. In regard to the grading proposed, the design minimizes the impact to natural and aesthetic resources by reducing the bulk and mass. Additionally, the cut grading reduces bulk and mass and the impact of the project on the scenic visual corridor. The biological impacts to native habitat, plants, and animals will be mitigated as required in the environmental impact report. Caltrans commented that the project would create significant and unavoidable transportation impacts that are not acceptable. The Caltrans comment letter identified concerns with hydrology and drainage and indicated that they did not authorize any modifications to state facilities that would be necessitated by the project. Caltrans concerns were not discussed or resolved. And according to staff response, Caltrans provided project comments early in the process, and the project was revised to address their concerns. The project meets all required city standards, and the applicant has been coordinating with Caltrans to resolve stormwater impacts to their facilities. To address the Caltrans concerns, the council may consider adding project condition language that requires the applicant to provide evidence of their resolution with Caltrans prior to city issuance of construction permits. In terms of the appellant position related to the street vacation, the city council is tasked with deciding to vacate a 0.96 acre portion of right-of-way along Piraeus Street and Plato Place in order to add gross acreage to the site. The city's right-of-way should not be vacated and instead be utilized to improve Piraeus Street so that it can accommodate pedestrians and cyclists. The city should also require the developer to extend the proposed pedestrian pathway to the north along Piraeus Street to make a connection to La Costa Avenue. Additionally, the appellant indicates that the city should require the developer to fund the reopening of Piraeus Street to southbound traffic at Leucadia Boulevard. At the May 18th, 2023 Planning Commission hearing, there was a discussion about the street vacation, and at this hearing, there was an indication that to determine the fair market value of the land may be something that the City Council would want to consider. Additionally, the discussions at Planning Commission also included the possibility to utilize funds toward a safe path to Capri Elementary School and Olympus Park. Upon further evaluation of the ownership status of Piraeus Street and Plato Place, it was determined that the city owns the land in fee title. Therefore, the street vacation is not the correct mechanism to allow the improvements. The City Council will consider a future request for the establishment of easement rights within the limits of the city-owned property. The easement, instead of the vacation, is the appropriate mechanism to allow use rights over city-owned property, and the easement will not increase the gross square footage of the site. Staff is recommending that the City Council consider modifications to the Planning Commission resolution to remove engineering special condition SPCL 05 and to replace the language of condition SCA 11, which previously was indicating the requirement of street vacation with the following condition of approval: that the applicant owner shall obtain the necessary approval from the city to allow proposed improvements within the public right-of-way along Piraeus Street and Plato Place prior to the issuance of the first construction permit. The language "and Plato Place" has now been added to the condition since Plato Place is inclusive of the city-owned property. Retaining walls. According to the appellant, the applicant intends to build a 40-foot-high retaining wall around the project, which directly borders existing single-family homes. The construction of the retaining walls, along with the associated grading, will negatively affect drainage and the stability of the neighboring properties. No findings contradict this concern. Further, if the city grants the utility undergrounding waiver, certain limitations and restrictions apply, and utility standards prohibiting placing utilities behind a retaining wall. If the city council approves the project, a condition of approval should be added, necessitating that the applicant obtain approval from SDG&E before issuing the grading permit. In terms of staff's response, the proposed retaining walls do not exceed 30 feet in height, and the structural stability and drainage details of the walls will be reviewed by staff for compliance with structural and safety standards before we would issue a construction permit. The proposed retaining walls will be 25 feet away from utility poles, and utilities are permitted to be constructed behind retaining walls when the wall stability has been reviewed and approved by the city's engineering division. Additionally, SDG&E approval is required pursuant to an existing condition that is included in the Planning Commission resolution, and this condition states that no grading shall occur outside the limits of the project boundary or easements unless a letter of permission is obtained from the owners. So in this case, if there was any work to be done within that easement, that SDG&E approval would be required. And with that, I would like to pass the presentation over to Bob Stark. He is with MBI, and he's the city's environmental consultant. And he's going to go through the noise, biological resources, and air quality section of the appeal.
Thanks, Katie. Good evening, Mayor Kranz, members of the council. On patio and roof deck noise concerns, the appellant asserts that the decks are inconsistent with existing residential development in the surrounding area, and there's a concern for nuisance noise with late night activity on those rooftop patio areas. They also state that the project is within the city's designated dark skies area and request that the city council impose a condition that eliminates those fourth floor decks if approval does move forward. Staff's response is that those rooftop decks are subject to the municipal code, as is all activity within the city. So noise is limited to these prescriptive levels, depending on time of day or night in this instance. And any of those noise exceedances that would be observed or reported would be subject to enforcement by the city. More importantly, the project design includes a 5-foot barrier that will surround all of those rooftop decks, and that will effectively abate any noise emanating from those rooftops that would otherwise affect the neighbors. Biological resources, the appellant asserts that the project should be reduced in size to fully mitigate for impacts to California gnatcatcher, which do occur on site. In the final EIR, we did evaluate a reduced project footprint. This came specifically at the request of the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife, and determined that it basically doesn't fit. There is no way to put in a smaller development and avoid all impacts while also achieving the minimum density requirements for this site as dictated in the adopted housing element. So approximately 105 multifamily units would be feasible, which results in a reduction of 44 units. You also lose some of those affordable units, and there is a minimum requirement of 134 for this site. There is a full suite of mitigation measures that are required in the EIR. These must be implemented by law. I believe there's nearly 10 pages of biological measures alone. And that includes everything from construction monitoring, additional surveys that will be ongoing up to and after construction of the project, preservation of the neighboring property in perpetuity, as well as off-site habitat that will be acquired as well to compensate for those impacts to sensitive habitat and species. Part of that process is a requirement to get a permit from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through their Section 10 process for compliance with the Federal Endangered Species Act. That habitat conservation plan is extremely extensive, requires guarantees that there is long-term management of this preserve, things like fencing, signage, trash collection, irrigation, restoration of all of those species that are intended to be protected here. And should be noted as well, this project can't move forward without that authorization from the Federal Wildlife Agency. Air quality was another issue that was put forward by the appellants, and the argument here was that the EIR did not analyze construction emissions, no assessment of particulate matter and effects on the surrounding environment, and that mitigation is required. This is not the case. The EIR includes a thorough evaluation of both short-term construction and long-term operational impacts related to air quality, and that includes haul truck trips, that includes heavy machinery, that includes the operation of HVAC units, emissions from vehicles, and all of that was analyzed, and those resulting emissions were found to be well beneath air district thresholds, so less than significant impacts there. And a health risk assessment was also performed to evaluate exposure of future residents due to elevated emissions that everyone can imagine exist due to the proximity to the freeway, Interstate 5. That health risk assessment determined that it would be necessary to include filtration systems in the units to reduce health risk from proximity to the freeway.
Thank you, Bob. So moving into the recommendation, this evening staff is recommending that the City Council adopt City Council Resolution 2023-72, denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission decision that was made on May 18th. And staff is recommending the City Council approve the density bonus tentative map, design review, and coastal development permit, certify the EIR, adopt the CEQA findings of facts and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adopt the statement of overriding consideration. That concludes the staff report presentation, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So that brings us to council disclosures.
I'll start. In addition to reading all the materials provided with this agenda item, I did tour the Prias Point site with some of the neighbors, happy to disclose their names if needed, and with Councilmember Ellers.
So obviously, it was Encinitas Community Collective that we toured the site and got a good chance to hear some of the grievances. We were careful not to pre-communicate anything and just listen and learn, and it always helps to be out there. Second item is I talked to Planning Commission Chairman Kevin Doyle about the proceedings, about the hearings that they had, got his comments. All of the hearing is video recorded. All the discussion we talked about were things that happened at that meeting, so there was nothing that wasn't available publicly for the entire council.
I too took part in a site visit with 3 members of the community here. I don't have all of their names, but I'd be happy to disclose those if that's helpful. And I was with Deputy Mayor Joy Lines.
And my disclosure is going to echo Councilmember Hinzey's. and I met with 3 of the neighboring citizens and did a tour of the site.
Thank you. And I met with Dennis and Karen Caden on the site and took a tour. Also met with the applicants' counsel, Marco Gonzalez and Brian Grover as well. So, preliminary questions. Councilmember Ehlers.
Let's see, where to start. I had several preliminary questions, and all my questions are related to appellant questions, so they're all very focused. First one is got to do with the waiver for the steep slope encroachment. I don't know if you can bring up the steep slope chart, but have we established which of these, are these all natural steep slope, or are some of the yellow and red on that chart considered to be artificial?
There is 0.28 acres of manufactured slopes on the site and 2.25 acres of natural. And so the encroachment is into the natural slopes.
Okay, right in the center there. Can you point out which is the natural versus which is, it's always, I know this is a hard thing from many years of planning commission we always try and get into.
According to the legend, it shows a black, thick dotted line that is the limits of the manufactured area. So you can see the area furthest north is the natural.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see, on the grading plan, what's the tallest retaining wall, and how many are in succession within 20 feet?
The tallest is along the eastern property line, and it's 29.7 feet.
What are the individual walls are each 9-10 feet, is what you're saying?
The individuals, they vary, yes.
Yeah.
Some are 9 feet. Correct.
And this is a design review tonight, correct? That is subject to objective design standards?
Correct. Any that were in place prior to the new objective design standards that were put in place. So it's the prior design guidelines, anything that was objective within there.
So when was the application, was it the application date on this? That, are you saying this is earlier than the adopted, what were the dates for that? Because
I'd have to-
I worked on the guidelines. Was it, well, what were the dates?
I can look up those dates. I did the math before. I'd have to find that information. However, the project was deemed complete prior to the adoption of those objective design standards.
And they had to go through Coastal Commission, no doubt? Is that part of the reason it got delayed?
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, that if they did apply, then the 6-foot limit on each one of those sections, or 18 feet would be the limit on the 3 retaining walls within 20 feet, correct? But you're saying that does not apply?
It would not apply. However, through design review, if there was an objective standard for design-wise, then that's what they would have to comply with.
Okay. But in a new project going forward, in a similar project with a new date, it would have applied?
It would have applied, yes.
Okay. Okay, and we established the fee title on Plato. Statements of overriding conditions. That's a hard one. Can you give, and I think I had the same question from Planning Commission, examples of other statements of overriding conditions that we have granted? And what type of, what kind of accoutrements and features and advantages, benefits were derived from those projects, and how did, I just want to hear what they are. We can talk about whether they compare or not.
So in the staff, in your staff report on page 2, begins a series of benefits that would comprise your statement of overriding considerations. Environmental benefits, economic benefits, social benefits. I can tell you from working on numerous projects in the city and preparing a lot of EIRs here, these are fairly consistent with other projects. I can think of Fox Point Farms and others where these are the benefits. There is no requirement in CEQA on what constitutes an overriding consideration. It is just you as the governing body acknowledging for the record, yes, we realize that this project will result in at least one significant impact that cannot be avoided. In this case, that's the vehicle miles traveled metric. But on the whole, there are these other benefits that outweigh that impact, and here's what we are saying they are. And so these can certainly be modified if there are suggestions, but this is what staff recommends.
Okay. And then moving on to, I think the Caltrans you addressed in the staff report. So that was an early statement, and those concerns really, we can put a condition, as you suggested, that guarantees they're closed as a condition of approval, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And okay, may have one more or two more. Are the roof deck stairways, are those sealed or open?
I believe the majority of them are sealed.
And I'm going back to the Portofino case, when I think the argument there was they were open, therefore it didn't constitute a ceiling on a fourth floor. How does that not constitute a fourth floor?
I'd have to think back at the differences. We can take a closer look at that and get back to you on that.
Okay. And then biological resources. The mitigation, it looks like we're impacting, what, 3.5 acres? What's the, I didn't find the mitigation ratio, and it looks like we're doing 7 acres, so I'm guessing it's 2 to 1. What's the mitigation ratio for this impact?
We'll pull that up as well.
Yeah, I think it's on the page 13 of the, what's number 2 of the big package, or I guess it's attachment 2. Oh, wait. No. I usually write down all my page numbers, but that one I didn't get. That was my last question when we get this, so. I guess my primary question is, what's the ratio? Does it depend on which type of Diegan coastal sage scrub versus coastal scrub versus
Oh, here we go. Thank you, Roy. Right, so the ratio for coastal sage scrub is 2 to 1, and the chaparral habitat is 1 to 1.
Okay. And it talked about, I think, the 2 parcels to the north that are being preserved is like 5.51 acres?
Correct.
And then is there an additional 1.92 off-site?
Off-site.
Okay. And so that makes sense to me. Thank you. Those are my questions of clarification.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you. I just have one remaining question, and I don't know if staff can answer this, but perhaps it could be clarified at some point. The exhibit that we're going by, which is one that you brought up during your presentation earlier, which is the plan view, shows a buffer or a screen of vegetation along the east side of the development, which would be located above and behind the retaining wall, and I'm assuming within the SDG&E easement, but at the scale of the drawing, I'm not absolutely sure. So I'm looking for clarification sometime in this process that we can have that buffer there as it's shown on the exhibit, which is important to the project, and also the overlaying other uses of that same corridor, which would be the SDG&E easement. There could be potentially some conflicting uses there, and I just want to be realistic about what we're saying we can achieve there. And if you have anything to share with me on that right now, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'd look forward to that clarification at some point.
Okay. My question is related to the height of the building. I see on page 543 of the Planning Commission first hearing report, there's a graphic of the building showing the roof height, including the 5-foot barriers on the roof deck. It's that makes the height of the building 35 feet. Does that mean that any effort to put in, say, for example, string lights or anything like that, that were higher, taller, 8 feet high, 10 feet high, would mean that the height limit had been exceeded and would therefore be illegal?
Not necessarily. If they're not affixed to a permanent structure as part of a permanent construction. For instance, anybody can put up umbrellas. That wouldn't be considered a structure subject to our building height standards.
Okay, is that something we could condition to make it not possible to do that sort of thing on the roof?
In terms of
We could add a condition that limited that. String lights, other lights that might be visible from adjacent properties.
what I would urge the council that any conditions that you wish to add is for the project to comply with objective standards. So if you want to limit the use of string lights on the ceiling, it would have to tie to a standard that we currently have that they need to comply with. For instance, perhaps compliance with our lighting standards. That could be
Well, so
the nexus.
this is clearly, the way they're planning to construct this, it doesn't come into play. The question is what we do about post-construction. So, I'm looking for determining some mechanisms to be able to manage this in a way that makes it less likely that they're going to have problems at adjacent properties. So it's something that I'm looking to address. I'd like to go back to the slide that talks about this question of easement versus vacation of right-of-way and such. Yeah, you had a slide that had some bullet points about what we were, what was the staff recommendation in terms of how we would proceed with this. Because clearly that's a critical issue in this conversation. And the status of this easement right is a part of the appeal and an important part of this project. And so therefore, it's, with no clarity on that particular issue at this time, I don't know how we can consider approving this project. So we are conducting a public hearing, and I know that the plan is to negotiate an agreement that addresses the question of the developer being able to build the project as it's currently proposed. So what I'm going to be suggesting is that we have our public comment, we hear from the applicant and the appellants, we go through our process, and we have as much deliberation as we see necessary, and then we will continue the hearing and begin the negotiations to establish just exactly what that is going to look like, the acquisition of the property or the exchange for improvements. Who knows what it's going to come out like. But that's a separate conversation that's yet to be had, so it's an important part of this process. So I wanted to make that clear to everybody in the audience that's here to speak to this, is that that's an unresolved issue that we're gonna have to address and then come back for a final consideration of this project. So if there are no objections to approaching it in that way, then what I think we will do is move on to the next step in the process, which is to open the public hearing. And now we will hear from the appellant for 10 minutes and the appellant's representatives.
And I have a PowerPoint. That is. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kranz and Council. My name is Ari Spengler. I'm here for the Encinitas Community Collective. The Encinitas Community Collective is approximately 250 households that live in the surrounding area near where this project is proposed to be built. And they will all be directly impacted because this is currently vacant land, and most of the homes that are currently in that area are single family on fairly large lots. So this is going to add quite a few more individuals to the area and traffic and noise concerns. Next slide, please. You've already heard quite a bit about the project, but just a quick overview. This is the Cannon property. It was zoned previously RR2, and it's been rezoned to R30 as part of the housing element. It's within the sensitive inland bluff zoning and scenic visual corridor zoning. Next slide, please. The Encinitas Community Collective brought this appeal to challenge some of the environmental impacts that have been identified in the EIR and will not be sufficiently mitigated. They also brought the appeal to challenge the concession and incentive that Lennar has requested under state density bonus law. Next slide, please. The state density bonus law does not operate in a bubble. The city can still impose objective development standards and deny requests for incentives or concessions if it finds that there is a specific adverse impact on health or safety without feasible mitigation. Additionally, and importantly, concessions and incentives that are contrary to state law cannot be granted. One of those state laws is the California Coastal Act of 1976, which is implemented in the city through its local coastal plan, or LCP, and includes the general plan and the municipal code. Under the municipal code, section 30-16-020C7, which is the local coastal plan consistency provision, the state density bonus law provides that it shall not be construed to supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect of or application of the California Coastal Act. It also provides that for development within the coastal zone, which this property is, any requested density bonus, incentive, or waiver shall be consistent with all applicable requirements of the certified LCP, with the exception of density. So that means any incentive or waiver that the city grants to encourage a developer to build affordable housing, other than an increase in density, must be consistent with the LCP. The general plan and the municipal code are the city's certified LCP. So the Coastal Commission has approved both of those. The city has authority to deny or reduce the density to ensure that the project conforms with the objective standards of the general plan or the zoning code. This is also consistent with the state government code section 65915M. Next slide, please. Lennar is requesting a waiver of the inland bluff hillside regulations provided by Municipal Code Section 30-34030. To build this project, they want to encroach into the steep slopes by more than 40%, which is about 3 times the amount that is allowed by the municipal code. This encroachment into a sensitive inland bluff violates the LCP, and it's contrary to state law. They're also requesting a waiver of utility undergrounding requirements. Next slide, please.
The city's hillside and inland bluff overlay zone regulations apply to all areas within the special study overlay zone, where a site-specific analysis indicates that 10% or more of the natural area of a parcel of land exceeds a 25% slope. Approximately 32.7%, or 2.25 acres, of the proposed development area has an existing slope greater than 25%. So this project site is subject to hillside inland bluff overlay zone regulations, which prohibit encroachment or grading of more than 10% of the steep slope. Lennar is asking for a more than 40% encroachment into steep slope areas. Without city approval of the waiver, this project footprint would be substantially reduced. Lennar argues that the density bonus and coastal act must be harmonized. We agree. Harmony will not be achieved if the city allows Lennar to grade or flatten 40% of the existing steep slopes on the property. This is all natural, basically untouched slope at this time, when the general plan and the municipal code both prohibit this sort of drastic grading. The project sets a bad precedent for ignoring the general plan and the municipal code requirements. If the city allows Lennar to cut into the slope by more than 3 times the amount allowed per code, will it also be forced to waive building height requirements, similar to the Goodson project, and allow a 300% or more increase in height over the prevailing 35-foot maximum? What will stop the city from approving a 105-foot building in our community? Next slide, please. Back when this property was initially identified as a potential housing element site, the owner's representative stated that they had already performed their due diligence and they had analyzed the site biology and topography and found no impediments to development. If there really were no impediments, this drastic grading would not be necessary, or perhaps the project could be constructed using a smaller footprint. If there's any way that the city could potentially go back and amend the housing element selection, that would be preferable. We understand that the city is mandated by the state to provide additional housing, and this, could you please go to the next slide? And the State Density Bonus Act is a state law that the city must also follow. However, state law also provides that the Density Bonus Act does not supersede the Coastal Act or in any way alter or lessen its effect. In this context, it's important to understand the mandates of the Coastal Act, which include protecting environmentally sensitive areas and habitats, even in the context of a density bonus project. This includes protection of sensitive slopes like this. Next slide, please. ECC has also appealed this project because the developer has requested a waiver of the requirement to underground the utility lines. If it's not possible to require the developer to do that, ECC would like for the city to find a way to place the utility poles underground, because if they aren't placed underground at this time, they will never be placed underground. There are serious safety issues involved with not placing the poles underground, including fire danger, which is a big concern in this area, which is a high fire area. Next slide, please. ECC has also brought this appeal because it would like for the community to address the traffic impacts, including the 894 additional trips per day that will be generated by this project without any meaningful mitigation. They would also like to address the safe route to school requirement. Piraeus is a dangerous 2-lane road, and there are 2 schools nearby and no safe route for children to walk to and from school from this project. Next slide, please. The EIR also raises concerns related to gnatcatcher habitat. There have been 2 pairs identified within this site. We are pleased to know that Lennar will be required to get approval from U.S. Fish and Wildlife before they start construction. We're also concerned about the air quality for surrounding residents due to construction. With the amount of grading that is proposed, there should be an incredible amount of dirt that will be produced. Next slide, please. Caltrans has indicated that it cannot support the project. We would support a condition of approval that requires the developer to coordinate their plans with Caltrans. Next slide, please. We will later show a short video on the grading. And next slide, please. We are requesting that the council grant the appeal and deny the concession and incentive that are sought by Lennar, or return the project to the Planning Commission with direction to further consider the propriety of waiving the city's hillside inland bluff overlay zoning code for this project, and whether the city can find a way to ensure that the utilities are placed underground. We would also like for the council to decline to certify the EIR unless there are further mitigation measures to address the traffic impacts and the environmental impacts. Next slide, please. If the council is inclined to approve the project, we have previously submitted suggested conditions of approval that we would ask you to consider. And we also support staff's suggested condition requiring Lennar to work with Caltrans to coordinate its drainage plans. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll have a 10-minute presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is David Shepard with Lennar Homes. I'll be very brief. We have a PowerPoint coming up.
Do you know what the name of the presentation is?
Pardon me?
The name of the presentation?
The name of the presentation. Piraeus Point applicant response.
What's the name of the presentation?
It was Piraeus Point applicant response.
Do a printout of the presentation?
I did not bring a printout. I saw it was attached in the staff report online. That's where I saw it.
If you go to the staff report, it's attachment number 5.
Yeah.
If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. There it is. Great. So when we brought this application forward, something Lennar considered very seriously was we really wanted to make sure that we were not abusing density bonus law. As you see here, we brought forward what we believe is an application that's consistent with that. We're not maxing the density. We're offering 149 townhomes, all for sale, including the affordable homes. 15 very low income homes for sale. That's an income of $65,000 that a family will be able to buy one of these homes and live and enjoy it. We are preserving 48% of open space that will be funded with a long-term permanent endowment to ensure that an open space is maintained in the proper condition. I'm now going to turn it over to Marco Gonzalez, our attorney, to speak to the legal issues concerning the appellants that's before you tonight. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Next slide, please. So we provided the council with a voluminous response to every issue raised on appeal. But getting into our rebuttal here in a public forum, I want to remind the council that we're here to talk about those issues that were raised in the appeal. We're not here to bring up new issues, and the council, frankly, is constrained to those issues that were part of the discussion at the Planning Commission and that were brought up in the appeal. That being said, as reflected in our letter, This is a unique interplay between the state's Housing Accountability Act and the California Environmental Quality Act. And unfortunately, the appeal doesn't do a good job, in our opinion, of really explaining how these two laws are meant to work together. They fast forward to this notion that you can approve a waiver if it doesn't comply with state law. And then they jump to the conclusion that the Coastal Act requires every provision of your local coastal program to override every provision of state housing law, including your ordinance. Now, staff understands that this isn't true. I think they did a good job of addressing some of the underlying facts surrounding your rules, regulations, codes, and general plan. First and foremost, your local coastal program includes your zoning ordinance, your municipal code. The implementation plan component of your LCP includes density bonus ordinance. And all of this went to the Coastal Commission when they considered your housing element update, and they approved it. They didn't approve it with the condition that any of the projects that would require a coastal development permit would actually not be able to achieve the goals of the housing element because they wouldn't be entitled to any of the provisions of state law. They said the way that this city is looking to accomplish the requirements of state law in terms of affordable housing and new housing was good. Now, that being said, the Housing Accountability Act is very clear that if you are going to deny a waiver or a concession, and these are different, you have to make a specific finding that there will be a negative impact to public health and safety, and that impact has to be measurable based on objective law and criteria. Now, under CEQA, we're bound by the concept of substantial evidence. That means that if you're going to make a finding, you can't just pull it out of thin air. You can't take the opinion of an attorney, of a council member, the opinion of a member of the public, the opinion of somebody who isn't a designated expert, and say, I choose to believe them, because that doesn't count as substantial evidence. Substantial evidence could be the opinion of your staff, or it could be the opinion of consultants and experts who provide substantial evidence in the record, much like the consultant EIR, Bob Stark, provided in the final EIR document based on all of the technical studies that were provided. To the extent that the appellants come before you and say, well, it's obvious that if we don't underground the overhead utility lines, there's going to be a public safety impact. And it's obvious that if we take all this dirt off the property, there's going to be an impact. And it's obvious that if we cut into the slope more than is allowed under the base level reading of the steep slope ordinance, there's going to be an impact. That doesn't cut it. Where are their consultants? Where are their experts? Where is the engineering firm? Where is the traffic firm? Where are the substantial evidence experts providing them the justification to come forward and say, state housing law is being violated and you should not allow this applicant to have its waiver and its concession? They simply haven't carried their burden. And the presentation that you heard gives us a little bit of insight as to what they're really thinking. Because you heard it slipped in there and then she moved on very quickly. It was, if you could just go back and take us off the housing element. No, you can't. You know you can't. You know that you have a certified housing element that went through years and years of difficult votes and litigation and negotiation and certification. And it was the first time that we got a legal housing element in the history of this city. And there's no way HCD or the public or the BIA or a whole host of tenants' rights groups would allow you to go back and say, oops, we didn't mean to put these guys on it. We, as the applicant, have a piece of property that has an R30 zoning. In conjunction with that R30 zoning, we not only have the right to build 311 units, but we have a requirement to build at least 134 units. Our job as the applicant is to determine how to do that. How to do that in a way that provides something that's compatible with the neighborhood, something that looks nice, something that provides amenities that makes this a saleable project, something that harmonizes the desires of the city, the state, and the residents to put low-income families and individuals in conjunction with market rate homeowners in a place that, can one day be just part of the community. And we think that limiting the total density down to very near the minimum, we've done exactly that. So that being said, at the end of the day, the notion that we violate state law because we don't meet the subjective criteria of the LCP is exactly the issue that was raised in the case that's cited as the foundational rationale in the appeal, the Calnell Gardens case. And unfortunately, the citation of that case is wholly contrary to what the law is today. At the time that that case was decided, it blew a giant hole in state housing law. It essentially said that state housing law is subservient to the Coastal Act and LCPs, and if you don't meet the letter of every single provision of the LCP, you're out. That's what the judge decided. That's what went up on appeal. That's what the Court of Appeal decided. But what happens when the courts interpret the law in a way that's not desired by the legislature, they revisit it, and that's what they did here. They revisited the holding of Calnell Gardens, and they passed a law that expressly referenced that case that is relied upon by the appellants and said that wasn't what we intended with housing law. We didn't intend the Coastal Act to preclude the provision of density bonus and affordable housing in the coastal zone. And we know that inherently because the Coastal Act also says that one of the primary charges of the Coastal Act and of the Coastal Commission is to provide access not just to the wealthy elite who can afford to live in cities like Encinitas, but those who need the subsidized and conditioned affordable housing like this process provides so that everybody can have the same access to the coast. Without the affordable housing that is feasible because of the waivers and concessions and the density bonus law provisions, we would be simply saying we're only providing housing for elite coastal residents. That's not the intention of the Coastal Act. That's not the intention of the Housing Accountability Act. And when they passed the new bill, they specifically said, in harmonizing these two acts, it's very important that you protect the environment, but also provide the housing. And so when we design this project, knowing that that's our charge, and we come back and we say, okay, what does protect the environment mean? It means identify the endangered species, work with the resource agencies, identify a couple of very significant parcels that are in close proximity that should be protected for these exact species, and in fact, these exact populations of species. It means to provide amenities. It means to consider traffic, consider everything that we can possibly do to drive down VMT. The final environmental impact report reflects a very strong commitment to balancing that environmental protection mandate with the desire for housing and affordable housing. We think that the staff report gets it right. We understand that there is probably going to be a discussion regarding the conditions of approval, and the mayor stated desire to continue this until we resolve the easement issue. We're happy to come back up and have that discussion, but as far as the appeal goes, we think that there's more than enough argument and evidence in the record to justify the denial of the appeal, and we're curious to hear what the public has to say, and we'll be back up to rebut that as well. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we move on to public speakers.
Yes, we do have several. First speaker is David Hill with 2 time donations, one from Teresa Ornelas. Teresa, are you here? And also Kristen Smith. Kristen, thank you. Followed by Richard Weston and then Scott Campbell.
What are the total number of speakers?
How many did we say there were? 10? I think there's 10 with some time donations.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm David Hill. We have been fighting this issue with Pariah's Point for 1.5 years. Initially, when we first heard of this project, we indicated to the Cannon family and Brian Grover that the site is an inland bluff protected in the southern boundary of Bataquitas Lagoon. It has connectivity to Bataquitas Lagoon, has connectivity to other state-owned habitat preservation known as La Costa Preservation Parcel. And that was part of the I-5 road widening. To indicate that we are a bunch of imbeciles and not understanding the codes and requirements as opposed to to Attorney Gonzalez. That is not true. The issues that we're going to show tonight were provided not only by the city, and these are exhibits that we've used throughout the last 20-odd years, as well as consultants and their validity to what this particular site is about. And to dismiss these with a wave of the hand is irresponsible and totally disrespectful for the people of the community. And I'd like to start with my program here. Thank you. In regards to the retaining wall, we talk about a total height because they show approximately maybe 30 feet. But at the same time, because of the type of wall it is and the overturning moments of that wall due to hydrostatic forces and their tiebacks, and they're using the soil nails at an angle to drive into the wall, into the dirt underneath where the power poles are located, there's a problem there because there's not only a confined aquifer on the north side, but there's also a perched water table to the south on the east side, and that is 15 feet below grade. The soil nails do not work where there's water involved. They don't, because they lose their ability to counteract the hydrostatic forces. But coming back to the wall, because of the overturning moments, it has to be at least 8 to 10 feet below the new grade. So when you look at the total height, it's 40 feet or 35 feet. Do not think that it stops the grade. There has to be a footing. There has to be an area. We don't have any bedrock. You can't go down to bedrock and tie into that. You can't. You need a buttress. You're not going to get a flying buttress like the Notre Dame Cathedral, but you need a buttress to retain the retaining wall, to overcome the hydrostatic forces that will be present. And if you end up with a 100-year storm and a back-to-back 100-year storm, and we have what they call a 320 feet above mean sea level on Crest Acres. And that is 140 feet hydraulic level above the existing level that there is right now, say 170 feet, 175 feet. You've got that hydraulic head times the distance with the connectivity, and that will give you the flow coming down through Crest Acres. That's not to be ignored. We asked at the Planning Commission for a hydrogeologist report. I couldn't get one because everybody here in San Diego County is nervous because they thought they were going to get sued because they all interfaced with everybody. I would have to go to San Francisco or somewhere else to get an independent hydrogeologist here. And I've used hydrogeologists before, and I've had them work for me because I've hired them on my other projects. But they would not participate, they would not be a witness because they're too nervous, because there's a lot of influencing forces going on behind the scenes. And that is a problem here in San Diego County, seriously. So I had a lot more to discuss, but I'm going to be running out of time here shortly. But the thing is, there is some subterfuge going on between the Cannon family based on their ignoring of their consultant, which is Vincent Schneid, on these biological assessment, and I have a copy of it here. And he said, beware, because of the APA. You've got a problem. You've got the sub-area issues. There is sensitive species on there, not only the flora, but also the animals. You've got a problem. Plus, you're in the connectivity to Bataquitas Lagoon. It's a serious issue.
Richard Weston. Richard will be followed by Scott Campbell, and then Richard Horowitz.
Hi, City Council members. Thanks for listening. And you have a really difficult job. I don't know why you even ran for City Council with all this stuff going on. I had a couple comments. One, I wasn't real familiar with the fee title issue, but I thought the city should not sell the land. I mean, why would you ever sell land in San Diego County? It's so valuable. So I sent a note to you guys, it's probably in there somewhere, about leasing that easement to this project. That has a couple of advantages. One, Lennar would not have to pay for it. This would probably come out of, some type of fee from the homeowners. So if you charge, say, $100,000 a year for that easement, you'd probably be able to run a bond for about $1.8 to $2 million, and that would fund some of the improvements that we would like to see, such as some of the pathways up to school, et cetera. So I don't know if that's legally allowed, but it's something you might want to take a look at. The other issue, just quickly, is I think there's a real communication issue with the low-income housing, because most people expect people can buy their units. And I know there's maybe tax advantages, et cetera, but every time this comes up, people are like, why can't people just buy a home? Should it be that the dream of American home ownership dies in Encinitas? Low-income people can't buy homes here, even though they should be able to. My son has some medical issues. I have a lot of low-income people who help him. And I told them, oh, they're going to build this low-income housing. They said, will I be able to buy it? I said, probably not. It's probably going to go to a corporation. And I think the mayor said, this is a good corporation doing it. You know, they have tax advantages, et cetera. But I think that needs to be communicated. Why are we going that route through corporations? Why should people not be able to buy? I think there was one unit that was available in Encinitas. It was in one of the papers by lottery. I think probably 10,000 people applied for that. And I also think if you're meeting with stakeholders from the community, and you all met with dentists, et cetera, or other people, have you talked to low-income people about what they want? They're stakeholders here as well, and you notice there's no low-income people here at this meeting, you know, none at all. So I just say, please communicate better to the community, and I think that will go a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think come on up, Scott. I think the developer will ask him to address the disposition of the for sale units. I believe they are planned to be sold.
Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Campbell, and I live in Encinitas District 2. I wanted to follow up on some of Councilmember Ayler's points. First, I want to note that the applicant speaker really doesn't have any vested skin in this game. All the other speakers here will be dealing with this property every day, including myself. Substantial evidence. If I use staff data, I call that substantial data. Anyways, here's a sample ad. I'm not an advertising guy, but this is what I envision Leonard pushing. They're going to push live life on your rooftop deck. It's going to be in the ads. I guarantee it. Enjoy your nature in the walkable community. This community is an island. Are there any developments that do not have sidewalks? They're saying the sidewalk in development is, no, there's no clicker. Okay, is there paths? Okay, next item, please. People talk about the site suitability factors. Let's talk about developer concessions. Underground utilities is a citywide goal. It's a citywide goal. Like I said before, I will pay money to put underground in my house. This gifted land is 14%. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of land. And I want you to know, you guys all took a tour. That land that the developer wants is the only flat land. It's the flat land before the slopes. Now, the steep slope, now they have 40%, blah, blah, blah. That's 303% greater above the limit. 300%, not just 40%. It's 300% greater. It's perspective. It's not a raw number. Look in percentages. This thing is also in the high fire zone, which should go back to the power lines. I worked at a place that did that. They had sensors for that. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the suitability factors. The social benefits. This place is an island. It's never going to be connected to the neighborhood. Never. Doubt it. Recreation, pool, and sidewalks is not a walkable. I mean, that's such a stretch. Next slide. The economic benefits, I'm sorry I had a number, is 15 affordable units. Yes, out of how many? That the RHNA, this site was projected to have 232 units. 232 was the initial projections. You know what I say to the applicant? Do it. Do it. Put them all in. Do it. All these threats about we're going to put them all in. Next slide, please. The environmental benefits. Basically, we say that development is an environmental benefit. That's specious. Please explain to me how a 3-story development enhances anything, much less views and scenic corridors. Thank you for your time.
Richard Horowitz, followed by Lori Myers with a no time donation, and then Dan Baxter with a time donation from Ted Myers. Is Richard here?
I donated my time.
To who? The video? Okay, and then same with Lori Myers? Not speaking? Okay, Dan Baxter with time donation from Ted Myers, followed by Doug Miller with time donation from Lori Forsyth. Lori, are you still here? Okay, and then Jim Brackus with a time donation from Jody Trax. Jody, are you here? How about Carlin Schmink? Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz, council members, other interested parties. I come before you with a prejudice. I'd prefer not to have a high-density project in my neighborhood, and I realize that my opinion doesn't matter much. However, if you vote to approve this project, I'd urge you to please consider a few specific recommendations that I've mailed in that would reduce risk, mitigate some of the impacts, and improve the overall project. In the May 4th Planning Commission meeting, a short list of conditions was presented by Sheila Cameron. These conditions are practical, low in cost, and have already been accepted by Lennar and are supported by the community and the ECC. They include, at least a partial list, posting of rooftop deck occupancy limits on the rooftop decks. It's a safety issue. It's required in most commercial buildings, and it may tend to limit or discourage some of the concerns about parties and noise. CC&R restrictions limiting resident parking to their garages so that the guest spaces are available for guests, hopefully thus reducing overflow of cars into the neighborhood. Maintaining the historic dark skies policy, both in the project design and if it can't be done in any other way through the CC&Rs, particularly the string lights, assuring that they're downward-facing lights and that they're off when not in use. Regarding the dark skies policy, I believe in the packet there's a letter from Sheila Cameron. This isn't law, it's a policy because of proximity to Bataquitos Lagoon that's been in place for a long time throughout Leucadia. The restrictions requiring the sale, not rental of the 15 affordable units, so they should be deed restricted. I believe that's already the intent, but I don't see it documented so far in any of the literature, at least not that I've come across. Allocation of the transportation traffic fees that will be paid by Lennar to the tune of $392,000 and some change to improvements related to this project. And it would make sense to me that they'd be mobility related, given that they're transportation traffic fees. So those are the terms that I feel should be incorporated into the design of the project. I'm not sure how that should be done, and it's not a matter of approval or denial. It's a matter of how do we get these things in. They shouldn't be controversial. There are additional improvements that will cost money. They're still desirable, and I'm not quite sure the funding mechanism. I have a couple of suggestions. The first, of course, is the transportation traffic fees. The second, and now this is under question, is selling the right-of-way vacation rather than, or in-kind exchange for development, however it's done, but somehow deriving funds that can be used to support these additional projects. I've listed a great deal of detail in the written summary, but I'll just give you the quick list. To the extent available funding, in my opinion, and this reflects a number of the community members, the project should be prioritized as follows. Integration of the pedestrian walkways into the community. The first among those would be safe routes to school. Consider also the park down the street, possibly out to La Costa Avenue as well. Right now, the sidewalks don't go anywhere where anybody wants to walk. Second would be incremental additions to available parking. Lennar has, in the CPP stage, added an additional 16 parking spaces for guests within the development. I'm not implying that they are not compliant with density bonus law. I'm simply saying it's not enough parking for what most people would use in a condo or townhouse. So any added increment, perhaps along Piraeus, in that land that's under question. The projections are that most of the traffic will go northbound on Piraeus to La Costa Boulevard. That intersection is already backs up, and it's not uncommon to have to wait more than one cycle of the light. An improvement is suggested for simply widening the asphalt slightly. It's City of Carlsbad land. It's a relatively inexpensive improvement, and I believe could be done within the available budget, perhaps even with support from Lennar. And finally, on the undergrounding, I'm not sure how to pay for it. It's clearly a win for everyone if it can be done. The houses become more valuable above it. The houses become more valuable below it. It reduces fire danger. It's a nice thing. I leave it to you to see if funds might be available. I suggested the SD&G&E undergrounding fund, and I've since learned that that's depleted already. So I would urge you to consider these, and they all require city leadership guidance and coordination, as they're not on the subject property. They're on either city land or private land adjacent to. So the written version of this with the details is in attachment 6, the public correspondence. I believe it's the first item. And should you decide to approve it, I hope you consider these items. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Doug Miller?
Thank you. That was quite a speech by Lennar. I guess the masks have come off now. We've gone from soliciting community input and saying we're going to respect it and consider it, to kind of sneering at the wealthy coastal elite and saying they're going to rebut all of our concerns. So we know who we're dealing with now. I appreciate the council's decision to kind of set this aside or reconsider what can be gotten in exchange for the land vacation. But I'd like to challenge the notion that the project as it's presented has to be approved. At its core, the entire project is a house built on an extremely fragile foundation. The arrogant presumption that they'll get the free land. I don't know what would happen if when I want to do a renovation project, decided I wanted to build some land, build my bioretention pit on adjacent city land. I'm not sure that the Planning Commission would look favorably on that, or a retaining wall. Oh, I'm sorry, I have a presentation.
Can you pause this time?
Now, somehow, Lennar, a $35 billion out-of-state company, is so convinced it'll be given this handout that it continues to reject all of our appeals for mitigation and insist on all the concessions, all while arguing that otherwise they can't make the project financially feasible. Why did we fall for this scam? In this presentation, I've attached the deck that I submitted to the Planning Commission in May that demonstrates from Lennar's own filings with the SEC and statements that they made to investors that they'll earn over $40 million on this project. I'm happy to discuss the underlying calculations and the sources of information if you'd like, but that's about $3 million for each low-income unit. I'm not sure this is good public policy. As an editorial comment, last week, Lennar released its quarterly earnings, and in the earnings call, they proudly announced that they were well-positioned to counter the effects of rising interest rates and lower sales prices by value engineering and increasing the pace of production. So in addition to telling us how much money it'll make, they've let us know that we can expect lower quality materials and rushed construction, all to protect their earnings. We understand that it's the burden of us as the appellant or the city to demonstrate that rejecting the concessions or the land use would not make the project, or undergrounding the utilities would not make the project unprofitable for the developer. In fact, they've done that for us through their SEC filings. Clearly, they have room to accommodate some of our concerns. They'll walk away with tens of millions of dollars. It also might be worth attempting to quantify the economic costs that the city and surrounding community will bear in terms of air and water pollution, congestion, necessary infrastructure development to deliver water and power, build new schools, and other externalities. It's never been a good look to have as one of your leading arguments in a debate to be, it could be worse. But that's what they've said over and over and over. They tell us another developer would put more units, not be as sympathetic to neighborhood concerns, et cetera. Well, we know how sympathetic they are to our concerns now. They made a show last year of having a community outreach meeting at La Costa and acted concerned and listened, but the basic contours of the plan that they've submitted for approval are identical to what they shared last year. Same number of units, same height, nothing meaningful has changed. But we're supposed to be relieved and grateful because it could be worse. We take away this land, the whole project falls apart. Did they submit alternative plans in the event the land isn't gifted or the encroachment not granted? How can we approve a plan that requires a giveaway to a corporation that has to be approved by the city? They want to destroy our community, introduce significant traffic safety and environmental risks, and extract over $40 million and walk away and leave the city and the neighbors to deal with this consequence. And they want us to thank them for it because it could be worse. Next slide. So a couple questions. Why are we letting a multi-billion-dollar, out-of-state, wealthy corporation cram through a plan that nets at tens of millions of dollars while crying poverty and asking for free land? Why are we subsidizing a company like Lennar? When they finish, they'll take away their $46 million and walk away, and we'll be stuck with it forever. Next slide. Last question, given all of the above, what's the use of this land to Lennar? I think we can make an argument as $46 million. What's the value of the land to the community, given the massive increase in congestion and the resulting safety concerns? Given alternative uses for the Piraeus Road, for the vacation, Piraeus road widening and traffic mitigation, I think we can all agree that it's potentially invaluable for the people who live in that area. City Council can strongly and clearly state the land use will not be granted unless all community concerns are adequately addressed. There are countless examples of negative unintended consequences resulting from well-intentioned public policies. I don't believe anybody intended that California's housing mandate would result in multi-million-dollar windfalls for multi-billion-dollar out-of-state corporations, but this is what's happening all over our city and elsewhere in the state.
Thank you.
Please use your leverage. Thank you.
Jim Brackus. Jim does have a time donation from Carlin Schminke.
Slideshow?
Followed by Luke Schaefer and then Dolores Welty.
Jim Brackus, I live at 1580 Gaskin Road for 27 years. We used to have school buses, now we don't. The traffic up there is horrendous. First of all, the streets are narrow streets. We have no lighting. The safe way to school, sidewalk does work, but Capri has been just destroyed because the city and the county have closed down 3 access points for a good traffic pattern. Now, Plato doesn't have any sidewalks, so there's a safety issue for the kids that might go to school. I'm the local realtor there. How do I sell a house for $2 million and tell the parents that the kids can't go to the school because it's full? It's a real tough sale. It's a real tough sale. So as far as the traffic goes, 25 years ago, I haven't seen the sheriff's department here in 25 years, when we fought over the Lucadia Bridge extension. That's when we were supposed to get Piraeus going north and south onto Lucadia. The whole council stood up and said at 12:30 at night, hey, I'm going to open it up. Well, you didn't. 25 years later, you missed the bus again on the recent expansion. I have no clue why that happened. That would alleviate a lot of traffic problems that we're talking about. Now the traffic on Piraeus to La Costa. It was brought up by David Baxter and stuff like that. You don't understand. Carlsbad paid a lot of money to get the light sequencing done on La Costa and Piraeus and across the highway. Within 500 feet, there are 5 traffic lights. The light sequencing allows 4 cars to get across the road because you got the stoplight right before the parking right in the Goodwill Center. 4 cars. Now you're going to be adding 894 more traffic things. Oh, that ain't going to happen. Nobody's going to get to the beach. So that's a big issue. The big issue is that, guys, I really appreciate you guys acknowledging that you went to the site, but it's like going to the site in the 9th inning. Why didn't you guys go to the site earlier? Why isn't staff recommended to go to the site? Because I think if you would have gone to the site earlier, you would have realized that this is a pimple on the side of Piraeus. It's going to have nothing but a light effect. You're going to go under the bridge at La Costa, go into Encinitas, and all you're going to see is this 149 light bulb. It just doesn't make any sense. There's no common sense going on here. Now, as far as the excavation of all that dirt, is Lennar going to pay to wash my car and clean my windows and clean my house? Because I live in the north of that property where the wind's going to bring all that dirt. That's a big issue I have right there. So what we need, though, is we need some common sense here. And the guy with the hat, that was like listening to paint dry. We need some common sense here, okay? Because you got to put effect. I know all the state laws, and I don't even use the word mandate. I heard that from Commissioner Doyle way too many times at the last meeting. What you need to do is common sense. That project does not fit there. It's not safe. You have no traffic. You blew it by not opening up Piraeus to Lucadia. That's another big thing. But the problem is, you see that picture right there? Here, flipping out the picture. That's a picture of the site. I just listed 1570 Crowder. That's their view. 11 months of excavation, and it's going to be nothing but just a terrible light show up there. It just does not fit, guys. There's got to be some common sense. What I'm really looking for is because you guys got handcuffs on because of the state's mandates. Oh, I used that word, damn it. You're not going to, you can't do anything. It's like you guys your hands are tied. And it's unfortunate because you're destroying a lot of the coastal community. And you're not the only ones. Santa Barbara's fighting this. Del Mar's fighting the 250 units above the Dog Beach of the Bluff. Everybody's fighting. I'm looking for a city council to get a backbone and finally say the big developers can't just come in here and run aground. You need somehow to make sense and stop it. All right, I'm out of time, but y'all need to go, because I live there. I drive that thing every day. It makes no sense. And if you don't think you have a traffic problem, why did you put speed bumps on Normandy and Urania? Oh, is it because the traffic gets off at La Costa and cuts through when it's all backed up? You've already done all that. You've already mitigated most of these problems. Just somebody, get a backbone, guys. Come on. Stand up and say, this does not belong here. All right, I'm done. I'm a little tired. I'm out of here.
And I would like to remind speakers that if they could confine their comments to issues related to the appeal and the project, and we've had a couple of speakers that were insulting to members of the public. Yes, they're the applicants, but if we could refrain from doing that, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Luke Schaefer. I grew up here, born and raised, graduated from La Costa Canyon, second year it was opened. I left after that, went through college, did some time there. Spent 2 decades protecting that flag abroad as a United States Marine. In my transit to and from this city over the years, it's just been a barrage of development. And I get it, that's the direction of growth. And this is the city. I always used to say, when you don't live in America, whether you like Americans or not, you probably want to live here. And if you live in America, whether you like California or not, you probably want to live here. And if you live in California, whether you like people from San Diego, LA, or San Francisco, you probably want to live here. Fact is we live in the Mount Olympus of the world, one of them. This is a city that is like no other. I get why people want to come here. We have developed this place since La Costa Canyon, La Costa Valley, all of Target area, the Forum. We have been overdeveloping. I get the state is coming to you guys. That flag, you guys stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance every single time, and I appreciate it. Again, I know men who keep that blood, the red in that red. I know their blood. I'm sitting here to say is your guys' job is to serve the Republic. It's the Republic by which it stands. And you guys can deny this for safety. If you go back to the planning meetings, I came and talked to them after they denied it, or they pushed it through to you guys, about cowardice leadership. I get leadership. I get bureaucracies. Your job is not to listen to the state and come down and tell us what you're going to put in. Your job is to listen to us and say, this is not safe. My kids I share the fence with Lennar in the northeast corner. I will lose probably a $500,000 view. I am the one house that actually will lose the view. When I come and go, people come and go, they go to their house, I come out and I have wall-to-wall windows with a 3-year-old, an 11-year-old, and a 15-year-old. They're going to be looking in my back, not just my backyard, but into my windows in the morning when my lights are on and it's dark out there. I know what that looks like. I know what to look for. But I'm sitting here trying to tell you guys, it's your time to do something and go fight the state and tell them why we have bad Aquillas Lagoon, that we have hydraulic reports that need to be done. We have some stuff that gets done. And I will say that my last 30 seconds, it's 134 units. If you get rid of the waiver, they just can't put in that last 2 buildings. It takes them down to 133 units because they have to get rid of the 2 buildings on the north. Sorry, you might have to figure out where you could put 1 more unit for the 134 requirement. They will still make their budget, like this gentleman said. You guys can do something about it. I don't care what a lawyer has to say about it. You guys are the people that have to stand between. Thank you for your time.
Next is Dolores Welty with a time donation from Linda Newbert, followed by Kevin Sabelico, and then Kathleen Lees.
Somebody needs to see that little white thing. Can you make that bigger? Yes, and show it up there. Thanks. Dolores Welty, Leucadia. And first of all, I want to say they have rooftop access. That's it for your outdoor access, plus around the pool. But they have no elevators. And if I would buy in there, I need an elevator. I don't want to climb 3 stairs just to go up and barbecue something. Second of all, their VMT, that needs to be really taken into consideration. I know that a lot of times this is just, word salad. Oh, we can't do anything about the traffic. It doesn't, but you can. That's what VMT is for. You can do it. You can say it doesn't fit the VMT. Second of all, or third, an upzone is a gift. It is a money gift to a developer. It is a gift. And we do not have to keep giving gifts. Who pays for that gift? The neighborhood. The neighborhood pays for that. Fourth of all, Lennar does not have skin in the game. He's on spec. If he can get this passed, excellent. Then he can make his money. And according to what he says right on his website, he expects to make 27.2%, or the $40 million plus that has been figured out here. On that one project, he makes 31% on his developments in the East Coast, 22 for developments in the central area of the U.S., 29% in Texas, and 27.2 here in the West. And he can't afford to do right by us? Now, you have to deny his concession for that bluff. That's as simple as that, and say, no, we will not give you the land along that belongs to us. And he'll go home. Why not? He's not hurting. He's making enough on Fox Point here to retire and pay all of his bills. Just do it.
Next speaker is Kevin Sabelico, followed by Kathleen Lees, and then Steve Locco with time donation from Elliot Miller. Elliot, are you here? And Crystal Wells. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm not an Encinitas resident, but I'm a proud graduate of Encinitas Union Schools, and I live just across the border in Carlsbad. Marco was far more eloquent than I could be, but I want to reiterate some of what he said about density bonus law. An applicant can request up to 2 concessions or incentives for a density bonus project of this kind. In addition, an applicant can request unlimited waivers to development standards if those standards would physically preclude development at the proposed density and with the requested concessions and incentives. This will sound familiar to you. You've been in this spot before, but this time, the case law out of Bankers Hill is settled law. It's clear, it's no longer evolving. We know what the right answer is. What the appellant has said to you about this council's ability to deny the waivers requested by Lenmar is just factually incorrect. The city does not have the authority to deny a waiver on the basis of a local coastal program. The city can only deny a waiver if an adverse impact to public health and safety can be identified by the threshold of clear, substantial evidence. The appellant has not done that. In fact, the appellant has inadvertently supported the application by referring to the project as, quote, unbuildable. It will, in fact, be unbuildable if the waivers are denied. And that's exactly why the waivers must, by law, be approved. If you deny this project, it puts your housing element at risk, but more importantly, it sends the wrong message. It makes it harder to afford to live in San Diego County. It makes it harder to be an Encinitas homeowner. We should be a welcoming community. We should be a welcoming region. All the cities in this region and this county should do their part to help solve the housing crisis, not make it worse. Thank you.
Love this, that you can bring it down to it. Oh, it's not working. Kathleen Lees, I live on Urania, so I'm like a mile away from this project, but everybody who goes southbound from this project will drive right past my house on Urania, which is 18 feet wide. And there is no southbound access to Leucadia Boulevard. The 2 times the community has worked, both times, this has been an issue. The community's worked with Caltrans and the city and engineers and come to an agreement to open at least partial access to Leucadia Boulevard from Piraeus. And then both times at the last minute at meetings where the community was not involved, it was changed and Caltrans got what they wanted. So I just want to make a few points. I would suggest that we do what we can to have them build the minimum amount. Because how far can waivers go? 29-foot retaining walls? And at the last meeting I went to, that was going to be a solid wall, not a stepped wall. That's what they said. and not having to underground utilities, I mean, that's like, you don't even breathe. Nobody lets you in the door at City Hall if you're not going to underground your utilities. Just ask anybody who's added more than 500 feet to their house. So they don't want to underground the utilities. They've underground the project. The entire project is undergrounded. There's probably no place to put the utilities. So minimum of what you have to do is lower the speed limit on Piraeus and enforce it, because it is a dangerous place. We're a walking community. Nobody walks on Piraeus. Nobody walks on Piraeus. It has aligned for a bike path or a pedestrian path. Nobody in their right mind would try to ride a bike on that. It's just too narrow. We need speed management on Piraeus, some kind of something to slow them down. And I think you ought to take into consideration that someday they may need to put a signal at Plato there where it comes in to stop traffic. And we need a safe way to school, walk up at least Plato to get to Cawdor. And all of our, most of our safe way to school existing sidewalks are really inadequate if they're more than 29 or 30 inches. And they're not all in good condition. But we need to get the families at least up into the neighborhoods where they can walk safely and walk over to Olympus Park. Because they have no amenities except for a swimming pool. They have no amenities at this project. And I would like to know where the mitigated open space is. How close is that to the rest of the open space that we're about to lose on the bluff? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, how many more speakers are there?
I have one, Steve Locko.
Oh, great. Okay,
And he does
because
have
I'm
two
needing a
time
break.
donations.
I'm needing a break, so
He does have 2 time
we'll hear
donations.
this final public speaker, and we'll take a 10-minute break.
You can go to the rest of them if you want. I'm happy to wait. Steve Locko, Leucadia. I'll start by saying my wife Sheila says hi. You all have a great relationship with Sheila, probably not with me when I'm done, but having said that, I'll just go ahead and press forward. First of all, I think that the Planning Commission did an awful job in punting this project to you all. I mean, almost no questions. One commissioner recuses himself because he's a developer type. No questions to the staff. It was kind of like today where I have to apologize, but the city staff seems to be way over their head. You asked them some basic questions today. They didn't have answers. I think that there's no world for these folks outside of a 3-ring binder. If they're not looking at code, they don't know what to do with something, okay? So at any rate, in terms of the density bonus law and the housing element, I get all of that, but this is just a bad project, and let's acknowledge that. It's got a lot of ugly things going on, but I don't need to be preached to by attorneys, especially someone who stands up here and says, well, you know, we're the experts behind the complaints that folks have about this appeal. And I'm thinking, my God, we're all homeowners. We live in Leucadia. What, we're supposed to go out? We've got David Hill. We've got our resident expert on just about everything. But it's ridiculous for us to have to go up against attorneys, number one. Number two, when you talk about that retaining wall, Lennar's never really presented anything with respect to construction of the retaining wall, and they never answered any questions. The staff doesn't know how they're going to build it. So at any rate, so I'll just kind of go through. There was a PowerPoint I guess I was supposed to do, but I'm not going to do that. At any rate, the comment about the Coastal Act, again, there was a comment made, well, gee, you know, we've already done all of this. We've worked with all the agencies, and yet Planning Commission ignored Caltrans. You still don't know what the staff has to say about Caltrans. They decided to tell you, well, you know, why don't we just approve this and let Caltrans and the developer work it out later. We all know what happens after a project gets approved around here. All of the things that we expect to happen don't. So at any rate, they haven't worked with the agencies. In fact, Wildlife Fish and Game, no response with respect to that either. So the folks that are appealing this, they want you to approve the appeal. Nobody is standing here saying, don't build on that project. Sure, it's ugly, but nobody is saying, even a gentleman who lives next door, last time when he spoke to the planning commissioners, he said, hey, I accept this is going to happen to me, but this is how I feel. Very respectful. And this guy's a Marine, right? Served for us for over 2 decades. So again, the appeal isn't all about that. The appeal is all to ask you all to take an intelligent look, and if the staff doesn't have an answer, tell them to go find the answer. And if they can't find the answer, get in touch with us. We'd be happy to point in the right direction. You realize that there's probably 250, 300 homeowners who've raised thousands of dollars because they want to see this done right, and they're being ignored. And Lennar is basically saying, well, like, look at the mayor of San Diego. He spent what, $8 million to underground 1 mile in La Jolla? Utilities? Did you all see that? He was really proud of himself. And here we're ready to let somebody not underground a project because Lennar doesn't want to spend the money. This isn't all about a quid pro quo because there's no quid pro quo. It's all about Lennar saying, well, we want to build this. We don't want sidewalks. We don't want a safe walk to school path. They're literally laying that on the city and saying it's the city's issue, not ours. I couldn't believe it when the staff said that in the VMT. Well, you know, the traffic thing was kind of hard to figure out, so we just didn't consider it. And we all know what VMT is. Brown wants the taxes all by the mile. So that's the standard they're all going to use, right? So you get on the freeway, you're going to commute, you're going to pay tax. So at any rate, the retaining wall, again, all we asked for is you guys get a hydrological study, and if you're going to do something that stupid, do it right. And make Lennar warranty the project. Because at this point, the question from the planning commissioner was, well, you know, what's the liability if that wall falls down? Or what's the liability if there's a sinkhole? Well, I got to tell you, your neighbor to the project, if he has a sinkhole, I'll give him the money to sue the city because the city didn't do its due diligence. It's just like the traffic issues that you guys all approve and ignore, and I'm telling you that sooner or later someone's going to sue you for unsafe traffic conditions. Sooner or later a kid's going to get hit on a street because there's no sidewalks, and who do you think they're going to sue? They're going to sue the city because you all acknowledged the liability, you acknowledged the problem, you did nothing about it. Okay, the air quality during the construction, it's not going to be done in 11 months. We all know that. It'll be about 1.5 years. So we're all going to be miserable while that's happening. The traffic, again, everybody just chooses to ignore it. It's part of the housing element, so I guess it's what we have to do. I'm suggesting to you that you're probably going to have to figure something out. You can't just pass it off and just say, well, it's too difficult to figure out and we can't open up Piraeus. And then last, kind of my pet peeve for this project is, when that project's built out, it's going to be run by a homeowners association, right? And so now we're going to count on the county sheriffs to come and police all these people who decide to party hardy every night on the rooftop decks, or who leave their little strings of lights up. Or what are we going to do? Send a letter to the homeowners association saying, we don't know who's doing it, but someone's got to stop. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you want us just to all call the sheriffs every Friday night because these people aren't getting off the rooftop decks and making too much noise and leaving lights up that aren't supposed to be there? It's going to be on you. It's all going to be on you. So at any rate, I'm done. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
And then, Mayor, that does conclude public speakers. And then I have 4 individuals who registered opposition to the recommended action but did not wish to speak. Patricia Rogers, Robert Merdfeld, Nicholas Levy, and Lorraine Levy.
Okay, thank you very much to all the speakers and everybody who came tonight to talk about this project. We're going to be hearing some rebuttal from both the applicant and the appellant, but first we're going to take a 15-minute break, so we will be back at 8:50. 8:50. Thank you.
Pause.
Opportunity to use the restroom. And now we are on the process. Oh, we're waiting for Kathy to get started. Okay. I delayed a little bit there. Thank you all for bringing back order. And we are at the point in the process of the public hearing where we hear 5 minutes of rebuttal. First up will be the applicant. Yes, applicant.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you again for your time. It's been a long night, so I'll be brief. You have before you an application that is for a housing element site that we believe has followed the rules. We've come forward with what we believe is the appropriate home count for it. I want to speak to the comments about the affordable housing. The affordable housing homes, the 15 that are offered in this application, will be for sale to families or individuals that qualify under the city's guidelines. Through the rules and regs that the city has, we will follow those, and we will ensure that those people buy those homes. They have to have qualified incomes, et cetera, and we will ensure that that happens. Again, those homes will be for sale. There were a lot of other comments. We have technical people that are licensed professionals that came forward with studies and designs that your professional city staff reviewed. And they believe in them and they support them. There's also a final engineering process that we will go through that, again, from technical licensed professionals that will be reviewed by technical licensed professionals on your city staff. Trust them, believe in them, and let the project move forward. I'm now going to let Marco Gonzalez come up and speak to some of the legal issues that were raised again and finish off. So thank you for your time. Look forward to your favorable vote.
Mayor and Council, Marco Gonzalez, Coast Law Group, Encinitas resident and watcher of drying paint, apparently. So I think what I heard a lot of folks in the community saying is, we don't like this project. And having worked both for and against projects for years, without a doubt, I can tell you if this project was 135 units, 125 units, 100 units, or 10 single-family residents, you'd be hearing the same group of people standing before you saying, we don't like it, we don't want it, don't put it here, because we've been here a really long time, and wherever we came from to get here doesn't matter, but we're here now, and so our opinion matters the most. And I get it, because we don't like change, and we don't want to lose any aspect of what we've come to believe is our entitlement in our neighborhood. I get that. We all do, those of us who own or live in Encinitas. However, we made a decision in 2019, a long time ago, that there were 15 sites in the city that we were going to tell the state we are going to build higher density, including affordable housing, and we're going to do those within the constraints of state housing law and our municipal code. We've spent a lot of time, a lot of money following the law. We have done it the way that other projects in the city have done it. We have gone above and beyond in some respects. The fact that we're doing a for sale project and not a for rent project means it wasn't by right, which means we did a full EIR. That's a level of disclosure that you don't always get from other higher density projects. And instead of the community looking at that and saying, okay, well, you provided us a bunch more technical studies and a lot more discussion and alternatives analysis and mitigation, they've come forward and said, without experts, without analysis, without substantial evidence, but we still don't like it. Don't approve it. Just find a way to not approve it. I'm sorry, but that train has left the station in so many ways when you approve that housing element. When you told this landowner and this developer, these are the rules by which you need to play and bring forward a development. And that's what they've done. Now, it's frustrating to the extent that it's also understandable that For over a year, staff has been working with us and saying, hey, we need to do the street vacation. That's what makes the most sense. We all went down that path until very recently. Since the Planning Commission hearing, it became known to everyone. I mean, we kind of knew it. We just didn't understand the implication of it, that the city owns that land in fee simple and that it's more appropriately situated for an easement. And we've had discussions with the city attorney and with the staff and with some of you guys. We get it. We need to sit down, talk about the conditions that are appropriate to place on that land, talk about an appropriate cost for that land, and also recognize that what we're going to construct alongside that land is a benefit of this project. We are going to improve a section of Piraeus in front of our developed property. But when we look at the final EIR, we recognize, and I'll only be a couple seconds here, we don't have significant impacts to pedestrian access, to traffic, to bicycle access. None of those are identified significant impacts that would lead to new mitigation measures to open up Piraeus, to build down to La Costa. These are not things that are part of our impacts analysis that result in mitigation measures. So we're looking forward to having that discussion again. I believe it will be in August when we have a continued hearing. What we would just ask is that we close the hearing as to the issues that are the subject of today's appeal, the subject of today's testimony, and limit our August discussion to that narrow issue of the easement. That's our
Okay.
ask. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you put 6 minutes up for the rebuttal by the appellant?
Thank you, Mayor Kranz and Council. Ari Spangler for the appellant again. We realize that your hands are somewhat tied by the state mandates, and we are not asking for the council to remove this site from the housing element. But given the site constraints that have been identified through the process, it might make sense to amend the minimum density requirements if that's possible. Maybe even just take away 1 unit so that this project can be built without destroying the bluff. We are asking the city to follow the law, including the objective standards that are clearly stated in the municipal code. The city is not required to grant all of the concessions or waivers or incentives that the developer requests. Simply, the city can deny the waivers if they violate state law or if they pose serious health and safety concerns. The city is also required to follow the law, including the municipal code and the government code. There has been some discussion about the Coastal Commission approving the density bonus statute that's in the municipal code. We don't disagree with that. The Coastal Commission may have approved that ordinance, but that ordinance also expressly states that the incentives or waivers must be consistent with the certified LCP. That includes the hillside and inland bluff regulations that require only a minimum of 10% encroachment. The requested incentives or waivers are not consistent with the LCP, and the Coastal Commission has not approved of a waiver of hillside and inland bluff regulations. The city also requires undergrounding of utilities for a reason. The appellant has presented substantial evidence that SDG&E recommends undergrounding to avoid fire danger. There's a statewide initiative to underground utilities. There's substantial evidence that the project is located in a very high fire danger zone. The city doesn't need an expert to address that issue. It's in the staff report, it's in the EIR. The vehicle miles traveled that has been presented in the EIR presents substantial evidence that there will be a major traffic impact from this project and something needs to be done. The EIR says that there will be no mitigation, but we're simply asking for some mitigation. And I don't have anything further unless someone else would like to come up.
You're the appellant, so you don't have to raise your hand. You can just come on up and speak.
Tony, I have a question for the
Okay, well,
appellant.
let's finish this up and then we'll bring her
let's do it.
back up. Go ahead and use the rest of your time, and we can get to her question after you're done.
Thank you very much. What do I get, a minute?
3 minutes and
Oh my
24
gosh.
seconds.
Okay, I'm going to do this by memory. During the selection in 2017 to 2019, and then I guess it got voted on in 2021, I have proof that Cannon 2, 6.88 acres, the top said had no known constraints on this property in the beginning. And then I looked at the report that Lenore has, and he's going to take 40.3% of encroachment into the hillside. I thought, well, wait a minute. It started out no constraints. Now we know, because we were asking, what is the 25% slope? Meaning you can build 100%. If you're over 25%, you can only build 50% on the property. And then if you're over 40%, you can only build zero, none. So the records start out, but I think it was like misleading Encinitas council or the planning commission that was looking at it. And there was stated no constraints, and now here it is. There has to be constraints if they're going to dig out 83,000 dirt load and then put back 24,000. So we all know that what we learned in the beginning was true, but now they're destroying and degrading this piece of land that we felt like we're all being lied to by mistake and inaccurate analysis on the land back then. And I know you guys, I know that not all of you guys were around when that was voted for, but we're residents, and we bring up, please look at this, and we get told that we can speak up, and then when we're done speaking, we feel like nobody's listening. They say, oh, just put yellow stickies up there and give your comments during the process. So I just felt like the reason why we're a neighborhood, we're not making up stuff that we don't like. We didn't say we don't like the project. We're not saying that. We're just saying, look at the land layout. It's encroaching on wild habitat. I get bobcats that cross from the lagoon, cross that property, and goes up Plato, because Plato is very quiet, goes up and up into my driveway, and this bobcat with a baby just constantly, every 3 months, comes through. So we have wildlife. We have egrets from the lagoon. And I didn't even know what a cutie little birdie, what do they call it? The gnatcatcher. I didn't know what it looked like. And now I see them coming to our little nesting area for food. I go, my gosh, they're the cutest little things. Well, anyway, I got what? Oh, 18 seconds. We need 30 trees per acre. I know that they got trees out on the easement, the right away, and they're supposed to have 208 trees. I tried to count the trees on their plan, and I think they're short. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Mayor, I had a question for...
We've heard a lot, and I'm going to, instead of closing the public hearing, I'm going to keep the public hearing open, and we're going to now go into council discussion, and we will start with Councilmember Ehlers, who has questions of the attorney.
Yeah, and in particular, I think the applicant's lawyer made a point, and I was hoping you were going to rebut it, and I want to be a little more direct and talk about the Canal Gardens and then the, what was it, SB 2797 that basically reversed so the claim is reverse the results of Canal, and the claim is that they legislated to reverse it. Do you agree with that interpretation? Do you want to rebut it in somehow? What's the appellant's position there?
I do not agree with that interpretation. The government code actually provides that the state density bonus law does not supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect of the application of the Coastal Act. It also says that any density bonus, concessions, incentives, waivers, or reductions of development standards must be consistent with the Coastal Act. The Canal Gardens case, I believe, dealt with more of an application of subjective standards versus objective. And so the council still can consider the objective standards that are implemented or that are in the municipal code.
Okay, so you're saying that SB 2797 did not directly reverse and enact changes to the code to reverse the effects of canal?
It did enact some changes, but it didn't completely eliminate the application of the Coastal Act and the interplay between the Coastal Act and the density bonus.
Okay, thank
statute.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do you have any other comments?
I'll yield and.
Councilmember
I'll yield
Hensy.
and come back.
Thank you. I do have some questions. One question is regarding the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction. And I understand that this is not in a location that it would be appealable to the Coastal Commission, but what would the recourse be if they do find that there's an inconsistency between our local coastal program and the removal of the slope?
Yeah, so the first question is whether or not this is in the Coastal Commission's appeal jurisdiction. The answer is no, it is not in their jurisdiction. Should they discover some discrepancies in terms of our action in our LCP, there will be discussions. They probably notify the city of that inconsistency, and we'll have to resolve that. But to address the issue of LCP consistency, we submitted our LCP to update our density bonus ordinance in order to be consistent with state law. And Coastal Commission adopted that LCP amendment, which is part of our LCP. So that density bonus ordinance clearly states that the city or an applicant can submit a housing development project with waivers and or incentives. The city is required to approve waivers and incentives unless the city made specific findings to deny those requests. And those are specific to public health and safety and compliance with state law.
Okay, thank you. One of the issues that the first speaker in fact brought up was related to the hydrology, and they made mention of an aquifer and a perched groundwater that could be within this area. Would you be able to speak to that and offer the assurances that we have that we're confident that this retaining wall can handle the hydrology in the area?
Yeah, Mayor Kranz and council members, Jim Knowlton with GeoPacifica. I'm the city's geotechnical consultant. From the statements that were made at the DS, I've reviewed the geotechnical report that was prepared for this project, and there is no groundwater table there. There is no perched water table there. They encountered seepage in their borings, which will be addressed in the design of the wall. The buildup of hydrostatic pressure is basically part of the design for the wall to avoid the buildup of pressure. So we will be reviewing the wall plans, the structural calcs, and the design for the wall to make sure that they address all of those issues.
Thank you. And then what would be, somebody else brought up the liability of in case of a failure of the wall. What would we be able to do to provide some assurances to the neighbors that whatever is provided to us in terms of the structural engineering that is to come, that they will be protected?
Yep. Standard wall design requires the wall to be designed for a safety factor of over 50% of the design values. Okay, so that wall is over-designed, essentially. And basically, they've designed the wall to be supported on piers or concrete piers and caissons. They call them mini piles. So they don't have to build a big foundation, a wide foundation for it. And the soil nails will be provided there to provide additional support. And the wall will be, and the soil nails will be placed into bedrock. There's hard sandstone bedrock that will be excavated for the wall to be founded against. So it is designed for additional safety factor, so the wall would not have any kind of failures.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knowlton. Another topic that I'm interested in learning more is regarding the safe routes to school and the circulation surrounding the site. So I did ride my bike there, and on Piraeus you have sharrows and you also have bike lanes, and then there is, as some of the speakers mentioned, a lack of connected sidewalks to the surrounding neighborhood. So I'm curious to know, on the point of Dan Baxter, that he would like to see the internal pathways better connect with some of the directions where we'd like pedestrians to be able to walk. Is there a slide that shows that connectivity, and could you walk us through that?
And you're referring to internal to the project site to the public right-of-way? Is that what you're referring to?
That would be helpful. Some of the boundaries where the internal sidewalks would connect with our public streets.
Thank you.
Were you going to provide any description on it, or should I ask some of the specific questions?
I think there's a better exhibit that
Okay.
we can probably find to show this.
So while they're looking for that exhibit, typically we do require internal circulation to connect to our existing and or proposed public sidewalks. This project is required to provide frontage improvements only, which would include a path on Piraeus as well as a path on Pluto. So they will be required to demonstrate how internally the internal pedestrian circulation will be connected to the new pathways on Piraeus and Pluto.
Okay, thank you. And I understand, because this is not my first rodeo for the high density development projects that are before us, that we are constrained from the city's perspective on what we can demand from the developer, because it is a balance. And so when I was out there looking at the site, to me, I do see some need for improvement on the parts of the surrounding neighborhood that aren't directly on the developer's property there. And so what would we be able to do as a city to provide the safe routes to school that are being asked for by the neighbors in the future?
That would be something that the city council can direct staff to look into in terms of potential CIP, a capital improvement project that we could do through the Safe Route to School program in this location, to identify opportunities for us to provide safe route to school. So.
Okay, thank you. So it would take a separate engineering project. All
That's
right.
correct.
Those are my preliminary questions, and I will pass on to the next speaker.
Yes, and to the point that you've made, we have given staff direction to analyze traffic-related, pedestrian and bike-related issues at every housing element site, including this one already. So we're kind of in that process right now. Is that correct?
That is correct, that you have given direction, but I will have to coordinate with our engineering folks to make sure that this site is also included in that. Just to be clear, yes, the direction was there, but to be 100%, I'll verify that with our engineering folks. And if not, we will include it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, can you pull up in the Planning Commission report, page number 537, it shows isometric with height limit across the top, page 537.
While she's pulling that up, the height for the staircase is an allowance in the R30 zone above the 35 feet.
The height is, but the floor is not.
Because of the specific allowance of elevator shafts that are enclosed, that would typically count as that, staircases and other mechanical. So it specifies elevator shafts, which would be an enclosed structure.
Yeah, but not an occupied floor. So we had this discussion back on Portofino, and I don't believe we came to that same conclusion, because I think Portofino was an open stairwell, and that's how it snuck through. It was open on two sides, and so therefore it didn't qualify as a floor and a ceiling. The other thing that I think I would ask is a roof deck is not protected by a waiver. In other words, a roof deck or no roof deck has zero impact on achieving density. So we want to be real careful that I don't think the ability exists for a waiver to protect this should we accept it. And then the other question becomes, is it an issue from floor? So we haven't seen, because I know in the code it does not list stairwells. And I know we had that discussion at Planning Commission, at least, about Portofino, and it was the third story, but in that case, third stories weren't allowed. So it's key, I think, here, because it could be a ground for denying the project.
So the roof deck, my understanding is that it does meet the height limit, the roof deck itself.
The roof deck does, yeah.
Correct.
I'm talking only about the enclosed stairwell with a ceiling and a floor at a fourth level. That was the discussion we had back then, and I just want to be very careful. Now, like I say, if it's open on two sides, then it may shift and it may become an accoutrement, or if it has no roof. And if you look at this picture on page 537, you can see the largest things up there. So it kind of goes back to the discussion about the lights. So if somebody wanted to put lights up on a mobile pole on the roof, they can do that, right? Because it's not attached. But as soon as they bolt that thing in or nail it in, it becomes a structure. And so the question is, does this structure, as proposed here in this plan, because I can only approve or deny on the plan in front of me, does this structure pass the test of being a fourth floor or not?
Based on staff's interpretation and through the Planning Commission, that they agree that it qualifies as one of the exceptions under the R30 overlay zone to allow for certain types of accessory encroachments above the 35-foot height limit, including
And I'm
shafts,
not
mechanical
doubting
equipment.
the above the 35-foot height limit. I'm doubting the fourth floor. And I don't think you have an exception over floor count that you do over height. So in other words, if it was open and it was not a floor, it's legal. If it's closed, it becomes a floor, and that was the exact discussion we had.
So we'll take a look at that.
Yeah,
And see if it qualifies as a story.
So
And
then,
whether or not, would that allow the applicant then to request an additional waiver?
I don't believe so, because that's why I'm asking the question about floors do not have anything to do with achieving density. Therefore, that can't be a basis for a waiver.
Again, given that that request is not before us, we haven't provided that opportunity to determine whether or not the waiver request can be justified.
But one of the delineated appellant points is roof decks. And so I'm looking at the roof deck as part of the appeal and asking this question, right? So, but I'm going to need an answer before I can support this project. I want to step back, and there are quite a few, what are there? I've counted 11 points in the appeal, and I've been gradually knocking some of them off. And rather than go through the ones I've knocked off, I'm going to go through the ones I still have questions. First one, of course, is the street vacation or easement. I completely support the mayor's proposal. I can't approve this project until I know what the answer is there, because with the easement or without the easement, they're completely different projects. The second one was the fourth floor that we just talked about, and like I say, until I get closure on what we've done previously and how it impacts here, and get legal opinions on what it is, I need to know that. The third one is a bigger one, and it is the CEQA Statement of Overriding Considerations. And that's a, yeah, well, I'm going to go back because I've probably had as much experience as anybody up here making statements of overriding consideration on the Planning Commission. And I went back through thinking, hey, what ones had I looked at? Home Depot, I didn't judge it, but we go way back, there was one there. Fox Point Farms, I was on the commission during that one. Strawberry Fields, what is it, Belmont or whatever? That was another statement of overriding consideration. So I started going, hey, I want to compare and contrast. And the first one I compared was Fox Point Farms because it's the same applicant. And the format is almost the same. But fundamentally, I see a big difference right off the bat. And I'm gonna start by reading some of the information on the guides that we got on the Planning Commission to decide statement of overriding conditions. It says that the lead agency's views on the ultimate balancing of the merits of approving a project despite its environmental damage. In other words, our job up here is to weigh, is there enough good in that project to offset the unmitigable environmental impact? And it even went on in that report to talk about the California Supreme Court had stated, quote, the wisdom of approving any development project, a delicate task which requires a balancing of interests, is necessarily left to the sound discretion of the local officials and their constituents who are responsible for such decisions. The law as we interpret and apply it simply requires that those decisions be informed and therefore balanced. So again, it's the Supreme Court telling us we're the judges of this. So then I looked at this projects and the social benefits and the economic benefits, the environmental benefits, and almost the same form was used for Fox Point Farms. But Fox Point Farms had more entries. And just on the face of it, Fox Point Farms was achieving a major goal of this city, preserving agriculture. This project does not do that. Setting aside and mitigating land. This is something they have to do. They don't have a choice. That's not a special benefit. They're actually making up for their taking. Hence my question about the 2-to-1 ratio. I wanted to figure out what did they owe us, essentially what we're getting. So I don't see that as a special benefit. Many of the others, and I'll go down the supporting reasons for the statement of overriding consideration in this project. The project would provide visual and functional capability, et cetera. Really nothing to the nearby area. As I went down each and every one of these, it was either required by mitigation or it was just minimal. And I didn't come away going, wow. And so now I'm going to transition to the third project, the example, which is the strawberry fields. And that they set aside 77 acres of open space. They even had a garden that continued agricultural operations. And probably most importantly, although not required to provide any low-income housing, it was what, 16 units on that property? They provided 16 or 15, it might have been one less, 16 lower-cost units on property for their staff. They had no requirement for lower income. When I looked at that and when we made that statement of overriding considerations, it was the two above and beyond deliverables that made the difference for me that I said, okay, I can make that statement of overriding consideration. So as it stands today, I cannot make that in this case. And the rest, I won't go through all the detail, but if they come up, I'll help clarify why I think the rest of the appellant issues really are cleared. I do agree with the applicant's lawyer on the coastal supremacy issue that has been worked out by law, and so. But so far, I have two issues primarily that are keeping me from making a finding to approve this, and probably the biggest being the statement of overriding considerations.
Well, the good news is that we have the ability to make the statement, we are making the statement of overriding considerations, so we can get to a point where you're comfortable or maybe not, you know? I do know that a big part of the statement of overriding considerations has to do with the housing. So, and I recognize that the issues that the neighborhood has are significant, but in the end, addressing issues related to housing, especially some affordable housing, is really important as well. So hopefully we can get to that. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I have a few questions, and then I just want to make a few comments. So for staff, there were a few questions that were posed that were brought forward by the public that I was hoping I could get more clarity from you on. One was how we work with Caltrans as far as our coordination. I understand that Caltrans has said that there's stormwater concerns associated with directing more volume to their facilities. We have, the applicant has not resolved that yet. So tell me if I'm right when I summarize this, or correct me. I see that the applicant isn't far enough along to propose what the resolution is, but there's an obligation to work with Caltrans to come to an acceptable resolution. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
They have suggested it's something that addresses Caltrans comments that the city believes addresses them, but there would need to be the concurrence from Caltrans.
And we are. Can I interpret that as we're not at that point yet, that it's the expectation that there needs to be an acceptance for us, an approach to move forward?
Correct.
Okay, good. I was hoping I was understanding that correctly. I also had questions about the geotech, so I'm really glad that Mr. Knowlton, was it, is here. This is perhaps a question, but maybe a comment. I've worked with a lot of structural engineers and civil engineers on a lot of designs, and I'm not at all concerned with what you've told me. Because you've got soil borings and you've got the geotech report, will there be an additional, thank you. Will there be an additional study required in order to make final recommendations? Has the applicant gotten to the point where they only have initial recommendations, or do we actually know all the answers and this is how they're going to move forward with that retaining wall?
No, there will be additional studies and additional work that will be reviewed through the construction process and the permitting of all the grading permit and the improvement plans.
Okay, good. I like hearing that because I think this is unusual, maybe not unusual, anything can be engineered, but I think to the community, this sounds like an unusual way to go forward with a tall retaining wall. But I do have confidence that it can be engineered correctly and that we will have all the right geotechnical information we need to do that. So thanks for responding.
Well, that's true. We have concerns about the design, and we will review everything in detail. Just like one of the other council members mentioned the triple tiered wall that's shown on Piraeus. I see it's going to be very difficult to build, and we will look at it very closely because of the separation between the walls and the height of those walls.
So that kind of leads me to my next question, because the applicant is not far enough along to give us the answers to everything. We're looking at these plans that are graphic and maybe not entirely all well engineered yet, but they will be. So I want to make sure we know enough to understand that certain things are possible. So we know enough to understand retaining walls are possible. I'm hearing that. We maybe don't know all the details yet, but we know enough. Retaining walls are possible here. So then there will be probably some tweaks, is what you've said in the tiering, and to work it out. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, so that's why I'm kind of looking at you. Would you say that's correct?
That's correct. I already know some of the questions I'm going to be asking about their design.
Okay. So along those lines, I think I want to ask a different question now then, because I want to make sure what we're thinking in our heads, or at least what I'm thinking in my head, is actually possible. And so it goes back to who owns what, and what do we own? And that is so fundamental to understanding what we can do on this. So I'm in favor of having that information before we know, because I don't want to make some assumptions not knowing that. That would be incorrect. So one of the things I want to point out is the fact that we don't know what land we own there implies to me that there's a lack of detailed survey information associated with maybe this part of the city. And that happens a lot. Sometimes there's just old surveys. Sometimes it's like, meets and bounds surveys, just, old stuff that you have to go and you have to verify. So since there is that question about what do we own, I'm getting the impression there needs to be more clarity there before I can feel like I'm making sound decisions as the person who's helping decide what happens with this development. And if you have any more information you can share with me on that.
Yes, so as shown here, the green area, we were able to confirm prior to this hearing that both Plato and Piraeus are owned by the city in fee title.
This was since my briefing.
Yes, we were able to
Okay.
overlay the documents. Thank you.
Briefing was yesterday, I think. Okay. Thank you for that. One of the things that comes to mind when I think about a connection to safe routes to school has something to do with the survey information that we'll have when we start looking at that. I think it's important to this neighborhood to provide for safe pedestrian routes, and I appreciate getting feedback like that from the neighbors when they've talked today. And I walked along Plato to see what it looked like, the opportunities were there, and it looks like there's a lot of encroachments into the right-of-way. What comes to mind when I see that, and I see what I have in my head is a little bit of an uncertainty about where the right-of-way line is. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't uncertainty, but I think I don't want to say we're going to provide that connection, or we're going to suggest, and this is how we're going to recommend that we move forward with that, if it can't be possible. So I just want to put that out there as something I feel like I need to get a better understanding of in order to say that's a recommendation. We'd like to work on how we can make that happen, that connection to the school. If there is some limitations and there are encroachments, it becomes a lot more complex. And I want to make sure we're not promising something that ultimately we're not going to succeed at. And that may be true along Piraeus too. I do want to say that there wasn't a lot of talk or a lot of concern about a few things that I think are worth pointing out. I really am happy with the way that the mitigation has been proposed, and that is proposed to be, the biological mitigation is proposed to be on the adjacent sites. A lot of times we're in a situation where mitigation ends up happening in a place that's remote and away from where the impacts are. So I do want to say I think that's a checkbox in the positive. And I do feel confident that the viewshed concern for the Caltrans viewshed through this area is being addressed by the fact that the footprint of the proposed development is lowered. The mass and the scale will be a lot less visually prominent and will be blended better with the community because it is lowered. I just wanted to provide a little bit of that input from my perspective. And I think that there are some things that I do want to point out too, is that affordable housing and workforce housing is so important to our community. Not that we're debating that right here, but this is one of the ways that, it's one of the tools in our toolbox for how we can achieve affordable and low-income housing in our community. We need to have a whole lot more tools in our toolbox for doing that, because the housing element really only gives us one way forward. And so in the future, we'll hopefully be able to look at other ways of providing workforce and affordable housing that's maybe more closer to the 100%. But in the meantime, we have this one tool, and we've agreed to this way forward with it. I'm happy to see that this developer is not maximizing the site, and I want to kind of put that out there, because I don't think all developers have that same ethic, that they would perhaps look to see how they could maximize the site. And so I think we're providing a good amount of open space, given that we're adding the preserved area nearby and adjacent to this property. I think those are some of the things that lean in towards the statement of overriding consideration. And whether you think that's enough, those types of things are enough to say this meets the standard of statement of overriding consideration, well, I guess that's something we'll debate as we move forward. But I think there are several things like this that really do attempt to add a benefit that is more than we would see in other areas from other developers. And that summarizes my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blackwell.
Yeah, thank you very much. This project is in District 1, and I represent District 1, so I have had an opportunity to really dive deep into all of the relevant housing laws, all of the neighborhood concerns, the application as well as the appeal. I appreciate the comments of my fellow council members, and I'm not going to do this at 9:40 is repeat all of those, okay? It's been a long meeting already. I think what I would focus on is just those areas where I share concerns. How we resolve the easement issue now that we know it's fee title. Property is important, and I appreciate that Mayor Krantz has raised continuing the hearing to allow for some discussion on that. I think the other one is I do share the concerns about the statement of overriding consideration and feel like that needs further discussion as well. I do have a question, though, and it's really that, I do respect that this is a density bonus project, that there is limited authority of the city to do much on density bonus projects, that we should respect the relevant laws. But I also think there's probably a way to find some common good here in terms of, or common ground on many of the issues that have been raised by the neighbors. Dan Baxter spoke earlier and laid out some things that he feels that there was pretty good agreement on that could be added to the project. What I want to understand is, and please don't take this as how I am feeling, but if we were to deny the appeal, meaning we support the project moving forward, I'd like to ask or clarify here, can conditions such as the ones that were in Dan's letter, and if you want a refresh on that, I can, like one of them was just having probably into the CCNRs or HOA rules, some capacity signage for the rooftop deck was one example, if I'm correct, Em. Some direction on lighting, that it be faced downward versus up, that it be shut off after certain hours, et cetera. Are those conditions that could be added to the resolution? Again, a big if the project's supported to move forward.
So adding conditions that apply to objective standards is what the draft resolution does include. If it's anything beyond that, I believe the applicant would need to agree to them. We do have our performance standards that do require the lighting to be facing downward and shielded. There's also some standards on roof capacity. There's multiple parameters with that. I did speak with our building official, and there are capacities that are mandated by the building code.
Okay, so sticking with the objective standards, but again, if we can reach an agreement with the builder developer, we could find that common ground. Okay. I'm going to leave it at that for this evening. I have paid very careful attention, and again, I think I'm really glad we can continue the hearing. I would support that so that we can understand, again, some of these unresolved issues. And I also do want to make sure we are looking very carefully at Safe Route to School and other things and the feasibility of those. That's in parallel. I think it's not part of this appeal, but those things are important to make sure that the neighborhood is livable, right? I think that's what everybody ultimately wants. So I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I want to finish up two little questions, and then I'll state my thoughts where I'm at. One little question, people are really bothered by the possibility of these string lights, and somebody suggested that it would be the county sheriff who would be enforcing the ordinance that we have. How do we as a city enforce HOA rules that are being violated? Are we able to have neighbors issue a code complaint and then have our code enforcement division follow up with that complaint?
That would be the correct process.
Okay, so we are able to do that without involving our sheriff deputies?
Oh, yes, through code enforcement. If they believe they're in violation of the code or their permit, then that would be code enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, your question was regarding HOA rules. I just want to make sure that we don't enforce HOA rules. We only enforce our muni code rules and regulations. So I just want to clarify that our code enforcement staff will not be enforcing HOA rules, but we would only enforce our municipal code rule and conditions of approval of a permit that we issue. So if, for instance, if the HOA have some rule that they add that is not a condition of approval or a standard that we have, then we will not be able to enforce those rules.
So do you have a suggestion about how we can alleviate this fear of the string lights that would be one of the conditions of approval?
We can include a condition, even though it's not required, but we can, that they shall comply with our lighting regulations. And our lighting regulations require that any lighting source shall not be seen from adjacent properties. So that is currently in our lighting standards. So
Okay. And do we need to make that explicit again in the condition of approval?
we can if the council wishes to do that.
I
but
think
it's
that's
currently
what I'm hearing from the community. So thank you. That alleviates some concern. So the last concern that I have is this safe route to school. And I think that some other cities have worked with developers to continue sidewalks, continue pathways, even if it's outside of their own parcel, because they're already mobilized and they're already building sidewalks on site. And so I'm hoping that there's a path forward that we can somehow formalize tonight or formalize when we continue, that we're going to look at that option and we're going to see how we can work together to continue that sidewalk at the same time that the project is built, even if it's not as part of the parcel. So I am wanting to provide some insight into my thought process and where I'm at for those of you who have stuck around this late at night, and we'll probably return in August to continue this item. But where I'm at is that I do think it's a really important situation that we need to resolve with the easement, and I expect that we'll do that. And that being said, I don't share a lot of the same concerns that Councilmember Ehlers put forth with the statement of overriding consideration. Unlike the Portofino and the Strawberry Fields development, this project is part of our housing element, which is critical for us to be able to approve these projects to stay consistent with state law. And so I see it as our duty to find a way to get to an approval for this project. I think there are a few things here that do need to be resolved, which is why I won't make a motion that that we deny the appeal and move forward tonight. But I don't want to create a sense of false hope that we're going to be denying this project. I think that it's really our duty as council members to make sure that we're not denying smaller formats of market rate housing in addition to really essential affordable units that are being made possible because of this development. I also agree with my colleague, the Deputy Mayor Lyons, who articulated the open space that's preserved as part of this project is also protected, and that just because a lot is vacant, it doesn't mean that that open space is open space. It means that it's somebody's undeveloped private property often. And so what this project is offering us is the assurance that this will remain undeveloped and it will remain critical habitat that is actually adjacent to the lagoon in perpetuity. And I think that that's a really important aspect of this project. So overall, the way that I see it is it's a pro that the density is limited. It's not built out to the maximum density that's possible. It's a pro that it's consistent with state law. Some of these issues that we're working out right now are just related to our design standards. And overall, visually, I find it to be an acceptable project. Additionally, it's a for sale project. So I think we only have 2, maybe 3 of those high density development sites within our city that are actually offering for sale housing. So for those reasons, I do support this project, and I will look to the mayor to outline the plan forward.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know how handy that particular slide is, but it is their presentation. I think we may have cut off the open space, but I would point out that this preserved biological open space that is being purchased and dedicated as part of this project is very important. Ironically, we as a city negotiated to purchase this land as open space, and we couldn't get a sniff, we couldn't get close to the value that the property owners wanted for that. So it is kind of ironic to see it being added to this project. But it also gives them the ability to say that this project is 48% open space. My frustration is that it seems to me there is a nexus between this space here and the project as a whole, so the fact that we are not requiring a pedestrian path at the very least made of decomposed granite is disappointing. And there are some questions of law, whether it seems that it's likely to have a nexus, but there is this question of rough proportionality that is out there, but I think that's something that we need to continue to discuss. I'm concerned about the upstream stormwater flows and how they interact with this project, and I want to make sure that we're not finding land that is currently essentially a storm drain for the upstream water is going to be closed off so that the water is ejected out onto Plato. So it's something that I hope we can consider in the intervening time. And it is very unfortunate that the confusion over the whether we had right-of-way that was dedicated to us, that was the property owners, or that we own it fee simple, that confusion is very unfortunate. But I would say to the public, it is most common that people own to the center line of the road. And then you grant back to the jurisdiction the right-of-way for sidewalks and improvements to the street in front of your house. I live on Hygeia. There are a whole bunch of parcels that have been developed that they put in sidewalks and they made improvements to the right-of-way as an obligation for their development. In this particular case, we didn't know that the property didn't, we didn't have the easement granted back to us for that right-of-way, and so it's created this confusion. So what I am going to ask is that we use alternate option B in the staff report, which is request additional information from the applicant to substantiate and support arguments and continue the matter to a future hearing date. And I would make that motion. And I guess the question is whether we have to delineate the specific issues and questions that we want to have substantiated.
It would be helpful to delineate those questions. The procedure would be to keep the public hearing open, it's currently open, and then continue it to the date certain.
Yes, so, okay, so I wonder if you would be willing to second a motion that disposed of the appellant's arguments that you indicated you felt the applicant addressed and the staff response addressed. So there are, I believe, were two, one related to the roof deck and the stairwell, and the other was the statement of overriding consideration.
And then the retaining wall too, no.
The retaining wall.
The street vacation, I'm sorry, it was street vacation.
The street vacation, well, that's the crux of the issue right here, is that, and that is,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
definitely.
I was-
So, I think that there are a few other items, you know, I mean, I would like to know more about why we can't get a path, and then this question about safe routes to schools. And, you know, the question, of course, is development impact fees and whether we can, you know, apply some of those to these projects. But I guess this is a negotiation.
Correct. If there is going to be a grant of an interest in real property, there could certainly be a negotiation. But I want to just reiterate to the council that it's helpful to have a list of items to discuss, but it doesn't tie the council's hands. If there's something that comes up in the continued hearing, you can certainly ask those questions, any questions that are related to the project.
Right. So I think that without tying our hands and limiting us, the three items we just mentioned, and then hopefully we can have a conversation with the applicant on these other things. And I would request that the applicant review, I believe it's Mr. Dixon, who's the email that had some requests for conditions. If you could take a look at that list and see what you think you might be able to agree to include as a condition of approval. So I don't know if you need any clarification, applicant. Marco? You're welcome to come up and ask any questions you may have about what it is that we're doing.
And then Mayor Krantz, for August, the meeting dates are August 9th, 16th, or the 23rd. Because we need to continue to a date certain.
And we use
So the
this.
meets are the 9th, the 16th, or the 23rd.
Okay. So I would propose the 16th, August 16th.
Yeah. And Mayor, I will entertain, since it's non-binding on what we can ask, because I still have a few questions of fact that have been said tonight I wanted to have verified.
You want to do that? Ask those questions now, or?
I can put them out there just as part of the action. So I have four in particular. That's the date the application was accepted and the date of the Coastal Commission approval of the design review, the design review law. I want to review the third floor in this case, the N+1 floor decision on Portofino and the discussion we had that night at Planning Commission. I think the question came up, and this gets back, I was really happy to hear you talk about the mitigation land and what options. I'd like to know, in the end, who owns that? And if we don't get something for this project tonight, or when we do, if we do anything, we know who we're dealing with, and where, I think the other question I heard come up is, where's the 1.92 mitigation bank? Because I don't think that is right there. And then the last one, that was it.
Yeah, I think that the question, Piraeus is essentially, our only frontage road. I guess you might say that Orpheus, as it extends to the north, perhaps, but the question is whether the entire length of Piraeus is owned by the city fee simple. Because I think that would be good to declare and know with certainty at this point. I don't know what it would take to determine that. So, Mr. Gonzalez? Good.
We did an assessment of the right-of-way adjacent to the open space, and there is a significant portion of the city-owned right-of-way that is along that frontage. And following the deed restriction that would occur, we would continue to own the land, but we would have a conservation easement or open space easement deeded over it. So that would be in the name of the city. City would have control over those parcels.
Okay, and did you have any issues with the continuance to August 16th?
We have a lot of issues, but we know it needs to be done. So
Okay.
we're in favor of it.
All right. That sounds like an acquiescence. I appreciate that. So we've got. Okay, yes. And the appellant, do you think you could make a meeting on the 16th of August? Lawyer's not going to be here? How about the 9th?
23rd. Is that right?
What?
She would prefer the 23rd.
23rd, August 23rd.
I would only point out that my client technically wasn't here for this hearing. He had to take his family out to Utah and then turn around and fly back for one day in the middle of his family vacation because it's important enough to get this issue heard. So we would prefer the earlier date.
Well, I think that it's in everybody's best interest that we have both parties present. So I appreciate your flexibility and the efforts that you made to get here. And so the motion for option B, as discussed, with a date certain of August 23rd is the motion. And
Can I
if,
just clarify that motion? Would you mind?
say that again?
Clarify the motion for the record?
It's option B.
Right,
We
so
have
it's-
requested additional information from the applicant to substantiate and support arguments and continue the matter to August 23rd. And to negotiate the easement that's necessary for the frontage of Plato Place and Piraeus Street.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was there. Perfect, thank you. You ready to vote? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you all for your participation and engagement in the community. So we have more items. We have item 10B, so if you could all leave quietly, that would be much appreciated because we're going to move quickly. And so item 10B, what I'm interested in doing is opening the public hearing and continuing the public hearing to a date certain. We have no speakers. So this is you guys don't need to sit down. You don't even need to sit down. I don't think, unless my colleagues really want to hear this item.
Well, we have, the finance staff is here for both the budget and the.
Okay, so sit down. Because we're going to do the budget.
If there's no speakers, does council have questions on the fees? We just have to have.
So maybe we can just dispatch this. I would move approval of the proposed fees.
You gotta open and
So,
Oh.
open and close the public hearing.
Public hearing's open. I'm getting a little squirrely here. Sorry about that.
It's 10:01.
There are no speakers, so now we can close the public hearing.
Closed.
And then are there any disclosures? We'll go down the list real quick.
No disclosures.
No disclosures? Okay,
Nothing to disclose.
all righty.
There was an updated report, that's the only thing, right?
That's the next item. We're on 10B.
This is the update of our fees, which when you get to the bottom of them, we're still a failing business. We are not recovering the cost of the work that we do. Oh, Councilmember Blackwell.
I'll make it brief, I promise. That was my question. As you go down the list of fees, many are significantly below the 80% recovery. The annual CPI adjustment will never make up that gap. So is there a plan where we would review those fees again to say if we should raise some of them? That was just a question for staff, I guess.
Yes, we do anticipate conducting another user fee study in the next year or so, just to ensure that we're on the right track. And that could be an opportunity to adjust those further in addition to the annual indexed increase based on the consumer price index increase for the calendar year.
If I could add, Assistant Director Gallup, I think council gave us direction after the fee study to only increase it by the CPI. So that's always something, we would be delighted to raise the fees to 80% or 100% of cost recovery. That was the previous direction that council gave.
You're right, it was. I just, I hate to make this a case tonight, but it feels like we should be reviewing it periodically to see if we can continue to close that gap, because an annual CPI adjustment will never close it. And if we're comfortable with that, we're comfortable with it. I just think I would like to pass what's before us today with the revision to the motion to look again at a study down the road.
I can speak to kind of the history. This conversation often was about the fact that many of our customers are residents of this city, and so it is their property tax and that pays the cost recovery part that we don't. And so there was this hesitance to try and get to that 80 on all these.
Right.
But this is a new council. Maybe there's the will of the body is to get closer. So we could continue this, because this is not really a good time for me to focus on these things. So if this is not going to be a fairly simple, and I don't want to rush you, so I'm happy to continue this.
Mr. Mayor, we would have to, you can only pass what has been noticed, so you'd have to take action, and then perhaps Councilmember Blackwell would want to provide, if the council agrees, some additional work for us to bring back at a later date or at the end of, as part of the next budget process.
Yes, thanks for that. I like that approach.
Okay, so I think that means we're going to move staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Oh, and I wanted to speak too. I think I was next up.
Now there's a long list of you.
Yeah, suddenly.
Councilmember Ehlers.
I promise to be quick. I support passing this tonight because this is really just a public hearing of what was decided a year ago. I support it. And you hit right on the nose where I was going. I support the 80%. I don't believe in 100% recovery because you might end up overcharging. Residential, I think in a year from now, we should perhaps discuss some of them should be maybe at closer to 50% because of the exact reason you said. But I am perfectly fine. This didn't have to come back here. I think it was a good idea to bring it back. So I'm good with passing this, letting the CPI catch up, but doing an in-depth review next budget cycle, a full year from now.
Okay, so calling the question, there it is right there. Okay, item 10C is next. It's the budget. And for that, we get a presentation by Finance Manager Sanderson.
And we do have one speaker, just so you know.
We have one, oh, it's Scott.
If you want a presentation, she can, or if you don't need a presentation.
This is a budget that we've seen how many times now? 3, 4, 4 times. This is our 5th time? Fourth time. This is our 4th time.
We did prepare a 100-page presentation, but we don't have to give it.
Did you want a presentation before you speak?
Scott wants this.
I have a little presentation.
Yeah, it's a little bit better experience than that previous hearing. It was kind of nice to actually to hear the council discussing things that were brought up over a month ago. Okay, so Encinitas' review panel did some review of past budgets. The website has incredible information. It goes back years and years and years. I went back to 2007 for this. Could we go to the next page? First off, I'm not a technical licensed professional, but I'd like to follow up on a few things that were said by Councilman Ehlers. In the paper this week, we're selling cars, or train cars, the locomotives. You mentioned this last week, Mayor, that the Sandag budget is not good. The newspaper confirmed it. I would have to assume that this would impact our revenues too. Next slide. So here's a little slide going back to 2005, showing revenues and property taxes and expenditures, and it's up. It's pretty good. Next slide. Not so good when you add in what the general fund and in particular storm drain repairs has done over that same time period. The general fund has gone down, and storm drain repairs, the general fund contribution has been fixed. Well, it was like 200. It's been flat. Look at how much the other stuff has gone up. Next slide. So, numbers are one thing, but now I'd like to normalize it. See what the percentage changes are. I don't expect you all to understand what normalization is, but some of you might. This curve is really interesting. One of the things was employees. It actually has gone up not very much in 10 plus years compared to revenues. So we're doing okay. But once again, look at the red line. It's flat. It has not changed. Meanwhile, look how much our revenues have gone up. We're not putting in our fair share. Next slide. I think that's it. It wasn't too bad. That was just some information. I ask you to put more money into stormwater drain. Streets was too hard to follow. There's too many funding sources. It's incredible. I couldn't keep up. But stormwater drain and the general fund is very consistent. And I just think we need to do that. No, those were constant dollars. Those weren't inflation dollars either. So those 2007 dollars are worth a lot more than 2023 dollars at the same value. You can drag your own conclusions. I'm not against the budget. We're going to have to do the budget. The budget's fine. But these are things to think about next year. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say those trains, the sale of those trains don't benefit us at all. That benefits NCTD. I would also point out that those particular locomotives were not purchased with Sandag money, but they were purchased with the expectation that Sandag would have the operational money for them to be operated. So since they're brand new, NCTD is doing a smart thing and taking advantage of the ability to sell the trains and not lose a nickel, maybe even make a little money. So that's a good thing. There still is capacity in the rolling stock to expand a little bit, but they did, and we're supposed to go to zero emission vehicles. So enough about trains. No more public speakers. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any requests to speak from my colleagues. So with that, I would move approval of the budget.
I will second that.
Oh, Councilmember Blackwell now decided to speak?
I tried to second, but I'm really slow on the draw there, so I'm going to get better at that. I wanted to say I too support the budget, so this is not about it. I appreciated Scott's comments, though, about what do we do in the process going forward. And when we met on May 24th, there were some things that came up that we said we really wanted to pay attention to in future budget planning. So for the record, I'd like to just make sure that those, that we're asking staff to do that, and including at mid-year review, because we're only projecting what revenue and expenses will be. We don't know for sure. Some of those things are the additional road repairs. There were some traffic and drainage and other current infrastructure projects, particularly, I would say, in District 1, because I think we've got, again, a lot of development coming, and those are pretty significant. But this donut chart we've been paying attention to has some areas where there's just not funding. And if we get a miracle, as Kelly calls them, and there are some surplus funds, we really consider how we're going to apply those. So I'd like to see those prioritized during both mid-year review and then for budget planning next year. The other thing was, we did have some discussion back at the end of May about staff, and I think part of it is just understanding that history and the contextual history. So I had talked to staff about that earlier this week, of just saying it would be good when we get to budget time next year if we can see what the FTE growth looks like, but understand why we added the positions we did over a relevant period of time. Maybe it's 3 years, maybe it's the last 5 years. So those are the only things I would like to just make sure we get on the record to pursue next year and at mid-year.
Yes, and I know the city manager hates it, but the budget is fairly dynamic document that, there will be needs that come up, and there will be decisions that we make as a body that will affect it, and we'll make resolutions to make the adjustments, and she will maybe grumble, but we'll get her done. And so I appreciate all the effort that went into preparing this budget. I appreciate you all staying late tonight. I know, it's part of the job, so you're doing a good job. And so with that, I think we're ready to vote.
May I
Oh,
say a few words?
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I won't prolong it, but I just wanted to say two things. One is I want to compliment the process. I think it was really transparent and collaborative. Not that it usually isn't, it is, but I think that's really important. So thank you for everyone who's participated in that. The only other thing I want to point out is next year in early 2024, we'll be doing strategic planning and just evaluating where we're at. And at that time, hopefully, we will have some recommendations from our infrastructure task force. And my colleague, Councilmember Blackwell, many of the things that you indicated are more infrastructure related. So I think it would be a great opportunity for us to really put our heads together to see how do we move forward with these needs that are becoming more and more apparent regarding infrastructure, and how do we fund them. Thank you.
And then, Mayor, before you vote, it's just a reminder that this was the item where we did provide updated exhibits to the resolutions. So your motion includes those updated resolution exhibits.
Want us to make that part of the motion, or no?
It's just, I'm
Okay,
just making it
thanks
for
for
the
reminder.
record that
Yes,
those
yes,
were
yes.
posted and you were provided with those.
Yes, thank you.
And motion carries unanimously.
Good night, everybody. Good night,
Almost
John Boy.
everybody.
Scott, you don't have to go. Oh, yeah, sticking around. Okay. On to 10D, item 10D. This is an amendment to number 1 to the retainer agreement for our city attorney services.
And Mr. Mayor, let the record reflect, I will be recusing myself from this item.
Yes. Appreciate that. So we don't, Jace has got a staff report.
I'm here to just
turn on your mic.
Push the button.
There you go. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here to memorialize the efforts that was made by council. City Council met in closed session on May 17th and appointed a subcommittee of Deputy Mayor Lyons and Blackwell to be a subcommittee and gather a process for a city attorney performance evaluation. As part of that process, information was gathered, and the council, full council, met in closed session on June 14th to review the feedback and also to review ours analysis and work. Based on the review, it was apparent that a evaluation and reconsideration of compensation be made in discussions with the subcommittee as well as the city attorney. Amendment number 1 to the compensation section of the contract is being recommended. And what is being recommended is that the retainer be increased to $25,000, and that would be with a hour certain of 105 at a rate of $238. And then if performance during a certain month is less than 105, the actual rate would be prorated down to the actual hours worked. And should the event be a busy month where it's over that, then you pay for the actual work at a rate of $250 an hour. This increase has been evaluated and also included in the proposed approved budget, so there are no fiscal changes at this point, if you should approve it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this modified agreement is actually much closer to our previous city attorney's retainer agreement. And the big difference is the current city attorney, maybe we're doing less litigation, but we're spending a lot less money in total, and will continue to spend much less money in total, assuming the numbers stay the same for the next year, because he's been on board for a little over a year, I believe.
Right.
So I'm supportive of this.
Okay, was that a motion?
Yes, that was a motion.
I'll second.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jace. And
Thanks, Jace.
thanks, Tarquin, who left the room, and, but we appreciate his efforts and Scott's efforts and the rest of the team at that Jonesmeyer. Okay, we made it through all our action items. We have no informational items. There are no council member initiated items. If you have brief council member reports under AB 1234, and are there any city manager reports?
Stone Steps is open.
City attorney has left us, so he doesn't get a chance to report anything. I have to tell a story here, if you'll indulge me just for a few seconds. There was a woman sitting in the crowd tonight who looked just like her mother. Her mother was Dorothy Turner. Her father is Ed Turner, and he lived in a home just 3 houses up, I believe it is, from this project on that street. Plato Place. And when I was on my tour of the site, we walked up the street, and it was crazy because his son was a classmate of mine at San Diego, Ted, and I used to spend a lot of time at that house. And they had a ski boat. We would take to Bataquitos Lagoon, and the crazy thing is that ski boat is still parked in that yard. Oh my gosh. And so he happens to be a Facebook friend, and I did recently see that he celebrated his 99th birthday. So tonight I went to ask Tammy, who has a brother named Tom, a brother named Tim, a brother named Ted, and she's Terry, and a sister named Tammy. So they got all the T's. I asked Terry how her dad was doing, and I found out he passed away on Monday. Aww. Yep. And I had hoped that he could make it to 100 so we could have him here for a resolution. And it was really disappointing to hear that he had passed, but I can tell you he raised some great kids. The family was a wrestling family. They were some amazing grapplers, and he raised a good group of people. And he's been a great part of our community for a long, long time. He was an electrician. I don't have the benefit of an obituary to read, or I would. But with that, I'd like to adjourn the meeting tonight in honor of Edwin Turner.